Scene shifts to Daejun's headquarters. In the dead of night, Daejun suddenly hears a knocking at the door. He steps outside and hears the weak voice of Kim Eun-dong calling for him. Daejun questions why he is out at this time of night. Before he can answer, Kim Eun-dong collapses onto the ground. Daejun rushes over to support him. With the little strength he has left, Kim Eun-dong tells him everything. "I let them take grandma away, it's all my fault." After hearing this, Daejun's body trembles with rage. Who the hell dared to do this to his brother? He recalls the time when grandma wasn't confused. She always saved even the smallest things. The food she ate was always just vegetables. Kang Weezu felt heartbroken upon seeing this. Furthermore, he was still in his growth years, and such a diet was hardly sufficient for him to thrive. The second time it happened, seeing the kid acting spoiled, grandma took him to the butcher and bought him a nice piece of beef tenderloin. After buying that, she only had a few coins left in her wallet. Kang Weezu worried, thinking that after such an expensive purchase, there wouldn't be enough money left for anything else. However, she didn't care. She just wanted her distant grandson to have enough nutrition. Hearing this made Kang Weezu feel warm inside. Just as the two were about to head home to cook, grandma drifted over to a jewelry stall. Kang Weezu wondered what she was planning to do. She said she was just browsing. However, he had already noticed the hairpin she was touching. When they got home, Kang Weezu prepared a hearty meal. Then he excitedly boasted that he had a surprise for her. Grandma pretended to be suspicious, thinking he might be calling the police or something. Of course not. Kang Weezu had secretly bought that hairpin for her. Grandma pretended to be angry, chiding him for being wasteful, saying that the money spent was enough for several meals. Kang Weezu was confused, not knowing whether he was doing the right thing or not. However, after washing up and seeing grandma happily admiring the hairpin he gifted her, he felt assured that he had done the right thing. Returning to the gang's headquarters, Daejun kept apologizing. Daejun advised him to calm down and asked who was responsible for this situation. It turned out to be Hwang Ziyang's gang. Those bastards had kidnapped his grandma. As soon as Kang Weezu's voice trailed off, he suddenly exclaimed, "What happened to my grandma? Say it again. Did that bastard kidnap my grandma, kid?" At this moment, besides apologies, he didn't know what else to say. Daejun urged him to calm down, saying he would take him to the hospital immediately. When he turned back to look at Kang Weezu, he realized he was gone. It was obvious where this kid was running off to. Scene shifts to Hwang Ziyang's base. A poor bird was being subjected to the new drug they had developed. As expected, just 2 sprays and the bird had already died, convulsing. Yu Jiangnan was eager to test it on Kang Weezu. Oh Junsu, sitting beside him, was drinking and told Yu Jiangnan to stop messing with the bird and focus on planning to deal with Kang Weezu. One Anyu, sitting across from them, was already fed up with their bird stories. The dreamy purple base had just been attacked and suffered significant damage. While he spoke professionally, advising everyone to devise strategies for counterattacks, he was casually clutching a pile of fruits, looking serious about it. The collapse of the dreamy purple base was hardly surprising. It was absurd to trust a big business to a junkie and a stoner as managers. Its downfall was just a matter of time. Choi Soo-hyuk recounted the reason their boss had to urgently track down Kang Weezu. It was unacceptable to mock the boss's doe eyes. Choi Soo-hyuk was also curious about what that important thing was. Yu Jiangnan was eagerly anticipating seeing him again. Meanwhile, Kang Weezu was already outside the headquarters. He strode into the building without a hint of fear. Oh, why would he willingly walk into the tiger's den like this? Kang Weezu wasn't done with his mocking tone yet, saying, "That old lady keeps singing, it drives me crazy. I've been holding back so much from breaking her neck already." The result of such thoughtless words was his mouth now devoid of teeth. Seeing his buddies being bullied, the dogs behind him, of course, couldn't let it slide. However, with just a few lame soldiers, it was hardly a challenge. Kang Weezu just had to wave his hands and dance a little to sweep them all away. One by one, they fell down. As for the last fat guy, Kang Weezu gave him a chance to come clean about where that little weasel with slanted eyes was. Otherwise, he shouldn't expect to leave in one piece. After some interrogation, Kang Wee-soo headed to the elevator and pressed the button for the 15th floor, feeling anxious, hoping his grandma would be okay. The elevator was supposed to go straight to the 15th floor, but it stopped at the 14th. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he was suddenly grabbed by a hand. That damn special agent. Saying this, Kang Wee-soo was thrown out like a bag of trash. The one who tossed him was Gyu Jeong-un, who had eagerly awaited Kang Wee-soo's return, second only to Wang Ziyang. He taunted Kang Wee-soo, asking how it felt to be on the verge of having his former underlings break his neck, old boss. Kang Wee-soo was so furious that veins popped out on his forehead. He didn't want to waste time here. Contrary to his urgency, Gyu Jeong-un seemed intent on prolonging the encounter. He rummaged through his pants pocket for something and then carelessly tossed it to the ground. The moment Kang Wee-soo laid eyes on it, he lost his composure. Wasn't this the hairpin he had given to Grandma? How happy she had been when he gifted it to her. And yet, they dared to take it away. Not stopping there, Gyu Jeong-un boasted about having sprayed the drug on her. Now she was silent, not knowing if she could handle the drug's high at her age. When she slept, she clutched that hairpin tightly, clearly holding it dear to her. It looked really tacky. Even at her age, she still craved a pink heart. Holding the hairpin in his hand, Kang Wee-soo couldn't stop trembling. Perhaps Gyu Jeong-un had forgotten how terrifying he used to be. It was about time to tear this guy apart. Surely, no one knew that Kang Wee-soo was a former member of the Four Great Kings back in the day. When he was still in the Ganbuk gang, Kang Wee-soo had his own base. Gyu Jeong-un had still been his subordinate back then. The guy had a peculiar interest in watching defenseless cute creatures tremble before his drugs. No one in the gang wasn't disgusted by this perverse interest. Besides relishing watching small animals die in agony, he was also quite self-assured. At that time, another gang had clashed with theirs, but instead of reporting to Kang Wee-soo, this guy had decided to face them alone. The result was that he had barely thrown a few punches before getting his face smashed in. In moments like these, who else could save him other than Kang Wee-soo? Indeed, Kang Wee-soo rushed in to break through the encirclement, handling all of them alone. Gyu Jeong-un could only stand there, stunned, watching him. It was true what they said. He was a fighting machine. At that moment, Kang Wee-soo instilled fear into Gyu Jeong-un's mind, which was why he had been haunted by the memory of Kang Wee-soo up to this day. Gyu Jeong-un smirked, thinking, "Do you still think you're the strongest one here? Forget it. Since you left the organization, I've been training relentlessly. 100 push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and running 10 kilometers every day. Now I'll show you what real strength is." Perhaps everything he said was true. Kang Wee-soo hadn't had a chance to counterattack thus far, and had even taken a kick from him. Kang Wee-soo asked Gyu Jeong-un one last time, "What exactly did you do to my grandma?" The latter grinned with a twisted smile, his eyes resembling those of a poor dog. A pathetic gaze clinging to life, it looked quite interesting. Before dying, he even demanded meat. A dying dog still making demands. It irritated Kang Wee-soo to no end. "The dazed, vacant look on your grandma's face excited me a lot. You should thank me for helping you rid yourself of that burden." Just as he was about to say something, the guy secretly grabbed the spray can and aimed to spray it in his face. However, Kang Wee-soo quickly punched him, smashing both the spray can and his hand. Gyu Jeong-un trembled, staring at his deformed hand. At this moment, Kang Wee-soo was genuinely losing his cool, repeatedly stepping on Gyu Jeong-un's head to vent his anger. That bastard Wang Ziyang surely still had enough brains not to eliminate the hostage so early. Kang Wee-soo wouldn't be easily led around by these bastards. He had given them a chance, and they still didn't know how to be reasonable. So don't ask why the soup is salty with so much MSG. These dogs had truly crossed his limits. Gyu Jeong-un suddenly lost all the arrogance he had displayed earlier, trying to plead for mercy with the little strength he had left. Everyone wondered if Kang Wee-soo would spare him after all those disrespectful words about his grandmother. Of course not, never. After that, Kang Wee-soo made his way to the 15th floor. However, before encountering Kang Wee-soo, he had to go through a trial with Choi Soo-hyuk. Kang Wee-soo's eyes flashed with fury. He was determined to make them all pay on the same day. Choi Soo-hyuk decided to call for reinforcements, summoning his allies. One Angu stepped forward, disappointed to see that the famous Kang Wisu was nothing but a fool. Kang Wisu was confident he could take on both of them. With opponents like these, one kick would be insufficient, but two would be too much. Just then, Wang Ziyang suddenly appeared. What about three? Can you handle three brothers on your own? The Wolf brothers weren't afraid to confront him. Seeing Kang Wisu arrive alone, Wang Ziyang confidently declared that victory was assured. He pretended to look disdainful, thinking it would be great if a cancer patient could remain this optimistic when facing death. Meanwhile, at the ground floor of the headquarters, Junsu stared in shock at the bodies of his subordinates sprawled across the floor. His expression darkened because if his men had held Kang Wisu back longer, they could have had a martial arts showdown. Realizing he had nothing more to do, he went to find something to drink. As soon as he opened the door, Daejun blocked his path. Just from his demeanor, he could guess that this was the accomplice of that kid who had cried out in despair, rushing in here to save his grandmother. Daejun glared with wide eyes, gripping the door tightly, while Junsu continued to rant. My bottle is pretty tough too. I smashed it against his head, but it didn't break. He didn't know that these words would become his dying wish. You plan on seeking revenge? There's so much blood here. As soon as he finished speaking, Daejun punched him, sending him crashing against the wall. This time, he personally wanted him to experience what it felt like to have his bones shattered like tofu. Remembering back to the old days, Imda often brought him things. One day, the boy suddenly expressed a desire for help to become strong like him. He wanted strength to help the brothers in the future. The way he spoke was just like Daejun several years ago. After that, Daejun trained him in the gym. Imda was naturally weaker than the others, so even lifting the lightest weights was difficult for him. He could barely manage it. Given his weak constitution, he was also brutally tortured by that bastard Junsu. Kim In-dong lay motionless in the hospital bed. Baekdo Jiam was extremely worried. Back at Wang Ziyang's headquarters, Junsu was groaning in pain, while Daejun pressed him to stand up. This guy still boasted that he would only take one punch from Daejun. This excessive bragging earned him a punch to the face, deforming one side of his face. Daejun vowed to repay him double for what he had done to the kid. He kicked Junsu in the face, but instead of Junsu taking the hit, it was one of his subordinates who bore the brunt. Typically, he would get drunk, but once a fight broke out, he transformed into a different person. The enemy would sober him up, yet a bit of alcohol only fueled his brutality further. It was only then that he could shatter the kid's skull. Laughing, he finished the bottle of liquor. Even at this moment, he could still find the humor in it. Daejun had to make him taste the ground. Suddenly, Junsu played dirty, spitting liquor into Daejun's eyes, obstructing his vision. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly smashed a bottle over Daejun's head. Junsu, emboldened by his weapon, taunted. What's wrong, mommy? Are you begging me to spare you? Each time he got hit, the kid would cry out for Daejun to come and avenge him. What was the difference between these pests and parasites? He then poured liquor into the mouth of the subordinate he had dragged out as a shield. For pests like this, there was no need for concern, regardless of whether they were his subordinates. After making the kid choke on the liquor, he went so far as to spit into the kid's mouth. Daejun couldn't understand how he could treat his own men like that. Junsu remained unfazed, believing he was in the right. To him, subordinates who were useless didn't need to be kept. He then grabbed a bottle and charged forward. The biggest mistake he made was comparing his subordinates to Daejun's. To him, family was merely a tool to achieve success, while for Daejun, family meant everything. Daejun seized his head and slammed it straight into the liquor bottle. While the bottle was tough, under Daejun's strength and Junsu's tough skin, both were successfully shattered. Once he laid a hand on Daejun's family, the only outcome could be death. After finishing off this guy, Daejun regretted forgetting to ask for Kang Wisu's location. Meanwhile, in a different turn of events on the 15th floor, Wang Ziyang asked about Kang Wisu's feelings upon re-entering the organization after so many years. He mocked Kang Wisu, claiming that while the facilities had all been upgraded, his former comrades had turned their backs on him. Kang Wisu didn't care about what he said. He only needed to know if his grandmother was safe. Just as expected, Wang Ziyang was indeed holding her captive because he wanted to bury both of them alive together. Upon hearing this, Kang Wisu grew even angrier, wondering what exactly Wang Ziyang had done to Grandma Choi Soo-hyuk. At this point, Won Am-yu was also ready to reward himself with a few hot girls. The two of them then charged at Kang Wisu, but no matter how nimble he was, confronting the two leaders of the four great factions was not easy. Kang Wisu was hit once, and right after that, he took a surprise attack from behind by Won Am-yu. Both of them, emboldened by their success, ran toward Kang Wisu while mocking him, questioning why he had previously claimed he could handle two former leaders when he seemed so weak now. Feeling the situation was not favorable, Kang Wisu quickly turned to run back. Won Am-yu pretended to be kind, warning him that it was a dead end. Of course, Kang Wisu knew that. He used the wall to leap over their heads. He pulled out his foam and smashed the lights. Just as the two of them still didn't understand what was happening, Kang Wisu continued smashing all the light bulbs one by one. Initially, Wang Ziyang didn't understand why he was doing this, but a second later, he hurriedly ordered Choi Soo-hyuk and Won Am-yu to stop Kang Wisu. Both of them quickly stood in front of Kang Wisu, but by then, it was already too late. He threw his phone up and shattered the last light bulb, plunging the entire fifth floor into darkness. Wang Ziyang angrily cursed, it was all a trick. Just then, Kang Wisu's voice echoed from behind Wang Ziyang, declaring, "This is the end for all of you and for this drug manufacturing facility as well. Open your eyes and look closely." At this time, Daejun stood in the elevator, heading up to find Kang Wisu. Earlier, although he didn't manage to ask, he was fortunate enough to question a guy who wasn't completely unconscious. The elevator went straight to the 15th floor, but the doors didn't open, while it had been functioning normally when it stopped at the 14th floor. Daejun pressed the elevator button to go back to the 14th floor and then walked up. However, the stairwell door was also locked now. Daejun had to find a way to break through this door to get to the 15th floor. At moments like this, he could only hope that Kang Wisu was managing the situation up there well. Meanwhile, on the 15th floor, Kang Wisu moved like a ghost, appearing and disappearing as Wang Ziyang angrily demanded that Kang Wisu show himself to fight them like men in the dark. The three of them were quite worried about being ambushed by Kang Wisu, with only Choi Soo-hyuk feeling confident, claiming he could sense Kang Wisu's presence through his breath. Suddenly, Kang Wisu launched a punch at him. Won Am-yu hadn't even had a moment to figure out where the enemy was before being kicked in the face by Kang Wisu. The two of them regrouped closely. When it was sunny, they had an umbrella. When it rained, they had a coat. Now that the lights were out, they had an iPhone 14 Pro Max. Won Am-yu spotted him, yet Choi Soo-hyuk still managed to miss his punch, even with the light from the phone helping. Nevertheless, they still couldn't determine Kang Wisu's exact position. He had been standing right behind Choi Soo-hyuk all along. When Choi Soo-hyuk was brutally knocked down by Kang Wisu, Won Am-yu became even more vigilant, continuously groping in the dark, questioning how Kang Wisu could attack them so accurately while it was pitch black around them. At that moment, Kang Wisu's familiar voice rang out, mocking, "The leader of Executive. If all of you are this stupid, I can rest easy. Turn on the lights so I can control the position." At that point, nothing could be more foolish. Then, Kang Wisu suddenly soared from behind, decisively stomping on this guy's head. Just after that, the warning lights were activated. However, by the time the lights came on, it was already too late. Now, Kang Wisu's opponent was left with just one person, Wang Ziyang. Wang Ziyang sneered and taunted, "You've always played these low tricks, haven't you?" Typical thinking of a cowardly traitor. Kang Wisu darkened his expression, replying, "I think you're talking too much for a villain." He urged Wang Ziyang to stop talking and come fight him. It was a pity that even though they had once been brothers, Wang Ziyang still remembered he had to call Kang Wisu brother. A year ago, during that time of street brawls, the most insane things continuously happened, contributing to the creation of a bloodthirsty monster. Kang Wisu had once been a terrible person. It was because of that insanity that Kang Wisu became the leader of this group, the predecessor of Executive. Currently, Many strong individuals had been subdued by him, some simply passionate about fighting, while others followed for personal gain. On an ordinary day, another person wanted to join the gang. This kid looked very young, still smelling of milk. This was the young Wang Sayang. Kang Weizhu imagined what it would be like if this child became a killer. Just thinking about it made him reject the idea. Thus, the door to entry slammed shut. However, Wang Ziyang hadn't given up on this idea. He turned to plead with the other members for a chance, and so the 16-year-old boy was assigned a mission that seemed impossible. He was tasked with gouging out the eyes of the leader of the Soyang gang. At that time, Wang Ziyang could only silently endure the mockery. A few days later, Kang Weizhu was informed that now his gang just needed to eliminate the Soyang gang to become the king of this area. Just as Kang Weizhu intended to lead the group to finish off this gang, strange noises came from outside. As soon as Wang Sayang appeared, several of Soyang's henchmen turned pale, his body covered in blood and bringing the leader's eyes along with him. Among all those who had ever come here, Wang Sayang was the craziest. Wang Ziyang continued to sneer, "Dear Kang Weizhu, have you ever thought that accepting this little brother was the biggest mistake of your life?" Kang Weizhu absent-mindedly touched the scar on his forehead. Whether he regretted it or not, he didn't care anymore. All he needed to know was where his grandmother was. Wang Ziyang leaned in closer, whispering not to rush things. Soon, he would let the two of them meet in hell. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them immediately charged into battle, neither willing to back down. They were evenly matched, with Wang Ziyang defending himself well. Kang Weizhu attempted to counterattack, but unfortunately, Wang Ziyang managed to evade. Perhaps the slanted eyes of his were inversely proportional to his observational skills. After getting tired of defending, Wang Ziyang sprang up and punched his former brother in the face. Undoubtedly, he was a leader. His strikes were quick and powerful. Wang Ziyang continued to punch Kang Weizhu relentlessly, mocking him about where his old fighting spirit had gone and why his eyes now only reflected helplessness. "Don't look at me with those eyes. Get ready, because today I will gouge your eyes out myself." Ever since he was in school, Wang Ziyang had harbored very different thoughts from those of other students who idolized K-pop stars and football players. For him, only the lower classes idolized such trash. His life had turned a new page when he unexpectedly encountered a scene entirely different from the mundane world outside. A life filled with violence and hands stained with fresh blood. This was the image he yearned to achieve day and night, which is why he wanted to join Kang Weizhu's gang at all costs. He wanted a life like that. After everything, he achieved his goal. His life had never been great, having a father who always beat him. This was the main reason he developed violent tendencies. He had run away from home. Understanding his situation, Kang Weizhu took this younger brother under his wing, and gradually, Wang Ziyang became close to him. Wang Ziyang sought recognition from his idol. During a fight when Kang Weizhu was nearly stabbed from behind, he managed to protect Kang Weizhu in time. After accomplishing many feats, he inadvertently became the second in command of Kang Weizhu's gang and received his idol's trusting gaze. The feeling at that moment was incredible, but he felt it wasn't enough. He wanted more. On that day, Kang Weizhu's gang wiped out another gang, but made a significant mistake by letting the leader escape. At that time, Wang Ziyang appeared and said he would handle everything. The person he caught was not the target but the leader's sister. He casually held a gun to her neck, threatening her. This despicable act shocked Kang Weizhu. While Wang Ziyang believed his actions deserved praise, he was ready to go hands-on with the girl just to extract information. However, Kang Weizhu was the one who stopped that blow. Instead of receiving a gaze filled with pride, he was met with a look of contempt from Kang Weizhu. That look, then and now, remained unchanged, making him feel dirty. Even though both were scum of society, Kang Weizhu's attempts to appear noble made Wang Ziyang feel even more contemptuous. He then swung another punch at Kang Weizhu's face, asking if Kang Weizhu ever regretted not listening to him that day. Saying this, he unleashed a series of punches in Kang Weizhu's direction. The strength of kinship reappeared at that moment. Although he was just a street rat scorned by society, There were very thin lines that determined the difference between humans and beasts. In the end, Kang Wee-soo managed to retaliate with a strike. The only regret he felt was not having taught Hwang Ziyang better. But it was okay. Today, he would teach him a lesson. He would show him how beasts should be treated. Hwang Ziyang, enraged, revealed his cards, threatening, "If you touch me one more time, I'll have that old lady killed immediately." Kang Wee-soo felt a cold chill. Hwang Ziyang reiterated his threat. "Just touch a single hair on me again, and that old lady will be ground to dust." Hwang Ziyang kicked Kang Wee-soo hard in the leg, leaving him frozen in place, which made Hwang Ziyang feel very comfortable. The pathetic posture he took was nothing less than cowardly. Feeling unsatisfied, he continued to stomp on Kang Wee-soo's head, then laughed mockingly, asking if being trampled by a beast like this made him feel like anything. This desperate look in his eyes was exactly what Hwang Ziyang wanted to see. He cruelly demanded that Kang Wee-soo bark for him, warning that if he didn't bark loudly enough, that old lady would surely suffer. Just then, a loud bang echoed, as if the stairwell door was about to explode. Meanwhile, inside Kim Eun-dong's hospital room, Baekdo Jiam had been keeping watch by his bedside. Noticing that Kim Eun-dong showed signs of waking up, he rushed to call a doctor, but Kim Eun-dong's hand caught him. Baekdo Jiam leaned in to listen to what he wanted to say, and upon hearing it, his face changed dramatically. Back on the 15th floor, Hwang Ziyang was still gleefully trampling on Kang Wee-soo. Kang Wee-soo trembled, trying to convince him that if he let his grandmother go, he would do anything. Hwang Ziyang immediately turned his face toward his shoe, forcing him to lick it. Although furious, Kang Wee-soo had to comply and grasp Hwang Ziyang's shoe, seeing his face draw closer to it. Hwang Ziyang laughed uproariously, then kicked Kang Wee-soo in the face, mocking, "You know, you used to be the idol I longed to reach, but that image has completely crumbled. I guess I'll just have to store that poster away." Ever since Kang Wee-soo took the hit for that girl, the image of the elder brother he once admired had changed in his eyes. He then gradually pulled in Kang Wee-soo's subordinates, noticing that although they usually wore plain clothes, they were now all decked out in designer brands. On a torrential rainy day, Hwang Ziyang returned after being invited by Kang Wee-soo to a birthday party. He happily boasted about the expensive gift he would give to him on this special occasion. Kang Wee-soo was very surprised by this gift, not understanding where he got the money to buy such an expensive watch. Upon asking, he learned that Hwang Ziyang had secretly been dealing drugs behind his back. Kang Wee-soo seriously reprimanded him, saying, "I've told you so many times to stop that and be a decent person." Hwang Ziyang just mumbled in response and eagerly put the watch on his boss's wrist, showing no signs of remorse. Furious, Kang Wee-soo took off the watch and threw it to the ground. Seeing the shattered face of the watch, Hwang Ziyang suddenly broke into a cunning smile. He unexpectedly charged at Kang Wee-soo and jabbed him in the side. This anger stemmed from all the times he felt he had tried to help but received no recognition. He felt betrayed when he opened the door, finding all the former members who once served under Kang Wee-soo armed and ready to confront him. Hwang Ziyang revealed his hand, calling on his allies to join him. That day, instead of receiving birthday wishes from his followers, Kang Wee-soo was met with condolences for a funeral. At that moment, Hwang Ziyang felt even more triumphant, declaring, "I've risen up against the skepticism of others. I've elevated the gang to a new level, so why do you still have an opinion?" With that, he kicked Kang Wee-soo away like a dog. He questioned, "Is it really so hard to acknowledge my efforts just once? Your vision is so limited. It's like a frog sitting at the bottom of a well, thinking that's enough." He then added, "Now, let me send you and your grandma off for good." Kang Wee-soo crawled to his feet and asked, "Why did you say you wouldn't touch her anymore?" At that moment, he still didn't realize that the first lesson was never to trust Hwang Ziyang. He poked Kang Wee-soo in one eye as an act of revenge for being mocked in the past. Just then, the elevator door suddenly opened, and Imda Jun risked everything to pry it open and reach Kang Wee-soo, whose eye was now bleeding. Hwang Ziyang felt incredibly annoyed because every time Imda Jun showed up, he was always breaking something. He continued to drag the old woman out, threatening both of them that if they resisted any further, she wouldn't be safe. Go on, scream. Scream louder. Every action of Kang Wisu had been calculated, and his grandmother had already been taken to safety. Meanwhile, at a nearby bar, Baekdo Jiam had led his crew to take care of the situation and bring the old woman back safely, all thanks to Kim Eun-dong's guidance. He had overheard the gang's conversation and learned that she was being held in the third base. They mentioned that they would keep her at the third branch to distract everyone. Upon hearing that his grandmother was unharmed, Kang Wisu was moved to tears. Daejin had assured him everything would turn out fine. On the other hand, Wang Xiang felt angrier than ever, pushing Kang Wisu to the floor. Do you want to have a joint funeral with this guy? Are you sure that's the right decision? Daejin admitted he had made a mistake, regretting negotiating with them. He should have just buried the whole lot. Wang Xiang confidently stepped up to Daejin, speaking challengingly, "I'll show you what it feels like to be crushed." Daejin stood his ground, declaring, "Before I wipe out Wang Xiang's base, I'll break every bone in your body." He immediately threw a punch at Wang Xiang, who was a genius at dodging blows. All of Daejin's attacks were easily countered, and he retaliated unexpectedly, teaching this rookie how to box properly. Wang Xiang continuously pressed his attack against Daejin, but after enduring for a while, Daejin finally landed a blow to Wang Xiang's face. Wang Xiang stepped back and taunted, "Is that all you've got? It doesn't even scratch the surface." Following his cue, Daejin stomped on Wang Xiang's foot and prepared to unleash everything he had learned. But Wang Xiang quickly grabbed his collar and punched him first. Neither would back down. Wang Xiang was extremely surprised by Daejin's resilience. Seeing him dazed, Daejin quickly seized the opportunity to land another blow. Wang Xiang fell to the ground. Although he didn't understand what true martial arts were, he knew how to survive. Angered, Wang Xiang clutched his jaw, thinking, "If I lose this round, I'll just find another way." Instead of standing up to continue fighting, he chose to run away, slipping through one of the doors. As he began his game of hide-and-seek, Kang Wisu struggled to warn him, "That guy is really cunning. You need to be careful." Daejin calmly assured him, "Just lie there and sleep it off. Everything will be handled." Upon entering the first room, Daejin found a laboratory where they produced drugs. The scale of this room was larger than he expected, and it was completely dark inside. As he groped around, he called for Wang Xiang to come out. Just then, Wang Xiang's voice rang out, "Let's collaborate. In the future, I'll open more facilities for this business. Then, I'll go recruit more people. I'll turn this whole area into a drug-infested paradise. We can work together and develop a powerful organization, even greater than Haegwang." Daejin despised such dirty dealings, recognizing that this trash was only fit for scum like them. Receiving an unsatisfactory answer, Wang Xiang finally revealed himself, walking over to a gas tank and cutting the end of the pipe. This was the gas used to produce the drugs, with enough concentration to kill even a bear, let alone someone without stimulants like Daejin. After completing his task, Wang Xiang quickly snuck out and locked the door behind him, leaving Daejin facing a gas leak with a flame nearby. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Daejin recognized he was in grave danger. Moments later, the room exploded. Kang Wisu was extremely worried about Imda Jun. Although he was indirectly responsible for his grandmother's kidnapping, he was also the one who took both of them into his home. Not only that, but he had risked his safety to come here to save Kang Wisu. When would he ever be able to repay this debt? Kang Wisu's headquarters caught fire, and since he couldn't escape in time, he almost met his end. Wang Xiang limped up to Kang Wisu, reveling, "This is my era now. No one will remember those who no longer exist." Just then, he suddenly heard a noise from the laboratory. Daejin was still alive. He emerged heroically from the rubble, his eyes filled with hatred. "How can you die before I end your pathetic life?" The murderous aura emanating from Daejin made Wang Xiang tremble, a feeling he had never experienced before. Ever since he began his betrayal and rebuilt this organization, he had been confident that it would inspire admiration from Kang Wisu. He had become lost in his own illusions and arrogance. Initially, When he received cooperation offers from the other 3 gangs in Ganbuk, he was so confident that he boasted they would need to ally with Haegwang to have a chance against him. But that changed when he encountered the leader of Haegwang. The malevolent glint in that monster's eyes left a suffocating fear imprinted in Wang Ziyang's mind. Yet, Daejun's current gaze was even more terrifying than that of the previous leader. Daejun delivered a powerful punch to Wang Ziyang's face, making him realize how wrong he had been to challenge this monster. But it was too late now. Daejun had spoken, and he would undoubtedly follow through. He would do whatever it took to survive and take revenge on Haegwang. Seeing Wang Ziyang in this state made Kang Weizhu feel regretful. He had always known he was Wang Ziyang's idol, but that admiration had become increasingly twisted. Wang Ziyang was turning into someone full of malice, and Kang Weizhu only regretted that he hadn't been perceptive enough to recognize the situation sooner, leading to this downfall. He felt deep gratitude toward Imda Jun because all the mistakes he made would ultimately be shouldered by Daejun. Seeing Wang Ziyang unconscious, Daejun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He himself was not in a good state either. He went to call Kang Weizhu to come home. Surely his grandmother was missing him. After everything, the two of them finally found peace together. Kim Eun-dong also made a quick recovery. The police seized Wang Ziyang's base following the fire, resulting in the failure of their pink-dyeing scheme. Wang Ziyang, who was usually quite arrogant, was unusually quiet today. Without their leader, the gang was like a snake without a head, and the disciples quickly disbanded. Kang Weizhu thought for a moment and decided to take his grandmother to a nursing home. He carefully instructed her to listen to the doctors and eat well while he wasn't around. Of course, she stubbornly refused. Kang Weizhu trembled, bowing his head at her feet, promising that he would return and live a happy life with her. But before that, he needed to fulfill his obligations. Tears welled up in his eyes as he apologized for not being able to give her the best. Though his grandmother usually acted spoiled, upon hearing his words today, she seemed to regain her clarity. She advised him to take care of himself, and then hugged her grandson tightly, saying, "My dear puppy," and reminded him to bring her back plenty of meat before returning. With tears streaming down his face, Kang Weizhu embraced her. Meanwhile, at Daejun's headquarters, Baekdo Jeom and the brothers asked about Daejun's next plans. They were supposed to expand their forces after taking down that squinty-eyed guy. But now they were all eating state food, making it pointless. After everything, they had gained nothing, making it a waste of time. Daejun smiled, saying, "Why not? We've got Kang Weizhu joining our gang, and with everything Imda Jun's gang has done for those two, Kang Weizhu has pledged to repay tenfold, except for that one big score." That night, Baekdo Jeom asked Kang Weizhu to come talk. He wondered why that squinty-eyed guy kept trying to catch Kang Weizhu repeatedly. Kang Weizhu laughed, joking that it was because he was handsome. They decided to put that discussion aside for later, and Kang Weizhu turned to ask about Daejun's next plan. Baekdo Jeom answered for him, explaining that they initially planned to collaborate with the 4 great gangs to strengthen their forces against Haegwang. However, instead of gaining power, they ended up with 2 more emergency beds. The results were far from what they expected, having only recruited Kang Weizhu. Even if they wiped out the remaining 4 leaders, it wasn't guaranteed they would gain anything. If they kept wasting time like this, Shin Yusong would soon flee. With both of them worried, everything was going according to Daejun's plan at that moment. They were about to start their actions soon. A few days later, only the 3rd prince remained of the Ganbuk 4 greats. The Chinese restaurant was the base of Park Muayol's gang, and today, his restaurant unexpectedly welcomed a large group of guests, members of Haegwang, led by Guokdochang. Just as Daejun had predicted, they had begun their operations. The attack on a well-known gang in Ganbuk served as a warning to Imda Jun and his companions. At the same time, Kim Wonbin and Naesonruk's base received similar news. Following Haegwang's sweeping attack, the 3rd prince of Ganbuk angrily gathered at a restaurant. Park Muayol cursed Haegwang furiously. "They must not know who my father is." Previously, the balance of power with Haegwang was maintained by the existence of the 4 greats. Now that the squinty-eyed guy was in jail, it seemed Haegwang had started their offensive. Park Mueol was panting at that moment. Daejin and Kang Wizu were anxiously awaiting his answer about being under his command or being buried alive. What was it like to stand on the brink of death? Park Mueol cursed silently in his head, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Since when did he have to endure such humiliation? Where was the time he was once mighty? He angrily shouted out to vent his frustration, but even now, he was still at a loss for words. What do you think you are? You've only helped me once, and you expect me to serve you. That punk really is about helping others pay back debts and helping people take revenge. Kang Wizu was about to kick him in the mouth when Daejin stopped him. Park Mueol trembled. Not a chance I'm submitting to you, but if we could cooperate just this once, I might reconsider. This is just a temporary alliance, got it? Daejin was pleased as he stepped in front of him. Finally, you're thinking clearly, bro. Park Mueol painfully admitted, although your face really looks like it needs a beating, I have no other choice. All for the survival of the Four Kings, and there won't be a second chance. You brat. Daejin didn't respond but returned to him the glasses he usually wore. This might restore your coolness, bro. In a different development at Park Mueol's warehouse, his subordinates were desperately trying to smoke the last cigarettes, anxiously urging, come on, answer the phone, bro. I've waited long enough listening to music. Damn it, what if he was taken to a hotel and had his organs harvested? Haegwang is surrounding us everywhere now. What should we do? Running away is the most humiliating plan. That guy calmly reassured his teammates, just stay calm. It's not just our gang that's being attacked. We have to do our best. If this place is taken down, Park Mueol's gang will be completely destroyed. He ordered everyone right now, we have to lock the doors tight, lock all pathways, and not let a single little punk slip through. Still, the others continued to worry, is this really enough, bro? That guide reassured, you all should relax. I can handle this. Haegwang better be good enough to break in here. The glass here is super hard tempered glass. Even if their guys are big and long, they'll never break through. Just as he finished speaking, a car suddenly barreled inside, breaking through all their barriers. They didn't expect things to get this bloody. The driver, whose head was bleeding, turned back to inform Chang, we've gotten in smoothly, boss. He irritably opened the car door. What the hell are you guys doing? Is this all you can do? This is really disappointing. Park Mueol's subordinates began to murmur. Is that Chang? Unexpectedly, a notorious boss from Haegwang appeared here. He came alone, right? There aren't any other bosses with him, right? This guy was still at a loss for words. Our forces are greater, what's there to fear? Why are you hesitating? The kids hurriedly heard his voice and all rushed in, each carrying a hot weapon to give Chang a good fight. However, none of them could even touch a single hair on his body before they all fell flat on the ground. Chang said nothing but was focused on fighting, averaging about 1 second for each guy to go down. Only one last leader was left. He still couldn't believe his eyes. How could one unarmed man deal with an entire gang? This guy is truly a monster. Chang looked at the guy with disdain and said, this trashy place thinks it can become an organized crime syndicate. Let me show you what it means to be in the underworld. He demanded all of Park Mueol's people kneel before him. Today, you all are heading to hell. That's the price for making a wrong choice. If you had followed Haegwang, things would have turned out differently. A leader with vision must know how to fix all the organization's weaknesses, not just talk and lay around like that guy, Tae. Initially, there were 1 or 2 loyalists trusting Park Mueol, but now they were turning their backs more than a rice paper does. He earnestly begged, do I still have a chance to turn back? Please let me go, follow you. I want to live. Chang said nothing but rummaged through his pockets, then threw down a hot weapon right in front of Tae. Leave a finger here. If you dare, I'll give your brothers a chance to live. Tae trembled as he held the weapon in his hand. Chang continued to taunt, do you dare to bet this hand for a new era? The lives of those guys depend on you. If you hesitate, they'll be meeting their ancestors soon. Tae shouted loudly and plunged the spear into the ground. Chang wasn't surprised. Just as I thought, you turned out to be a failure not worthy of being called a boss at all. Hyojionte sobbed, how can I give up this hand just for those worthless guys? This stupid organization. What brotherhood is this? When they lose their value, they'll turn on you. Living in this country isn't like living in Vietnam. Here, we talk with money. Hardly anyone talks with feelings. Every time he uttered a word about feelings, the brotherhood fell apart a bit more. Hyojionte ignored the cries of his subordinates behind him and continued to plead, give me a chance. I can follow Haegwang with all my life. Wakdo-chang decisively took his weapon and turned away, a waste of time. He threw it down to Hyojionte's subordinates and ordered, now you all can decide to take this pig spear and cut this bastard down for me, and I'll let you live. Hyojionte couldn't believe his ears. What? His subordinates began to take up the spear. We've trusted you and followed you for a long time. But why are you so cruel to abandon us like this? For the indifferent, we must be meaningless. After that, there's no after that. All we know is that on that day, at Park Muail's base, for some reason, we kept hearing pig cries. In a different development at Daejin's gang base, while his subordinates were living in despair, he was safe at the base. Upon arrival, he received an unexpected gift. What the hell is happening here? Why are you two here? Kim Won-bin and Na Seon-ruk had been there for who knows how long. Kim Won-bin explained, what are you thinking? We're not planning to team up with that guy, but I don't want to give up Ganbuk easily like that. And we're not idiots who only know how to yell about who your dad is and then lay around. Park Mu-yeol turned to look at Na Seon-ruk. Why aren't you saying anything? You're also planning to side with him, right? As expected, he said nothing but nodded in acknowledgement. After a while, Daejin's group and the Ganbuk gang sat down together to discuss. Park Mu-yeol initiated the conversation by asking about Daejin's plan. Kim Won-bin spoke up, guys, get it together. Our current situation is very tense. Right now, that bastard Gwakdo-chang is launching a full-scale attack on all our branches. They're much stronger than we expected. Even the disabled soldiers are very strong. Gwakdo-chang, he is a monster. There are rumors that he was once a fugitive gangster wanted nationwide. In less than a year in Haegwang, he had become a notorious boss. Kim Won-bin looked at Daejin with suspicion. Do you really have a way to deal with him? Daejin replied, not very relevant. How to win against him? I don't think that's a good question, but think about it. Why did you guys lose to him? Park Mu-yeol got angry and raised his voice. You're boasting a bit too much compared to someone without health insurance, huh? We're here to listen to your battle plan, not to hear your taunts. Then he smashed his water glass. Kang Weezu was very regretful at that moment, not understanding why he saved him just to see what he would do to kick him in the mouth. Daejin maintained his calm demeanor and continued to explain. Haegwang and the Four Kings have great potential, but it was the collapse of Hwangsa-yang and the Hwangsa-yang base that made you all chaotic. There's a clear difference between you and Haegwang, which is the cohesion of an organization. Haegwang has done it very well, while you have not. They operate like a perfectly designed machine. Every part functions smoothly and connects with each other, while you're like four separate components glued together, with severely limited operational capacity and easy to collapse. This is too long-winded. Park Mu-yeol, who wasn't very educated, lost patience and stood up to complain, stop the literature. In short, you want us to come together as one, huh? Daejin continued, we need a leader to decide the activities of this organization and I will do that. Park Mu-yeol spoke up again, circling around, wanting us to be your subordinates, right? There's no reason for us to obey you. However, Kim Won-bin didn't think that way. He said he wanted to try trusting Daejin once. After all, we have no other choice. But everything has its price. Kim Won-bin wants you to prove your leadership ability. Leading without evidence means leading temporarily. This was as easy for him as eating porridge. Daejin had a perfect plan. I will be the one to resolve your nightmare. Everyone understands what their nightmare is. The next evening, Daejin led his troops to resolve the nightmare of the three emperors, specifically that group of Haegwang. Gwakdo-chang, Daejin's brother, arrived here. In the quiet of the night, the streetlights flickered, and the timid call of brother echoed. The headlights of the car shone brightly, and a voice full of regret sounded. We let Park Muayol slip away. We really tried our best. 3 men were kneeling on the ground with their hands tied tightly, blood still on their faces. The man at the front spoke loudly, apologizing. We're sorry. A voice replied, it's all right. The expression of the man at the front suddenly turned pale with fear. The man dressed in a long suit with white hair looked down at the people in front of him and began to recount the situation clearly. Listen here. The car's lights shone directly on the 3 kneeling men. One man spoke up. Yes, at that time, we were about to bury Park Muayol alive, but suddenly we were ambushed by another gang. So that's how things ended up like this. Wak Do-chang, with a serious expression, looked straight at the first guy and asked, who ambushed you? The first guy timidly replied, yes, it was the one we faced at the port last time, in Cheol. Wak Do-chang's face darkened after hearing the name from the man at the front. So it was Dae-jun's group. Wak Do-chang leaned down to look directly at the man at the front and asked, is that guy also here? The man at the front, terrified, stammered, yes, at that time, we only had a few people, so we couldn't resist. Wak Do-chang looked straight at the man at the front and gently said, but do you know that once the people of this Haegwon gang have been given a mission, they must carry it out to the end? Suddenly, Wak Do-chang held onto the man at the front, stabbing him in the stomach and saying, even if it means sacrificing your life. The man at the front looked at Wak Do-chang in fear, trembling as he called, brother. Wak Do-chang silently replied, I don't hate or have any ill feelings towards you. Wak Do-chang pulled out the knife violently from the man at the front's stomach, blood splattering, and said to him, but rules are rules. Wak Do-chang threw the body of the man at the front into the river. Wak Do-chang gently turned around and wiped the blood off with a towel, telling his subordinates to deal with the rest. The subordinates replied in unison, and screams echoed. Blood mixed with water, creating a truly horrific scene. Wak Do-chang silently pondered the name Imda Jun. At the temporary headquarters of the Haegwon gang, the old business base of the Park Muayol gang, Wak Do-chang's phone rang. In Kobe, Japan, the phone rang as well. A hand lifted a cup, while another person was preparing to pour tea into it. A voice came from the phone. Are you available to talk? Shine Yu-seon, one hand holding the phone, the other holding the cup for the waiter to pour water, heard the voice from the phone stating his identity. He was the leader of the Haegwon gang. The guy casually sipped his tea and responded, is it Do-chang? I'm free now. How's the progress of the task I assigned to you in Ganbuk? The voice from the phone echoed in the empty space, with only him present. Everything is proceeding smoothly, just a little longer, and Ganbuk will completely belong to us, the Haegwang. He replied as if nothing was wrong. As expected, I was right to trust you with this task. On the other side of the phone, Wak Do-chang listened to him speak and felt pleased that he was so dedicated to Haegwang. I'll bring you good news soon. Wak Do-chang hung up the phone, but suddenly it rang again. He answered the phone. The voice on the other end said, hello, are you the one in charge? The pack of dogs is trying to tear apart Ganbuk, right? He asked back, who are you? The voice on the other end was Imda Jun. Wak Do-chang recognized the voice and coldly replied, so it's you, Imda Jun. As soon as he finished speaking, Imda Jun responded, I originally intended for you to find me on your own, but your Haegwang is too useless. Imda Jun looked at the street in front of him while talking on the phone. It seems this time, I have to personally give you a chance. Wak Do-chang, seemingly confused, asked, what? Imda Jun continued, at midnight tonight at the construction site next to Bakshan Mountain. My men, I will ensure your safety on the way there. Wak Do-chang's expression grew serious as he listened to the person on the other end say, I will also wait for you at the meeting point. He cautiously asked, how can I trust what you say? On the other end of the phone, Imda Jun, not wanting to back down, replied, I'm not forcing you to trust me, but I'm warning you here. Wak Do-chang, with an angry expression, listened to Imda Jun say, I won't give those fools another chance. After that, Imda Jun hung up the phone. Wak Do-chang's gaze turned cold and full of suspicion. He thought to himself that he was definitely playing tricks. On the other side, Baek Do-jiam anxiously asked Imda Jun, This trap is too obvious. Will he easily fall for it? Imda Jun reassured him, don't worry. Soon after, Guokdo Chang called Shin Yuesong and said, Boss, I have something to report. It's that bastard Imda Jun. On the other end of the phone, Shin Yuesong scoffed at Guokdo Chang and listened as he continued, the remnants of Jordan Chill that we've always been hunting are also in Ganbuk. He looked at the brightly colored fish swimming in the lake and heard Guokdo Chang say he was planning to ally with the remaining guys in Ganbuk to form a coalition. Should we deal with him first before moving on to the others? Shin Yuesong dropped fish food into the lake and replied softly, not long ago, he was just a ragged kid, and now he has improved like this. I'm really curious. When the fish food was dropped, the fish continuously rushed up to snatch the bait. He sat watching the scene in front of him, smirking as he continued, I wonder how strong that rat has grown. On this side, Guokdo Chang was using a cold gaze to listen to him. If you can deal with both Imda Jun and that Ganbuk area, once I leave here, the whole area will be under your control. He stepped into the room, where a group of people seemed to be waiting for him, and continued speaking. My business has been going very smoothly lately. Who knows, I might leave Korea soon. As he entered the room, a group of people seemed to be waiting for him. And he continued, furthermore, I also met some good friends here. He didn't wait for Guokdo Chang to respond and continued, all right then, I look forward to good news from you. Then he hung up. Meanwhile, Daejin said he would definitely bring the body back, not for him, but because Shin Yuesong wanted it. In the dark of night, a car sped through the darkness. Inside that black car was Guokdo Chang. The driver advised him, I really think this is a trap. It's not too late to turn back now, brother. Guokdo Chang replied, what the hell are you worried about? No matter how hard they try to dig a trap, they are just a bunch of rats. Have you ever seen a beast caught in a trap dug by rats? Besides, that guy's life is exactly what the boss wants. I don't want to delay any longer. Guokdo Chang's phone rang at the temporary headquarters of the Haegwon gang, the old business base of the Park Mueol gang. An angry voice sounded, damn you idiots! How are you running a restaurant like this? A man was kneeling on the ground, while another man bent down and said, what kind of cooking do you idiots do? Didn't I tell you to cook? Why are you acting like idiots? The kneeling man tremblingly replied, yes, I'm sorry, sir. The man standing suddenly grabbed the ladle from the pot, continuing to speak. Is this how you train your staff, Park Mueol? Just a bunch of useless idiots? He then swung his arm vigorously, sending the large ladle flying out, hitting the man kneeling on the ground. He said, let me cook you quickly, then. The man screamed in fear, it's too hot. After finishing, he said to the other person, I didn't expect the conquest of Ganbuk to happen so quickly. The other person flattered, it's all thanks to the incredible talent of brother Guokdo Chang. Suddenly, one guy was kicked and slammed against the wall, blood splattering, leaving the two stunned. A mocking voice rose, is your Guokdo Chang that amazing? The earlier speaker questioned. You guys are. But before he finished, that voice continued, what a pity. Baekdo Gyeom, leading his men, walked in and added, but the lead dog has just left the pack. Then a scream erupted as everyone rushed in, all fighting each other. One guy suddenly shouted, we're being attacked by Imda Jun's gang. The guy from earlier dodged a kick and exclaimed, damn it, I have to report to brother Guokdo Chang. Baekdo Gyeom kicked one guy toward a pot of hot soup, making him scream in agony. While Baekdo Gyeom continued to curse, you punks have been making a ruckus for too long. This Ganbuk belongs to us. Baekdo Gyeom recalled when Imda Jun invited Guokdo Chang to meet. He asked Imda Jun, so, after luring Guokdo Chang out of his hideout, we will ambush and take him down, right? Imda Jun, holding his helmet, replied, no need. Don't forget he's the guy who can easily take down Park Mueol without breaking a sweat. Imda Jun's eyes were resolute as he said, leave that bastard Guokdo Chang to me. Imda Jun stated that their current strength largely depended on Guokdo Chang. Without their leader, they would become weaker than ever. While I distract that bastard, you lead the guys to wipe out all those Haegwon scum for me. Baekdo Gyeom worriedly called out Imda Jun's name. The opportunity has come. Imda Jun added, after leaving that port, we can finally face those Haegwang bastards one more time. Baekdo affirmed, this time we must succeed. Imda Jun continued with a tone full of murderous intent. We'll make those fools taste defeat. In a black car, Guokdo Chang had also picked up the phone. The voice on the other end echoed, I thought you wouldn't believe me, but you ended up obediently leading yourself here, huh? Guokdo Chang called out to Imda Jun, saying, I don't care what tricks you're planning, but I'll make you understand what the price is for challenging Haegwang. Imda Jun replied, good. Guokdo Chang seemed startled, huh? The driver suddenly shouted, oh, look. Imda Jun was riding a high-speed motorcycle, racing straight toward Guokdo Chang's car, and said, I knew that, so I came to welcome you. Both cars were speeding. The driver angrily cursed, is this guy crazy or what? The two cars were about to collide. The driver yelled to Guokdo Chang, hold on tight. The two vehicles brushed past each other. The sound of metal scraping against the road rang out. The car stopped close to the bridge wall, and Imda Jun also stopped. Guokdo Chang got out of the car and said, interesting. His face darkened as he stared directly at Imda Jun and said, is that all you could prepare for me with that little stunt earlier? He walked slowly toward Imda Jun while saying, you bastard, you're pretty good. Indeed, when pushed into a corner, even a fool like you knows how to take risks. Suddenly, Guokdo Chang charged at him, saying, but don't forget. He jumped and kicked straight into Imda Jun's head. But Imda Jun managed to dodge. Guokdo Chang continued, taking risks with me will only lead to your demise, kid. He kicked him into the car, causing part of it to break, and the vehicle collapsed. The two faced each other. Guokdo Chang said, even though you risked your life to escape Haegwang once, you won't be so lucky this time. Son. Guokdo Chang and Imda Jun stood facing each other. Guokdo Chang called out, Imda Jun. Imda Jun responded, although they're just little rats, at least I once stood from the vehicle, watching all your moves. Guokdo Chang retorted, but you guys have disappointed me. He repeated, the day you and your scummy followers decided to give up and ran away like a bunch of useless dogs from the port in Seoul. Guokdo Chang continued to provoke. I thought you were a smart leader who knew when to back off to protect your foolish subordinates. He crouched down to gather momentum, but didn't expect you'd turn around and bite me with this stupid plan. He charged forward and yelled, trash. Guokdo Chang threw a powerful punch at Imda Jun's head, and the helmet on Imda Jun's head shattered, veins bulging in his neck. The two continuously collided, exchanging blows. The driver sitting in the car watched the scene unfold and thought, that guy seems tough, but no matter how tough, he can't hold out for long against a monster like Guokdo Chang. This time, he'll surely go down. Guokdo Chang punched Imda Jun hard in the stomach, causing him to fall onto the hood of the car. Guokdo Chang declared, it's over. However, Imda Jun suddenly pulled down his helmet and threw it at Guokdo Chang, saying, hold on a sec. Catching him off guard, Guokdo Chang swung his hand and punched the helmet, looking at the person in front of him in astonishment. Aren't you Imda Jun? Kang Weezu looked at him and sneered, surprise, ha! Your dad acts well, doesn't he? The two stood facing each other, and Guokdo Chang asked, what other stupid tricks are you guys planning? Kang Weezu replied, you're just too stupid. Guokdo Chang angrily retorted, what a pathetic situation. Veins bulged on his body as he mocked. Now you're even bringing your subordinates to take the fall for you. Kang Weezu shot back, only a fool like you would think that. After saying that, Kang Weezu quickly ran past the wall, saying, your dad fell before. Before leaving, Kang Weezu turned back and said, Daejin asked me to pass on a message. Today he has no interest in playing with you dumb sheep. Guokdo Chang glared at Kang Weezu as he ran away. After that, the three of them regrouped. Kang Weezu said, the water's too cold. I thought I was going to freeze. Imda Jun asked, how did it go? Kang Weezu replied, I had an escape scene no different from an action movie, and of course, the plan was a complete success. The plan went very smoothly. During the fight, Kang Weezu quickly installed a tracker in Guokdo Chang's car. which would help them keep track of all their movements, right? While speaking, Kang Weezu raised his phone, showing the tracker for Gwaekdo Chang's car. Imda Jun replied, "That's right. From this moment on, the plan to make those trash pay for their crimes officially begins." At the temporary base of Haegwang in Ganbuk, a man in black was walking when he was suddenly gagged and knocked unconscious. Baekdo Jeom led a group of subordinates as they jumped in. The two guards asked each other, "Did you hear any sound?" The other replied, "I don't know. It sounded like a rat or a cat or something." Just as they finished speaking, a group of people wielding clubs charged in. One guy suddenly yelled, "What cat or rat is that loud?" The terrified screams rang out. Right after that, Gwaekdo Chang had also driven back. The driver said, "Boss, an hour ago, I received a report that our troops were ambushed by that bastard Imda Jun. Surprised by the news, I immediately went to the scene to check, but by the time I arrived, it was too late." The two entered, and in front of them lay a scene of bodies sprawled everywhere. Blood splattered. Gwaekdo Chang's face darkened. The driver behind suddenly received a call asking, "What did you say?" He called out to Gwaekdo Chang, saying, "There's another report that our troops were attacked at another base." At the temporary base of Haegwang in Ganbuk, someone shouted, "Everyone, listen up. Just now, another one of our bases was ambushed by those dogs. The actions of these guys were terrifyingly stealthy, so you need to be vigilant." As he finished speaking, a loud noise rang out, creating a large hole in the wall. Kang Weezu's voice called out, "Let's play rock, paper, scissors. What do you want?" He kicked one guy down, and then a group of people charged in, screaming in fear. "What the hell is happening?" One guy behind, frightened, asked, "Is it okay for us to charge in like this?" Kang Weezu calmly replied, "It's fine." He smiled lightly and said, "Just follow me." On a speeding car, a voice came through the phone, "Boss, I know you're on the road, but those bastards Imda Jun are attacking us again. It's the same guerrilla tactics. Although Gwaekdo Chang's gang is strong, their power mainly lies in their leader. This means that his absence is a critical weakness. As long as we use the tracking device we've attached to his car, we can strike at places he can't protect. They will definitely fall apart after we take care of it." Kang Weezu and his gang left, with one of them jokingly warning, "Brothers, the top dog is coming. Retreat, or watch out for him biting." One of the subordinates nervously said to Gwaekdo Chang, "Boss, if we keep getting ambushed like this, our forces will become thinner and thinner. At this rate, I think the plan to conquer Ganbuk will be interrupted." The subordinate raised a question, but it was very strange. "If we consider the locations we've been attacked, it seems like they are avoiding your presence in a very surreal manner, almost as if they are aware of your movements." Gwaekdo Chang, after hearing this, frowned and replied, "What you say makes sense. If that's the case, then the leak of information must be nearby." The subordinate fearfully called out, "Boss, I swear it wasn't me," but was ignored. Gwaekdo Chang reached under the car seat, pulled out a tracking device, and said, "So these dogs dared to play dirty with this." Gwaekdo Chang recalled the scene from the previous day and said, "No wonder he kept lurking around my car. It turns out the plan from the start was to use hacks in this unfair game." The scene of each base flashed in his mind. What they aimed for was not me, but rather Haegwang's forces. Gwaekdo Chang continued, "That bastard Imda Jun will definitely not show himself unless our forces have been completely wiped out." Angrily, he crushed the tracking device in his hand and told his subordinates, "Turn Ganbuk upside down. Find that Imda Jun for me." Just then, Imda Jun appeared behind the subordinate, grabbing his head and smashing it against the car window, saying, "Who did you say wouldn't dare to show themselves?" Gwaekdo Chang, witnessing this scene, looked directly at Imda Jun and said, "I didn't expect this. I thought you were hiding like a rat. Now you dared to come here and face me, huh? Have you got the guts of a lion?" Before leaving, Baekdo Jeom had told Imda Jun, "Although the enemy's strength is mostly concentrated in their leader, I understand the plan to avoid a confrontation with him to wear down his forces. However, if we can't deal with the leader, this war will never end." Imda Jun replied, "I understand that too. The installation of the tracking device on his car was just phase 1, and attacking their base is only part of the plan. Phase 3 is to cause chaos and absolute fear among them when they hear that their boss has been defeated. Returning to the present, Wak Do-chang said, "Whatever you do, it's useless." He suddenly shouted, "Anyone who dares to confront the mighty Haegwang will meet the same fate as your brother." Suddenly, someone asked, "Is this okay?" "I think it's too dangerous for Brother Daejin to go after Wak Do-chang alone. That guy is a cold-blooded monster who can do anything. Even help others log out unlawfully, as long as it's for the organization. I'm really worried for Brother Daejin." Baek Do-jeon replied, "No, Daejun is fully capable of handling this now." Baek Do-jeon thought, "That's right, you must win because the challenges we face in the future will be life-and-death battles against those bastards who are no easy foes. I will fight with everything I have to make those bastards pay. To make that bastard Shin Yue-song pay for his brother's life." Wak Do-chang said, "Let me tell you, Haegwang is an organization where anyone who stands in our way will pay with their lives." Finishing his words, he charged forward, swinging a fist at Imda Jun. Imda Jun retorted, "Whoever stands in my way will die. Then that fits my criteria perfectly." Imda Jun stepped forward, stabilizing himself, lifting Wak Do-chang with both hands, turning him towards the front. He slammed him down onto the ground without him being able to do anything, glaring at him. Wak Do-chang said, "It seems you're much stronger than before." He sprang up into a defensive stance, one hand on the ground, and continued, "Since the last time you ran like a dog from Incheon Port." Imda Jun sprang up and charged, his fist ready to strike Wak Do-chang directly, but he managed to block it with his hand. Daejin continued to spin and kick out with his leg. The two were locked in a fierce struggle, attacking and defending, neither gaining the upper hand. They separated momentarily. Do-chang mocked, "But with this power, you think you can bring down Haegwang? You should dream on. I've taken care of countless deluded fools like you." His fists clenched, veins popping, he said, "Your limit is just being the leader of a street gang." He then dashed towards Daejin, spitting out the insult, "Just a stray dog, nothing more." Imda Jun replied, "You underestimate me." But before he could do anything more, Do-chang landed a strong punch on the right side of his face, causing him to turn his head to the side, blood spattering from his mouth. He still hadn't processed the attack when he thought, "What the hell is happening? Did I fail to dodge his attack?" Daejin recalled Kang Wisu's warning, "Be careful, I've only exchanged a few moves with him." He raised the back of his hand for Daejin to see this bruise. It looks like a dog bite, but actually, it's from blocking his attack. It seemed that Kang Wisu had said he could see all of my movements. Remembering this, Daejin confirmed that Kang Wisu's words were true because right now, he was being hit continuously in the face by him. No matter how he tried to dodge, Do-chang was still landing precise strikes. Daejin focused his vision straight at him. Kang Wisu's words echoed again, "I couldn't even touch him." The strength of that guy was a mystery. Daejin raised his fist right in front of Wak Do-chang, who swung his hand in front of him. Then, with the speed of a spring, he bent down to dodge Daejin's punch. Daejin wondered how he could attack him. Before he could think of a solution, Do-chang turned and delivered a knee strike to his stomach. That bastard exploited every gap in his defense. He bent over in pain and let out a cry. Just as expected, the Haegwang leaders aren't all idiots like that ginger-haired guy. Do-chang looked at Daejin with a mocking gaze, saying, "Can't keep up with the fast pace, huh, kid? I can see through all your pathetic moves." As he spoke, Daejin quickly approached him from behind. Daejin grabbed his head and collar with both hands, but Do-chang remained calm. Speed has its limits, but tricks are limitless, right? Before Daejin could do anything, he was struck straight in the face with one punch, sending him flying. Panting, Daejin said, "Can you focus on fighting instead of talking?" Do-chang replied, "You'll never accomplish anything big." He looked at Daejin. "Seems like you're about to fall apart again, huh? How can a little street punk like you stand against the great Haegwang?" Despite his injuries, Imda Jun immediately retaliated, "You've probably talked more than you fought." At that moment, Daejin seized the opportunity. Stomping on his foot while raising his fist aimed straight at Do-chang's face. With a sharp gaze, he lifted his fist with determination, certain this time he would hit him. But unexpectedly, Do-chang dodged to the side, and Daejun's fist struck the car window instead, shattering it. Daejun couldn't believe he missed, thinking how pointless it was for Do-chang to speak. If I'd known it would end like this, why didn't you just let me be? Save me some time, he continued, then threw a punch straight into Daejun's chest. But that wasn't going to happen because Daejun was again grabbed by Do-chang, choking him against the wall, making him gasp for air. Do-chang pressed Daejun into the wall, saying, I know all about your past. You've become nothing but a wild dog. He emphasized that it was because of a filthy garbage dump that had been eliminated. Daejun was furious but couldn't fight back, his face and mouth bruised and bleeding. You created this ragtag group just to get revenge, right? In reality, you're just denying that past. Everything will fade away under your weakness and cowardice. Daejun's throat was choked. He grabbed Do-chang's hands, but it was useless. He didn't hold back. I've killed many delusional fools like you. I'll make you lug out painfully. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on Daejun's throat. Do-chang's voice was harsh, just like that scum Jo Han-yeol. Why did you choose this path, living a life of failure like Jo Han-yeol? Hearing that, Daejun gritted his teeth, furious to the point that veins bulged. He stared helplessly at him. Daejun remembered the time he was bullied in that neighborhood, when a group had caught him. The leader asked, You're Jo Han-yeol's disciple, right? Do you know who your father is? Daejun was held back by two of them, having been beaten black and blue beforehand. The leader looked at him, Out this early? You must have stepped in the wrong pile of trash. Daejun looked down at the cake that had fallen apart on the ground. Everything ruined. The leader followed his gaze, laughing as he raised his hand to slap him. Not worried about your life, just about that cake, huh, you fool. He then gleefully shouted before delivering a thunderous slap. Daejun squeezed his eyes shut, but before he could feel the slap, Jo Han-yeol arrived. Pushing the leader aside, he exclaimed, There you are. I've been waiting for you. Daejun, eyes half closed, smiled at Jo Han-yeol. Jo Han-yeol remarked, I was so hungry waiting for you. The leader, enraged, gritted his teeth and spat. Jo Han-yeol, I'll repay you tenfold. He charged at Jo Han-yeol, shouting, For everything you've done to me. Jo Han-yeol nonchalantly asked, Who are you? And then swung his arm to hit him. Daejun gasped in surprise as the punch landed. You managed to block it? The other guy grimaced in pain, his face contorted. Damn, I feel like I'm about to slip a disc. I'm done, no more fighting. However, Jo Han-yeol wasn't going to let him off so easily. You beat my little brother to this point, and you think you can leave unscathed. Jo Han-yeol glared and raised his fist, declaring, You're done for. The fist swung toward the guy's face, who raised both hands to block, but he was hit hard as if struck by a falling boulder, causing him to spit blood. Daejun watched the fight with wide eyes, surprised by the trajectory of Jo Han-yeol's fist. What about you, Imda Jun? Jo Han-yeol called out, rushing toward the other two while saying, Let's go home. The other two screamed like pigs being slaughtered. Daejun was released and sat on the ground. Jo Han-yeol looked at the ones he had knocked down and asked, Are you all right? Daejun said nothing, just frowned sadly. After a moment, he said, I'm sorry. I couldn't do anything for you. Why am I so weak? Jo Han-yeol watched his younger brother apologize and glanced at the ruined cake, his birthday cake. I couldn't keep it intact. Daejun shut his eyes tightly, feeling like he was a burden to everyone. If only I could be stronger to help everyone. Jo Han-yeol then asked, So you were late because you went to buy this? Daejun looked up and saw Jo Han-yeol holding the piece of cake that had fallen on the ground, as if he had found treasure. Jo Han-yeol happily ate it, saying, It's really delicious. Daejun was alarmed, trying to stop him. You can't apply the 5-second rule after so long. Jo Han-yeol ignored him, continuing to savor the taste. The true meaning of family isn't about being useful. Being useful means something when we are family. Hearing this, Daejun felt a golden light shining down on him, enlightening him with a new life philosophy. Jo Han-yeol smiled, his mouth smeared with cake cream. Thanks for this birthday gift. Remembering this moment reinvigorated Daejun, who exclaimed, No way! Do-chang, confused, turned to him as Daejin broke free from his grip. "I've never denied anything, not even my failures." Do Chang taunted. "You'll never become a great leader. Your life will go around in circles in the garbage dump that Jo Hanjil experienced." Daejin interrupted him. "Shut up." He spoke confidently. "You will never understand his life. Jo Hangil is greater than you can imagine." Daejin dashed forward, again directing his fist toward Do Chang. Do Chang, dodging while sneering, said, "Is that pathetic move something you learned from him?" Daejin stood a distance away, asking, "What else did Jo Hangil teach you? Spill it all." At that moment, Daejin's fist was closing in on Do Chang's face. Do Chang saw the fist heading toward his side, yelling, "The loser Daejin is getting closer." It seemed he might evade it again, but the punch landed straight on Imda Jun's face, changing that thought. It was a feint that Jo Hangil had used before, now executed by Daejin. Do Chang's face twisted in pain, his eyes bulging. Daejin thought to himself that it felt surreal, then spoke, "He's not a loser. If you didn't know, let me show you." Daejin reflected on how he had been working hard for the past year. He recalled Jo Hangil's voice resonating as he declared the power of a legend. A month ago at Incheon port, a terrifying clash had broken out, with chaos everywhere, bloodshed at the port. Chadaiyop yelled as he punched straight at Do Chang's face. "Die, scum!" The punch was painful, but it didn't seem to affect him. Unexpectedly, from behind, Do Chang had a long metal pipe ready to strike him. Just then, Kim Un-dong shouted, "Watch out!" Chadaiyop turned quickly but couldn't evade it. Imda Jun appeared out of nowhere, and with a single punch, sent Do Chang flying. He turned to Chadaiyop and simply said, "Thanks, Daejun." With doubt, Chadaiyop asked, "But that was clearly Jo Hangil's fighting technique. How could you?" The more he questioned, the more skeptical he became. "How could you manage that?" Imda Jun just smiled and replied, "Haha, even though I've been away from everyone, I haven't been lazy at all." As he spoke, a smirk spread across his face. The scene shifts to the confrontation between the two men, Imda Jun and Do Chang. He couldn't help but be astonished by his punch, which left him unable to dodge. He thought to himself, "What the hell kind of punch was that? I couldn't avoid it even a little." His gaze was filled with suspicion and caution towards Imda Jun as he suffered continuous kicks and punches, intensifying all his thoughts. Just a moment ago, he hadn't landed a hit on even a single hair of mine. It must have just been luck, right? With that thought, a punch from Imda Jun struck him squarely in the face, causing him to bleed. Imda Jun began to affirm to himself, "I have to admit, you're not just an easy opponent, so I must treat you carefully." He braced himself and prepared to deliver a third punch to Do Chang's face. Do Chang roared and charged at him, saying, "You're getting too cocky with just 2 punches." He swiftly lunged forward, starting the battle with Imda Jun. Each of Imda Jun's movements seemed like the result of extensive training, infused with a sense of resentment and hatred towards him. He recognized that this hatred stemmed from the day the scum of Hagwine took him away, the day he realized that with his current strength, he couldn't hope to become their opponent. To take revenge, the first thing he needed to focus on was to enhance his own power. Thus, with a swift roundhouse kick to the head, he easily knocked Do Chang down. Imda Jun fought not just for himself, but for others as well. He realized, "I've been training like crazy for the past year, sacrificing sweat, tears, and blood. My current goal is to become stronger than Jo Hangil." Do Chang was kicked far away, rolling in front of a car, his face now contorted in pain. He had completely misjudged Imda Jun. "What are you hiding?" he thought. In Imda Jun's mind, memories flooded back to the days of training with Jo Hangil. Every word he spoke etched into his memory. "Watch closely. Not now, but one day you'll need to use this move." Imda Jun shouted, "All of this is the precious treasure that Jo Hangil has left behind in this world for me." Along with his words, his leg came crashing down with a powerful kick aimed at Do Chang. Despite all his injuries, Do Chang merely looked at him with disdain and sneered, "You think you're cool, kid? But in the end, you'll fail, because you chose to walk the same path that Jo Hangil once did." Imda Jun stood there silently, watching him as Do Chang continued, anyone who dares to stand in Haegwang's way will end up selling salt. Each word he emphasized made Imda Jun's emotions waver, his hatred reaching a boiling point as he yelled along with his punch. Maybe your mouth consumes the most calories in your body. With a straight punch to the face, Guokdo Chang's facial features contorted and distorted. Suddenly, memories flooded back to him. My father was the leader of a gang. Not just that, he was a leader who genuinely cared for his men. His memories of his father were just a handful of his father's subordinates. The memories rushed back to him. My father always tried to take care of the family and the brothers in the organization. I saw my father as truly great, secretly wishing that one day I could become a person like him. However, despite his father's best efforts, nothing ever turned out well. The organization's business fell apart, leading to a mountain of debts that he couldn't manage. Even family matters fell into disarray. What remained was only the dialogue with his trusted father. Yet at that moment, all he felt was disappointment. "Dad, I'm sorry. It's all my fault." His eyes were filled with panic. At this rate, our family is truly in danger. Perhaps life is tough for you too, so Dad needs to pay off your debts first. You've always trusted me 100%, so I can't let you down. Can Dad still say that now? Is that what a family pillar would say? And what about our family? That brief conversation seemed to haunt him, intertwining with his memories. He could no longer let things continue like this. If I keep my eyes closed and entrust the lives of my family to someone I can't trust, then our family will surely fall apart. At that moment, he resolved not to follow the path of failure that his weak father had walked for so many years. Leaving behind his memories, he was met with a punch from Imda Jun. He shouted, "That Joe Hangil has logged out, and the bunch of fools you are scattered everywhere. That's why I call you all trash. Want me to prove it further? A pathetic gang has its issues because of its useless leader." Following his taunting words, he retaliated with speed, striking so fast that Imda Jun couldn't react. He couldn't understand how Guokdo Chang still had so much strength left after all the damage he had inflicted. Guokdo Chang landed a blow on him, leaving Imda Jun unable to dodge any longer. His train of thought was disrupted as Guokdo Chang said, "Both Joe Hangil and that bastard trying to learn the ways of the underworld like you have no right to be leaders." After saying this, he delivered a solid punch to Imda Jun's face, making him recall moments spent with Joe Hangil, filled with admiration and praise for him. Could one person really take on this many people? That's impressive. I want to grow up fast so I can be like you. Amidst the flowing memories, Joe Hangil's laughter echoed alongside his voice. "You want to be like me? That's impossible, because I'm a genius. If you want to be like me, you can only be reincarnated." Seeing the bored look on his younger brother's face, he patted him on the head, adding comforting words. "But if you work hard, you might get to be half as strong as me. Just remember one important thing. Don't focus too much on how strong you are. Think about what you'll use that strength for. It's so cold, come in," he said while ruffling his brother's hair. These memories helped Imda Jun quickly regain his composure as he retaliated against Guokdo Chang's attacks. He said, "Have you ever had to risk your life to gamble at all? Joe Hangil chose a life like that, a life where he could bet everything for his family." He unleashed a dominant attack. Guokdo Chang then spoke, "Joe Hangil is absolutely not useless. Thanks to him, I'm still alive today. Open your eyes wide and see, you bastard." Guokdo Chang thought to himself, finally understanding why this bastard would become a potential threat to Haegwang. With Imda Jun's eyes filled with hatred and the flames of vengeance in his heart, everything culminated in Guokdo Chang's realization of the danger posed by Imda Jun. He quickly sought to eliminate him, while Imda Jun aimed to end it all for Joe Hangil. The two rushed into a fierce battle, and Imda Jun had found his way of life. To use everything he had to protect those he considered family, and to hold accountable all the scumbags who dared to touch his family. From that day on, rumors began to spread that a young man from the streets had taken down the Haegwang monster, Guokdo Chang. From that moment, the order in Seoul underwent a significant change. In the parking lot, Imda Jun looked at Guokdo Chang lying on the ground. To defeat him, Imda Jun had exhausted his strength. He gasped for breath, struggling. Suddenly, Guak Chang regained consciousness, groaning in pain. "I'm not down yet, you bastard!" As he shouted, he lunged to kick Imda Jun. Imda Jun managed to block it, but the powerful kick made him grunt in pain. Guak Chang continued, "I absolutely will not let him down." In his mind, Guak Chang recalled memories of his father, who had once been the leader of his gang and had failed in business, leading to a mountain of debt. He remembered the day he had killed his father himself, when the scoundrels in the organization couldn't bear the burden of debt and turned against him. Outside the door, shouts and curses echoed continuously, and they wielded sharp weapons, seemingly ready to charge in and tear his family apart at any moment. "Are you going to open the door or not? Pay up your father's debt. Hurry up, you bastard!" In the dilapidated house, his mother and younger sibling were trembling continuously because the lives of the entire family were in danger. Father Guak Chang yelled, "They have plundered us to the bone, and it's still not enough. How much longer must I suffer? Living now seems pointless. We might as well log out together." In his hand, he held a knife, his eyes filled with despair, reddened with tears. He trembled, crying out, "Dad, I'm sorry." Guak Chang couldn't believe he could do such a thing. For the sake of his family and himself, he had no choice left. A warm spray of blood hit his cheek, his eyes wide with fear. After those bastards found out that Guak Chang had killed his own father, they also felt incredulous. "Was it you who caused all this? This guy has gone insane." But it wasn't over yet. They wouldn't spare Guak Chang. What they still needed was money. "All right, I don't care. Now you'll be the one to pay us back." "Got it, brat." From that day on, he had to do everything they commanded to repay the debt. No matter what it was, as long as it had money involved, he didn't hesitate. One day, Guak Chang wanted to take his mother and younger sibling and escape, but unfortunately, they were caught. They beat him continuously. "Planning to escape, huh? Crazy. You haven't even paid off your debt to your father yet, and you want to run away." The bastards felt that tormenting him wasn't enough. They turned their attention to his mother and younger sister. "Damn it! Let me send your old lady and little sister off first. We can sell your insides to the Chinese traders. That would be quite something." Guak Chang screamed in despair. "No," he thought, "is this how everything ends? Am I going to become a useless person who can't protect my loved ones, just like that bastard?" Then, suddenly, something he didn't expect happened. One of their underlings burst in through the door, crawling. The person was covered in blood and seriously injured. "Boss, the Haeguang gang is attacking us." After that, the Haeguang gang charged in, led by Shin Yu-seon. His men quickly dealt with the remaining thugs. Before that scene, Guak Chang thought, "I've never felt such an overwhelming aura from a gang." The guy tied up the one who had tormented him and walked in front of him. "So, they have been torturing you and your family terribly, huh? I bet the hatred inside you has been building up a lot, right? Then let me give you a chance." Shin Yu-seon giving Guak Chang an unexpected opportunity was something. His eyes, always filled with hatred, stared intensely at the guy. "Do it, I'll take care of the consequences." Tears streamed down his cheeks as he smiled. "Finally, I found someone who can pull me out of the mud. A perfect leader." Returning to reality, when Imda Jun heard his words, he thought, "If the reason you can stand up is because of that bastard Shin Yu-seon, then even if I go to the grave, I will never let you stand upright." Shin Yu-seon was like his faith, saving him and his family, giving him a chance for revenge, so he could never lose. "My life has long been considered thrown away, but thanks to his help, I can join Haeguang and be reborn once again. As long as it helps him, I'm willing to trade my life for it." After saying that, he suddenly lunged forward and punched him directly. "You dodged, huh? I'm tired of hearing you yap." The trash he retaliated against kicked him in the chin. "I don't have time to listen to you whine about how Shin Yu-seon is recycling himself. Open your eyes and look, trash. See how Haeguang, which you are willing to die to serve, and that Shin Yu-seon will kneel before me." Imda Jun won at Haeguang's temporary base in Ganbuk. Baekdo Jiam and Kang Wizu led a surprise attack that caught them off guard. "Brothers, hold on. As long as Brother Chang comes back, we will be saved. But they didn't expect that what they were waiting for was the corpse of Guokdo-chang. When his body was thrown in, the underlings fell silent. Who could defeat Guokdo-chang of the Haegwang gang? Until Imda Jun stepped in. I told you, I can handle these few guys. Their leader had been defeated. At that moment, they finally fled in a panic. We're about to go up on the altar. Run, everyone. Everyone was happy for Imda Jun. Kang Wizu cheerfully teased, could you come late? You're a bit late. Baekdo Jiam added. Being late doesn't matter because now he's the leader of Ganbuk. Meanwhile, at the meat shop, Kim Wonbin was also mentioning Imda Jun. I wonder how he's doing, alive or dead. He set himself an unreasonable challenge. I don't know if that's called bravery or stupidity. Park Muyeol slammed his fist on the table, feeling that Daejun's actions were too foolish. Where did that bastard get the confidence to say such things? Damn it, it's all because he led his people to escape to Ganbuk that this happened. His chances of success are even less than 1%. Kim Won-bin saw that and regretted, then turned to Na Seonrok. Why don't you just say it's 0%? Because there's nothing that's absolutely right in this world. As for you, what about you? In response to the question was silence. He thought it was normal since that guy often doesn't have an opinion. Suddenly, Na Seonrok trembled. 1%. At that moment, everyone finally saw the news. What is this? It can't be. What they saw was a photo of Kang Wisu posing with the corpse of Guokdo-chang. Seeing this, Kim Won-bin was also surprised, exclaiming, looks like he wasn't just making empty promises. He really succeeded. In contrast to his attitude, Park Muyeol trembled continuously, seeming extremely angry. He angrily threw his phone to the ground. Damn it. Kim Won-bin, with a lollipop in his mouth, looked puzzled. You defeated Guokdo-chang, so what are you angry about? Can't you handle being mad? He replied, but now, don't we have to follow in his footsteps? At another temporary base of Haegwang in Ganbuk, brother, Do-chang has been defeated. The leader was furious. Then it's useless. Nothing can change the result. The scum in Ganbuk was just a collection of individual organizations lacking unity. Then he confidently turned to his underlings. Compared to the power of Haegwang, they're just like eggs smashing against rocks. Suddenly, one of his underlings burst in, boss, the enemy troops have gathered outside. He appeared dismissive. Looks like these dogs still don't understand the issue, huh? I have to show them the real power of Haegwang again. But unexpectedly, what awaited him outside was something unimaginable. Outside was the Ganbuk Alliance. Park Muyeol spoke, his face ferocious and brutal. The glasses couldn't hide the fierce look in his eyes. The hunting dogs of Shine Yuasam. Today your father has prepared a lot for you. Sucking on his favorite lollipop, Kim Won-bin expressed his mocking attitude with a few phrases he heard. What are you going to show us? The power of Haegwang. Na Seonrok said nothing. His indifferent attitude showed that he didn't take this seriously. In this tense situation, only Kang Wizu still seemed happy taking pictures. I find it too easy to deal with these guys. Before turning them into salad, let's take a commemorative photo. 1, 2, 3. Baekdo Jiam was helpless in front of his attitude. When will you be serious, huh? The panicked leader couldn't believe it. What the hell is this? Clearly, they are individual groups, but why are they uniting like this? Now that they knew, it was too late. Suddenly, a path opened in the middle. Stepping forward was Imda Jun, now the leader of the Ganbuk Alliance. The aura he exuded made everyone unable to underestimate him. There's no time to hesitate. Let's get to work. Switching scenes to the Ganbuk Alliance at the restaurant base, seeing the delicious food spread on the table, everyone's mouths watered. This is a welcoming gift that Park Muyeol prepared for the establishment of the alliance. Of course, this meal was all on him. Hearing about the free food, everyone dove in to eat. Only Baekdo Jiam hadn't touched his chopsticks, carefully warning, be careful, it might be poisoned and we'll all die. Watching the kids eat, Kim Won-bin felt pity for them. Those kids eat like they've been starved for a long time. Na Seonrok remained silent from beginning to end. Park Muyeol suddenly approached Daejun and said, I have a special gift for our new leader, which is the special duck head dish from the sorcerers. Just looking at it, Daejin felt a sense of dread. Park Myo enthusiastically picked up the duck head and held it up to Daejin's mouth. If you don't eat, you don't respect me. Daejin quickly turned away and changed the subject. Right, what's the current situation in Ganbuk? If no one eats that pile of duck heads, let Kangwiza take care of it all. Baekdo Jeom reported the situation. The remaining forces of Haegwang, after hearing that Gukdo Chang was defeated, were in chaos. Because of this, we are gradually regaining the areas that Haegwang had occupied. While eating, Kim Wonbin expressed, I didn't expect you, Daejin, to be so reputable. I always believed in you. I told those two from the beginning that you would win 100%, but they didn't believe it. You deserve to be a leader that Ganbuk is missing. Daejin wasn't surprised to hear these words. We succeeded in taking down Gukdo Chang, but there are still many of their remnants in Ganbuk now. Next, we must clean them up thoroughly. A moment later, at a Haegwang base in Ganbuk, Baekdo Jeom and Kang Wisu were already present. Baekdo Jeom carefully reminded, they might be preparing a lot of goods to ambush us. I'll take care of the guys in front. You go back and block the others, said Kang Wisu, who was just there to look good, but then acted in a very showy manner. He pushed hard against the door and shouted joyfully, why not let me take them all on alone to look cool? Bragging too early, what can you eat? Kang Wisu's smile faded when he saw the scene inside. Wow, there are so many people. The ringleader shouted, the Ganbuk Alliance is here. Beat them up. Saying that, they rushed towards Kang Wisu's position. Just when he hadn't had a chance to act, they were knocked down by Baekdo Jeom. With this much, it's not even enough to warm me up, Kang Wisu said happily. Thanks, luckily you were here, otherwise, I would be in trouble. Baekdo Jeom irritably reminded him, focus on fighting, stop being a clown. Come on, don't be so uptight, Kang Wisu said and immediately jumped onto his shoulder, then delivered a stunning kick to the ringleader. Realizing they couldn't possibly fight back against the two, they fled. Luckily, we dealt with Gukdo Chang first, so everything else was quite easy. Baekdo Jeom curiously wondered, I wonder how the four kings are handling things on the other side. He felt no trust in them at all. Kang Wisu reassured him, don't worry. Those guys are strong too. At the same time, at another Haegwang base in Ganbuk, despite facing an opponent armed with spikes, Kim Wonbin calmly chewed candy. The weapon looked pretty fierce. He immediately used his special skill to strike the enemy and snatch his weapon. So, that guy got hit back in the most literal sense. Kim Wonbin took just 3 seconds to take him down. I think you should be chewing on this stick instead. Now we're going to take back everything we lost. Meanwhile, at the parking lot right next to another Haegwang base, Na Sinangrok had taken care of the whole gang and sat still, listening to them groan. The Haegwang office was also under siege from the Ganbuk Alliance. Haegwang was planning to take all the hostages of the four kings back to Jangnam, but Park Myo wouldn't let them take his men. The van carrying the hostages was about to leave but suddenly couldn't accelerate. Could it be that the van broke down? A familiar voice suddenly rang out, put my men down if you don't want to end up selling salt. Park Myo's strength was truly terrifying. He single-handedly blocked the car. He was furious, his face bulging with veins as he ordered, get out of here now, or I will smash this car to bits. At a restaurant managed by Haegwang, Daejin and Kim Eun-dom were handling things. While they were fighting fiercely, Kim Eun-dom was unexpectedly attacked from behind by a guy. Daejin was also taken by surprise and only had time to warn Kim Eun-dom. However, Kim Eun-dom gifted him a headbutt right to the face. The kid happily walked in front of Daejin and said, don't worry, I'm much stronger now. I'm about to be as tall as you guys too. Seeing Kim Eun-dom so excited made Daejin happy as well. You guys stop. Hearing this, both of them immediately turned to see that a member of the Imda Jun gang had unfortunately been captured by Haegwang. He threatened both of them. If you don't stop, I'll kill him right here. The kid trembled as he called out Daejin's name, while the Haegwang guy pressed the weapon closer to his neck. Daejin coldly replied, if you're good, stab me then. If you have the guts, don't touch my men. Taking advantage of the moment while he was still shocked, Daejin threw a fire extinguisher straight at his face, then quickly dashed behind and delivered a takedown in an instant. The kid was finally safe. They had unified all of Ganbuk. Now there was only one place left: the Haegwang headquarters in Jangnam. The Ganbuk alliance had successfully protected their territory. News of Haegwang's humiliating defeat spread widely, and Imda Jun's name became the center of the story. It created a huge shock for those involved and began circulating everywhere through electric cameras. This news even reached prison. Did you hear? The Ganbuk alliance has defeated the powerful Haegwang. It is said that the new leader of Ganbuk took care of everything. His name is Imda Jun. Wang Xian felt furious just hearing the name Imda Jun, but couldn't do anything. Of course, Cha Dae-yup and Kim Taek also knew about this. They were very pleased that finally, Daejin had truly matured. Meanwhile, at a small tattoo parlor, there was a person who was also quite pleased with this news. That person was Namwon Chang. He truly regretted not being able to recruit Daejin into his team. In Kobe, Japan, Shin Yushang was still calmly fishing. Imda Jun, the leader of the Ganbuk alliance, the younger brother of Jo Hangil, is really dangerous now. He looks much scruffier, and his strength is the same. The guy caught a fish and watched it wriggle, waiting to be served on a plate. He grinned maniacally and swiftly stabbed it right in the gills. It's time for you two brothers to be reunited. Back at Imda Jun's base, Park Mu-aol was extremely satisfied. After the unification of Ganbuk, he joyfully laughed at the downfall of Haegwang for daring to touch Ganbuk. Watching them run and bark like a puppy felt so gratifying. The scene of me blocking their car felt like a collision. Every one of them was terrified. Boss Imda Jun, perhaps we shouldn't waste this time. The strength and morale of everyone are rising. How about we gather our troops and attack Haegwang's territory now? Daejin naturally disagreed. Now is not the time for an all-out war. Park Mu-aol, used to thinking recklessly, frowned in annoyance when he saw Daejin not following his idea. Are you scared? Just play hard with them. What are you hesitating for? Daejin calmly explained, we have united to strengthen Ganbuk, but compared to Haegwang's current scale, we're still far behind. If an all-out war breaks out right now, we have no chance of winning. Kim Won-bin picked up a piece and agreed with Daejin's opinion. Boss Daejin is absolutely right. Haegwang's withdrawal isn't because they're weaker than us, but because they don't want to suffer more losses. If they keep dragging things out with us in Ganbuk, they will incur heavy damage. If they go all out, we won't be able to withstand it. Another moment passed with a static photo of Na Seongrok. Kang Wizu turned to ask, so what should we do next? It was then that Baekdo Jiam began to speak. I have a very good plan. There's a saying, the higher the way, the more the spirits open a gambling house day and night. If their forces are still too strong, then the solution is guerrilla tactics to diminish their strength. We will attack their weak points and eliminate the dangerous big bosses one by one, selecting specific targets to take down gradually. Kang Wizu felt a bit concerned. It sounds a bit adventurous to me. It's really not easy. Baekdo Jiam believed they had no other choice. If you don't go into the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger? Daejin remained silent until the meeting ended, walking with his thoughts swirling inside. Should he really involve them in such a dangerous plan? After all, everyone was counting on him. Just then, his younger brother arrived as usual, bringing protein for Daejun. I've prepared a bottle for you. Drink it and hit the weights. Despite having reminded him countless times that it wasn't necessary, he accepted the gesture. Noticing that the boy's hand was wrapped in bandages, Daejun asked what happened. The boy scratched his head and explained that he had fallen off his motorcycle while doing tricks. Daejun suddenly apologized for putting him in danger by following him, but Kim Eun-dong quickly waved it off. No, don't say that. Without you, my life would have ended a long time ago. Not just me, but everyone else too. Thanks to you, we all have a home, a family, and we're happy fighting to protect it. So you don't need to apologize. This is something valuable that we need to protect. We are family. The boy's words kept Daejun awake all night. Everyone trusted and accepted the risks to stand by him. And if the goal was to eradicate the Haegwang dogs, Was it right to put the kids in such a risky situation? It was truly difficult to keep everything intact. Could he really bear all of this? Meanwhile, at a temple in Kyoto, Japan, Shin Yu-seong was observing the cocoon of a caterpillar, signaling his men to stay silent. Look, a butterfly is slowly breaking free from its long confinement. It's truly fascinating. After such a long time living in cramped conditions, like in a haunted cave, it is finally ready to spread its wings and step into the vast world, beginning a wonderful dream. They had reached their destination, right? One of the men reported, as requested by the boss, the Avengers have infiltrated their base. Imda Jun will be served for dinner tonight. Shin Yu-seong reached out to touch the leaves. This kid, with just a bit of power, didn't know his limits. The easiest way to destroy an organization is to eliminate its leader. The moment it spreads its wings is when it doesn't realize its life is under threat. It will sleep very unexpectedly. Truly unfortunate for the fate of a stray dog. The grasshopper that Shin Yu-seong just released is now starting to feast on the caterpillar. On the other side, at Daejun's base, the Avengers team began their operation. Each person wielded a sharp weapon, quickly stabbing through the blanket, only to discover that no one was underneath. The team started to panic, wondering if they had the wrong place. Why did you say that guy was here right now? The room's lights suddenly turned on. Those stupid Haegwang guys. Don't they know it's rude to disturb someone's sleep? Our boss doesn't have time to play with small fries like you. Today's your day. Saying that, the Ganbuk Alliance and Kim Un-dong rushed in to deal with them. So where was Daejun? He was wandering alone, his thoughts tangled. To reduce the power of Haegwang, they had to take significant risks. Someone from their side had to infiltrate the enemy's territory. If this move went wrong, the cost would be steep. Only those who can turn the tide can become kings. Scene shift. Daejun was now standing with Baekdo Jeom, feeling a bit worried. I don't know if this is the right decision. Our leader personally has to infiltrate a place like this. It's really a precarious situation. Currently, they were at the main base of Haegwang Jangnam, inside a mysterious room. Cries for mercy echoed. Do you think begging will earn you forgiveness? This world doesn't work that way. Words have no meaning for those who are worthless. He was Kang Hyesek, the boss of Haegwang. Meanwhile, Kang Wee-soo was still in a playful mood, saying, maybe you underestimate my limits. I can hold up 2,000 pounds, you know. Baekdo Jeom was at a loss for words with Daejun. I said a leader should stay hidden, yet you keep putting yourself in the line of fire. Daejun didn't want that. It's not worthy of a leader to put my brothers in danger while I hide behind. I don't want to live a cowardly life. If I can't protect my family, then I don't deserve to be a leader. Baekdo Jeom could only sigh. There was nothing more to say. The monster trio of Daejun's gang had set foot in the Haegwang headquarters. Back in Daejun's room, the assassins sent by Haegwang had been quickly taken care of. Park Muayol called his men in. Tie them up like a rice cake. Though they had no weapons to fight back, everyone was safe. Luckily, Daejun had made it to Jangnam. Otherwise, his brother would now be like the torn blanket from before. Kim Wonbin still felt Daejun's actions were reckless. No matter how important infiltrating Haegwang's base was, having the leader personally exposed was dangerous. If he got caught in Jangnam, this organization would collapse entirely. Park Muayol ground his teeth, but now they had no choice but to follow him. Our mission now is to quickly recover the losses caused by Haegwang and to strengthen our forces before Daejun executes his plan. I estimate that this opportunity for success might be less than 1%, but I have a feeling that he has the aura of a main character, so he will succeed. Therefore, I will follow Daejun to the end. At the same time, the trio of Daejun was sitting together, planning. Baekdo Jeom warned, from now on, we need to carefully calculate every step. I can't handle two at once. Their loyalty stems from the great benefits Haegwang offers. Their cash flow is strong, and their protection business seems to be thriving. Their assets are increasing rapidly, attracting many more recruits. If that cash flow dwindles, Haegwang will weaken too. Therefore, we need to find and cut off one of their crucial business channels. I think it will relate to the area where Haegwang is focusing its strongest resources, which is Dongjangbuk district. Kang Weisa sat on a high ledge, admiring the beauty of the sunset, exclaiming in wonder, "This neighborhood looks so peaceful." Baekdojium didn't understand how this monkey had climbed up there without him noticing. "We're on a stakeout, not on vacation," Kang Wizu excitedly explained. "What do you think? It took me forever to find Haegwang down there. It's better to observe from up here, right? The sky is clear today, and with no clouds or rain, the visibility is great. No one can see us." Baekdojium countered, "I don't see any difference." Just then, Kang Wisu shouted, "I see them. Follow me." He jumped down and hurried away, with Daejin quickly chasing after him. In contrast, Baekdojium began to feel a weight on his back, questioning if bringing this guy along was a wise decision. Meanwhile, on a small street, a boy was being bullied. "Hey, where do you want to go? To the internet cafe or karaoke? Hurry up before your dad gets mad. Or do you want a punch instead of a meal?" The boy named Jaeyoung cried, begging, "Please let me go." The bully not only refused to let him go, but also grabbed his hair threateningly. "I've made up my mind. How about I poke your eyes out right here? It won't hurt, just like an ant bite." As the lit cigarette was about to touch Gyeong's eyeball, a hero suddenly swooped in. "Stop right there before I sock you in the mouth." The bully looked at Kang Wisu with annoyance. "Who the hell are you?" Kang Wisu provocatively replied, "I'm looking for punks like you. By the way, don't you know how to smoke? Smoking next to a trash can start a fire, kid." The bully, infuriated, shot back, "What are you, some sort of tough guy? It's none of your business if I smoke next to a trash can. Do you want me to beat you up to wake you up?" Kang Wisu kindly warned, "Take another step, and you'll see your mom right now." Just then, Baekdojium appeared and pulled him back. "I knew this would happen. Letting you loose is always trouble," he reminded. "Stop poking the bear, we're in Haegwang territory." Seeing Daejin silently watching the kids, Baekdojium had to speak up again. "And you, let's go. What are you standing there for?" Glancing at the sobbing student, Daejin couldn't help but remember his past self, a face full of helplessness and pain. Just as the ignorant bullies were about to strike, Daejin acted swiftly and took one down. Seeing their leader taken down in one punch, the others showed clear signs of fear. Baekdojium could only sigh, realizing he was unable to stop it in time. Kang Wizu also hadn't anticipated Daejun's move. He had only meant to intimidate them, not expecting Daejin to act on it. "Sorry, guys, I just got carried away," Daejin said. That evening, the three of them stopped by an internet cafe. Kang Wizu slurped his noodles loudly, making Baekdojium voice his annoyance. "Can you guys let me eat in peace? We need to study this carefully. I've gathered quite a bit of info about the eastern area, but Haegwang operates quite covertly. The following locations are just what I've circled. These are all the places that could be connected to them. First is Jinsul High School, next is Kimjeon Academy, and finally Suva Building. I think we should focus on these three areas and split up to infiltrate each one." While chewing, Kang Wizu wondered, how can Haegwang make so much money from schools? Or maybe it's not schools after all. Baekdojium felt glad that Kang Wizu finally learned to use his brain. Now, they just needed to eliminate the remaining two areas. If they couldn't sabotage this plan, the Ganbuk Alliance would struggle to keep fighting against them. Before the all-out battle commenced, they had to succeed. Daejin and Naseongrok remained silent throughout. Meanwhile, in a small room, only the light from a desk lamp illuminated the space. Guess who this diligent student is? Everyone will surely be surprised when they learn his true identity. Kang Yusik, the leader of Haegwang, finally finished his homework. Kang Yusik complained in annoyance, "Why do I have to sit here conjugating verbs late at night? Contributing to work is the true essence of life." He pulled out his debt notebook and crossed out a line. Every time this red pen marked a line, another family fell into debt. The notebook gradually filled with red marks. Some people couldn't repay their debts and were even forced to leave a hand behind. Kang Yusik wished that studying could be as interesting as this. If studying were like playing with money, he'd have earned a laurel wreath at the Olympics by now. While he was busy looking over his accounts, The employees behind him finished packing several bags of cash. This was his favorite time of day, imagining a future where he stood on piles of money, admired by everyone. He couldn't help but smile. Back at the internet cafe, Baekdo asked again, "Are you serious about this?" Daejin confirmed, "Just let me infiltrate that place." Kang Wizu protested, "They're not really there." Baekdo wanted to know why he decided that. "It's a hunch," Daejin replied, trusting his instinct. Kang Wizu advised Baekdo, "If Daejun has decided, let him go. We should respect our leader's decision." However, Baekdo remained unconvinced, feeling that there could be many traps. The scene shifted to Jinsul High School during break time. All the students were happily chatting, and their class would have a new student today. The supervising teacher brought in the new boy and introduced him to the class. Some students laughed derisively. "Looks like a boring guy. What kind of student is that, looking like a wrinkled eggplant?" Coincidentally, the bully from the other day was also in his class. As soon as he saw the new student, he couldn't help but curse. Jaeyoung was equally shocked. The new boy was Imda Jun, returning to school after a year and 8 months. Daejin coolly greeted everyone. The beginning of the incident occurred while all three were still sitting in the internet cafe. Baekdo was very surprised to learn that he planned to enroll in school to spy on the students. Daejin nodded and explained that the uniform worn by that punk this morning was also the same uniform worn by the gang leader Haegwang we had encountered earlier. It was indeed like that. Hearing Daejin mention it, Baekdo also just noticed Kang Wizu questioning how someone like us, who has been through so much, could re-enroll in school. "That's something we don't need to worry about. Daejin has a plan. He will help him resolve this matter well." A little later, at the principal's office, his eyes lit up like headlights when he saw the pile of money in front of him. "The person opposite him," he said generously, "just consider this a scholarship fund for diligent students. As for the teacher's money, it's still the teacher's money, and the school's money is still the teacher's money. If the teachers are happy, they can focus on caring for the students, right? Hopefully, my younger brother's enrollment will go smoothly, and this wealthy older brother is none other than Park Muayol. That's why there's a story of Imda Jun, whose old face looks like a rotten egg, introducing himself in front of the class." After the introduction, the class resumed playing happily as usual, except for him, who sat in one spot opening books to review lessons. They said it was studying, but deep down, he was thinking about his time at his old school. The feeling of returning to school, sitting to conjugate verbs, joking freely and living carefree. He once had days like that. However, those days were also his days in hell. He once wished he could disappear, just like the faint hope he had left. He told himself he had to strive to survive. Daejin now had a new life, a new family. He had to be strong to become a support for everyone. No one had the right to take his life away anymore. Just at that moment, the bully from the other day suddenly appeared and kicked his desk away. He angrily cursed at the punk. "Do you know it's your fault that my newly operated nose is ruined? Do you know how many people I've cut and scraped? You walk in here, and it's your turn now. This is my turf, and I'll crush you." Daejin coldly replied, "Did I give you a concussion?" The guy gritted his teeth and said, "I'll shove a coconut in your throat right now. Outside, you might have brothers to back you up and act tough, but don't even think about doing that in here." Suddenly, another voice rang out from behind, "Come on, don't scare the new friend. Don't be so scared that you'll pee your pants. This big guy is Hyamanji, the tough guy at this school. Perhaps we should warmly welcome our new friend, huh?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hyamanji dealt a strong blow to the back of his neck. After hitting him, he continued to taunt, "Welcome to you, buddy. You don't seem grateful." Daejin remained silent, reminding himself to keep calm and endure. Now is not the time to make a fuss. Seeing him lower his head, the bully became even more amused and continued to tease. "You're almost crying over a little slap, huh?" The bully delightedly chimed in. "How can you fight back when faced with a huge crowd like this? You can only compromise." Hyamanji threw his arm around him and advised, "In a case like this, silence is the wise choice, kid. If you resist, I'll smash your teeth out." The punk handed him something, saying, "If you want to make money, contact this place. Tell them Hyumanji referred you, and you'll get a discount." After that, both of them slipped away to smoke. The guy looked at him with concern. Scene change. Daejin scratched his head while going to the bathroom, reminiscing about the long-lost feeling of being beaten up like a fool. He pulled out the business card Hyumanji had given him to take a look. What the heck is this? Super cheap loan, both strong and fun. Support for installments with a preferential interest rate of only 1% per day. Jae-young appeared silently and whispered into his ear, "Thank you." Daejin jumped back a bit, spilling water everywhere. Jae-young was flustered, apologizing for bothering him while he was watering the plants. Jae-young, looking scared, started a conversation. "I don't know if you remember me. You're the one who saved me on the street, so I just wanted to meet you to say thank you." Daejin felt helpless, thinking, is it really necessary to do this right now? Jae-young explained, "I'm afraid talking in class will disturb you." Daejin, washing his hands, asked, "It seems you've been a victim of bullying, right? If you want to escape this harsh reality, you must fight until your last breath." Jae-young thought for a moment but didn't reply. Daejin took out the card and asked if Jae-young knew anything about it. As soon as he saw it, Jae-young panicked and shouted, "Throw that away. No matter how much you need money, stay far away from those loan sharks." Just then, his phone buzzed. Jae-young, terrified, answered, "What is it? Has the deadline come? I'm sorry, I'll be right there." After saying that, he hurriedly ran off, but not before reminding him to remember his words. From Kimyeon Academy, Kang Wisu utilized his skills to search throughout the district for traces of Haegwin's gang, but found nothing useful. Meanwhile, at the Suve building, Baekdo Jeum successfully infiltrated the building without raising any suspicion. He worried about whether Daejin was doing okay and hoped everything was still fine. He couldn't rely on Bluetooth for that. Back at school, Jae-young was being extorted for money again. The guy threatened, "If you don't pay back both principal and interest today, we'll send 1,000 love letters to your family." Jae-young pleaded desperately, "I can't manage this money anymore." Hyumanji snickered, "Then I'll show you this way. Take this money. What are you laughing about? Do you think I'll give it to you easily? Swallow all this for me. If you can swallow this whole, I'll wipe your debt clean." Jae-young hesitated, asking, "Is that for real?" As soon as he finished, he immediately grabbed a handful of money and put it in his mouth. "If I swallow this, you guys will let me go, right?" They laughed in delight and took out their phones to record. "This fool is actually swallowing it. We have to upload it online. Just swallow slowly. No one will fight you for it." Jae-young was in tears. "Is this enough for you?" Of course, he wouldn't let him off easily. "You haven't escaped me yet, kid. I haven't heard you chew it yet." Jae-young still tried to endure, telling himself to hold on just a bit longer. If he could bear it, his debt would be wiped away. However, he suddenly remembered Imda Jun's earlier words, "You've been bullied, right? Are you sure you want to stay in this fate?" At that moment, Jae-young really wanted to tell Daejin, "I'm fine. I've gotten used to this life and I'll be okay. I once wished I could escape from this life. I don't know how much longer I can endure. Painful both physically and mentally, I also want to struggle to become stronger." Hyumanji continued to grab his head and pushed it straight toward the camera. "Keep it tight, you fool. If even a penny drops, I won't wipe your debt." Jae-young wished he had enough strength and courage to do this. Hyumanji still continued to force him to stay still. "Let me help you with braces too." At this moment, Hyumanji suddenly feels the weight on his shoulders. In this situation, who would dare to touch them other than Daejin? Hyumanji cries out in pain. "Who the hell is that?" Daejin coldly replies, "You're barking a bit loud there. Do you want to be crippled for life?" Hyumanji writhes in agony, realizing that life is never peaceful when scum like you still exists. Everyone only lives one life. So why do you want to destroy someone else's life? Perhaps you're no longer human. Hyumanji swears in pain. "Damn it, let me go. Get this guy out of here. What are you still standing there for? Go and beat him up for me." They certainly don't dare to jump in and confront a monster like him. Finally, Daejin decides to let him go. Hyumanji trembles, not expecting this shabby-looking guy to be as strong as an ox. Are you a weightlifter or something? Daejin picks up the coins lying scattered on the ground, saying, is it your kind's hobby to torment others? Hyumanji still doesn't understand, fearing he might foolishly charge toward him again. Anyone can join in, there's no need to be shy. You don't know what the limits are, do you? Today, you want to leave here in one piece? That's not going to be easy. After saying that, he kicks his shin and then tightly grips his jaw. Torturing others really excites you, doesn't it? Right? Daejin brings the coin close to his eye. I'll let you experience what it feels like to be tortured. After that, the coin is pushed deep into his eye. Hyumanji is about to turn into Hyumanji 2.0. They fearfully step back. Now, no one dares to confront him anymore. Daejin, annoyed, asks, isn't it a wonderful feeling? You bastard! I was way too merciful for not gouging your eye out. Hyumanji trembles, clutching his eye. Daejin turns back to ask them, is there anyone else who wants to experience it? They quickly carry Hyumanji away. At this point, who would dare to confront him anymore? Daeyeon pouts, thank you. I owe you again. I really admired you. If only I had strength like yours, then no one could torment me anymore. Daejin comforts him, you can do it. Honestly, you remind me of the person I used to be. But why did you go to them to borrow money? Jaeyoung struggles to stand up and explains, the real reason is hard to say, but it was only as a last resort that I did this. Daejin looks back at the business card and wonders, are those bastards part of this loan organization? Jaeyoung quickly clarifies, no, they're just brokers. They earn commissions and collect money on behalf of those who borrow. Upon saying this, he feels outraged. What kind of super cheap loan is this? It's both healthy and fun, right? Being split in half is just that. So even if you're in desperate need, don't get involved with them. Those high-interest lenders are truly disgusting. They will torment both the body and spirit of the debtor. In another scene, another debtor of this organization is being extorted. The dissatisfied girl questions, last month, I only borrowed 1 million from you. Why has the interest already risen to 1 million in such a short time? Why do the lenders have their noses plugged? What a bothersome tone. Why are you yelling like that? It's only 1 million. It's not even enough to provide for my girlfriend every month. This man is Sanam-ho, a boss of Haegwang. The woman remains indignant, but the law states that the monthly interest cannot exceed 20%. However, Sanam-ho turns deceitful. Then why not go to the bank and borrow responsibly? Borrowing hot money first, then crying. The woman sobs and pleads, we can't even manage the hospital bills right now, let alone your massive debt. Please, can you give me a few more days? Sanam-ho, annoyed, replies, cry a little less. Now, whether you have it or not, I have to take you to the hotel and take your organs. He firmly grabs her hand and pulls, regardless of her pleading and begging. Despite being full of illnesses, the old woman still struggles to grab his leg. Please let my granddaughter go. Sanam-ho, furious, shouts, you were just lying there. And now you're strong like this? Let me send you off so your granddaughter doesn't have to spend money on medicine anymore. Saying this, he kicks the old lady without feeling any guilt. At this moment, Kang Yusik is also present in the room. What's so hot? Don't you see that old lady is sick? Don't you know the importance of respecting the elderly? How pitiful. The family is down to just this dragon fruit porridge. It seems the two of them have lived very hard lately. He walks over to help the old lady up, saying, don't be afraid. I'm not as fierce as that red-haired guy. The old woman sobs, pleading, please spare us this time. We only borrowed a little money to pay for medical fees. Little did she know, the interest amount increased horrifically like that. Kang Yusik pretends to empathize, listening to her. Your situation makes me want to shed tears. Now, if you listen to me, I'll erase all the interest for you. The old lady agrees without thinking. Seeing this, the granddaughter becomes excited. Be careful carrying that hot porridge out. With a face like yours, could you really deceive your grandmother? The dragon fruit porridge is ready. Eat it while it's hot. But I'm only giving you 10 seconds to finish this bowl. If you can't finish it, I won't erase the interest for you. The old lady trembles, holding the hot porridge. How can I eat this when it's so hot? Kang Yusik doesn't care. He urges her to hurry. Before I change my mind, it's down to 6.9 seconds. If the porridge gets cold, your and your granddaughter's corpses will be cold as well. The granddaughter, feeling sorry for her grandmother, pleads desperately, "Please let my grandmother go." Out of compassion for her granddaughter, the old lady trembles and pours all the hot porridge into her mouth. Kang Yusik, witnessing this scene, feels no pity but only satisfaction as he steps out of the shabby inn. Sunamho, annoyed, voices, "Why do we keep wasting time collecting from these debtors? They're this poor, collecting just 1 million, but the fuel cost exceeds over 1 million." Kang Yusik explains the principle. "Haven't you heard the saying that a cow in ragged clothes is a treasure? No matter how poor they are, they still have the most valuable thing, life." The driver for both of them also turns to chime in. "I heard that the big boss just got a guy who wants to be the school's kingpin. Do you need me to cover him up and beat him until blood splatters everywhere?" Kang Yusik thinks this is a good idea and decides to assign him to handle this case. He still has a lot of homework to do and must go back to distinguish various unlabeled solutions. In the quiet of the late night, the trio from Daejun's gang gathered to report the information they had collected. Kang Wizu asked Daejun with enthusiasm, "How does it feel to be back in school? Is balancing the equations easy?" Daejun replied honestly, "For me, it's quite easy, but the bosses we're looking for haven't shown up yet. I found out that their finances are widely distributed, not centralized in one place. I'm sure that the boss with glasses is managing a large financial source of Haegwang. The clues I've found align perfectly with my previous reasoning." Baekdo Jeom revealed, "We've also uncovered a lot of hot news. With my 10 years of experience lurking in women's bathrooms, surveilling dangerous targets, Kang Wisu has identified some suspects. Baekdo Jeom is also certain they'll soon return to that building, so we'll continue to keep watch." Daejun declared, "Starting tomorrow, the plan will officially begin right at the high school." Daejun sounded confident, but in reality, he didn't have much to investigate. He was just relying on the fact that the glasses guy was studying here, and how strictly he was being transported by Haegwang. That was enough to understand the situation. That bastard is living under the guise of a model student, and only after leaving school does he show his true monstrous face. Finally, Daejun chose the right moment to confront him. The moment he saw Daejun, his expression immediately changed. Daejun provocatively remarked, surprised, "Huh? I am the nightmare you all dream of at night." Then, we flash back to before Kang Yusik joined Haegwang in a night bar. The sound of laughter echoed in the room. "Truly the top 4 people I always trusted. Thanks to you, my sales revenue has been increasing day by day, skyrocketing like Bitcoin. This guy is Yang Jinte, the leader of the gang of the same name, and Kang Yusik was still a subordinate of Yang Jinte back then. Yang Jinte praised him without reservation. At first, I was suspicious of you coming here because you were just a high school kid, still wet behind the ears. But unexpectedly, you become the debt-collecting king of our gang." Kang Yusik scratched his head awkwardly. "You guys keep praising me. It makes me embarrassed." Yang Jinta cheerfully draped an arm over him. "Come on, drink with me a few glasses. If you don't, it'll mean you don't respect me." At the beginning of the party, they all drank enthusiastically, but by the end, everyone was out cold except for Kang Yusik, who seemed unaffected. Yang Jinte asked shakily, "Why do I treat you like a brother, yet you do this to me? What poison did you put in the rice?" Kang Yusik sneered, "It's you and your crew that think a shabby place like this can keep me." Kang Yusik rose from a mediocre organization and earned trust because of his outstanding debt collection skills. But after Haegwang made an enticing offer, he didn't hesitate to turn his back on the organization he had been tied to for so long. This meant that he was a guy who lived for money and would do anything for it. That's all Daejun heard from Park Muayel's mouth. Daejun didn't forget to thank him for the information he provided. Thanks to the data Park Muayel gave on the USB, they were able to pinpoint the sources of Haegwang's finances. Park Muayel replied without pretense, "You deserve my utmost dedication." On the surface, his organization ran a chain of restaurants, but in reality, it operated covertly, dealing in information. He knew every detail related to the hottest gangs in the underworld. So collecting information on Haegwang wouldn't be hard at all. However, he expressed concern about Daejun's enrollment. I'm a bit worried about your decision. Daejun explained his rationale. Kang Yusik is always under Haegwang's strong protection. It'll be extremely difficult to capture him. So I believe this risky approach is the only viable option. But this also means you could end up on the sacrificial altar at any moment. And if that happens, our Ganbuk alliance will share the same fate. Therefore, Park Muayol wanted Daejun to return to Ganbuk with him and think of another plan. A gentleman doesn't say 2 words, and Daejun wouldn't reconsider this opportunity. If not now, then when? Opportunities don't come twice for those who hesitate. Park Muayol watched as he decisively got out of the car, exclaiming, "What a daring kid!" Back in the classroom, Kang Yusik played dumb. "What are you talking about? I can't hear you over the barking of a dog." He acted as if he didn't understand anything. "Get out of the way. I need to study a bit." Daejun slammed the book on the table. "Kang Yusik, you're acting too deep." He sighed. "What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed sooner? What kind of leader of the Ganbuk alliance is this destructive machine, the slayer of the bosses, the delicate jewel? Is it just a title, or is there a real threat here? Because here, there's only one road, selling salt. Open your eyes and see who you're standing on the territory of." Daejun replied without a hint of fear. "I'm not here to confront you, but to extend a wonderful invitation." Kang Yusik sarcastically asked, "You planning to invite me to a wedding?" Daejun answered seriously, "I'm not joking. The Ganbuk alliance is suffering severe losses after the battle with Haegwang and currently needs a significant influx of capital to regain its strength. So let's collaborate to develop this potential resource." Kang Yusik remained unmoved. "Do you think I'd betray my beloved Haegwang? Forget about that autumn." Daejun continued, "I'll grant you full control over the loan shark business in Ganbuk, and this is a deal just between you and me, unrelated to Haegwang. It seems you're paying quite a high commission to Haegwang for the business in Jangnam. But if you come to Ganbuk, you won't have to pay any commission at all." As he spoke, he broke into a mysterious smile. "That sounds pretty tempting, but I don't know what your ulterior motive is for offering such a generous proposal. Sorry, but I'm an absolute loyalist. I'm a leader of Haegwang after all. You think I'd betray such a great organization?" Just as Daejun anticipated, "I've heard you've done that before, so if you've done it once, what's another betrayal?" Kang Yusik slowly stood up. "I don't know who told you that nonsense, but give me some time to think about it. Maybe I'll consider it." At the same time, at Kim Yun Academy, 2 male students were enjoying a meal while discussing how to get money for the newly released software for a game. If they didn't buy it soon, they'd miss out on the discount. And just like that, the loan shark business card from Haegwang found its way to them. Suddenly, Kang Wizu appeared, looming over them while devouring their spicy noodles. After finishing, he shamelessly exclaimed, "Nothing tastes better than a free meal." The 2 students thought he was crazy and were startled. Kang Wizu didn't pay them any mind, munching on their tteokbokki while asking if any thugs were causing trouble around here. Surely, they weren't going to admit that their dad was the one. Not wanting to engage with this lunatic, they both turned and walked away. If they couldn't achieve their main goal, they would focus on the secondary one, gobbling up all the spicy rice cakes. As he ate, he pondered, could there really be no base for Haegwang here? Maybe it's in the Suve building. The scene shifted to Suve building, where Baekdo Jiam remained determinedly surveilling suspicious individuals. Finally, he discovered the loan shark office of Haegwang. Perhaps inside were valuable documents, but just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a group of people entering, led by Sonamho. Had they begun their operations already? Back at the high school, during lunch, Daejun was eating with Gaiyang, reflecting on his earlier encounter with Kang Yusik. "I've thrown out a huge bait. I wonder if this timid mouse will bite." Suddenly, Jaeyong spoke up, "Daejun, I just scored a bunch of fried meat. Do you want some? Feel free to take as much as you want, don't hold back." Seeing the mountain of protein made Daejun feel a chill. He politely declined, but Jaeyong insisted, This is my way of repaying you for helping me. Although it felt a bit excessive to him, it was Gaiyang's sincere intention. He felt thrilled to befriend Daejun. Upon hearing this, Daejun smiled, and the two chatted happily until the end of lunch. Afterward, they walked together, talking as they went. The excited scene of these two friends caught Kang Yusik's eye. He immediately picked up the phone. Sparrow calling Sunflower, keep everything secret from the boss for now. I'll handle this myself. Back to Kang Yusik's youth. While other students happily went to get lunch, he could only sip water to survive. Since that fateful day, he had always struggled against feelings of hunger and cold. 1,001 was the meager amount left in his wallet each day. At that time, it wasn't even enough to buy a cup of lemon tea. Kang Yusik wondered how he could escape this painful cycle. However, as they say, poverty often brings misfortune, and that was indeed the case. His last 1,001 was snatched away by someone else. Kang Yusik frantically pleaded, "That's all my money, please." But who would want just 1,001? He was returned the money because he looked too much like a junkie. But do you think they returned it properly? Of course not. The robber snapped his fingers, letting the bill fly into the lake, saying the wind blew it away. They made a joke out of him. I've heard that junkies swim well, so hurry up and get your feet moving. Just a bit longer, and it's going to be mush. Kang Yusik jumped into the river after the bill, desperate to grab his last hope of survival. From that day on, he held a grudge against money. He had paid with his life for just 1,001. People can't take money into the grave, but money can put people in a grave. Kang Yusik promised himself that when he was in control, they would be the first to descend into hell. Returning to reality, Daejun looked exasperated. Thanks for your kindness in inviting me here, but do we really have to eat like this on the way back from school? Jae-yam, like a wandering ghost, suddenly whispered to him, "Make yourself at home." He was very pleased to invite him over for a meal. My mom often told me to be grateful. You saved my life twice, so I need to treat you better. Since he was so considerate, how could Daejun refuse? While eating, Daejun asked, "You mentioned your mom earlier, where is she?" Jae-yang sadly replied that she was no longer in this world. Daejun felt guilty for having asked such an inappropriate question. Looking around the house, everything was in disarray. Jae-yang felt a pang of sorrow. It's pretty messy, right? Those loan sharks come here every day to torment us. She passed away 3 months ago, and I was the one who organized her funeral. The money in the house had run out by then. How could a weak little kid like me handle so much? And that was when it happened. He had been pulled into the whirlpool and couldn't escape. I chose their highest loan package. I hate being poor because I can't be generous to anyone. Poverty isn't a crime, but it makes people lose respect. Even on the day of his mother's funeral, they didn't spare him. They came and took away the last box of noodles in the house. He tried to resist but couldn't change anything. He was even beaten harder. Kang Yusik saw his past self in him, but instead of feeling empathy, he felt a deep satisfaction. Jae-yong continued, "At first, I borrowed 1,000,000 won from them. I didn't expect that within a month, the amount would increase fivefold. They come every few days to smash things up. They don't let up on me, not even once. Sometimes, I just want to log out of this world to be with my mom again." Jae-yong struggled to hold back tears, but in the end, he still didn't dare to leave. Looks pitiful, doesn't it? Daejun thought for a moment. What if one day all this pain ends? He turned the photo of Jae-yong with his mother outward, speaking with determination, "Just wait for me. Everything will be over for good." On a bright moonlit night, a young man was preparing to jump off a bridge. He looked drunk and kept mumbling about how everything had gone wrong. Why did things turn out so badly? I thought I had calculated everything carefully. Why did I lose 3 times? Just as he was about to jump, a hand landed on his shoulder. He turned around. "Let me go. This is my last shred of dignity as a red bloodline." Instead of receiving a gentle piece of advice, he got a demand for payment. "Pay me 2 months' interest and I'll let you jump." The man begged them to let him go quietly. Of course, they shook their heads. "You'll be in a styrofoam box before we let you go into the river, and there won't be a second chance." The cries for help had come to an end. That was the end of the man's life. Shifting to a familiar room door, the debt collectors from before were actually Kang Hyo-sik's underlings. He proudly walked over to report, "We saved a debtor's life. Adding in a rescue fee will double the interest. We'll impose the most twisted punishments on him so he can be subdued." Kang Hyo-sik, searching for a label, praised, "Good job. Debtors have no right to choose whether they live or die. That right belongs to us. If I let them go, they live. If I squeeze them, they bleed." One of his underlings reported that they were prepared to meet. "Imda Jun is ready, boss, but is it really okay?" "Of course, 100% perfect. No errors will occur," Kang Hyo-sik said, but the underling didn't understand why he was so wonderful. Why is studying so boring? A perfect score seems to have no meaning anymore. Why is dividing subjects as simple as breaking up with an X? Those excellent scholarships are no longer exciting. Absolute perfection is the goal I always aim for. Don't tell Boss Shine Yu-sung anything. I'll create a special surprise for him. He'll be stunned when he sees the wonderful thing I've achieved. I'll give Haegwang a truly perfect conclusion. Just wait for good news from this little brother, Brother Shine Yu-seong. Meanwhile, at a junkyard, a lone foot stood still amidst the flow of life. This was the meeting place for Daejin and Kang Hyo-sik. He had arrived and waited for Daejin beforehand. "You finally came, Ganbuk's leader," Kang Hyo-sik said with a faint smile under the bright moon. "Now let's get to the main business." Daejin stared intently at him. "Do you want me to remind you of that attractive offer?" "No, you'll be given full control over the loan shark business in Ganbuk without any commissions, and this benefit will belong solely to you." Kang Hyo-sik feigned a high and mighty attitude, as if he smelled a trick. "This has to be guaranteed by you, Daejun. Don't worry, I will stake my honor on it." Kang Hyo-sik smiled, jumping down lightly. "This script is good, but unfortunately, it's missing something to make it perfect. Put on your helmets and listen carefully. What made you think you could negotiate Ganbuk with me? Because when Haegwang crushes you, Ganbuk will end up in our hands anyway. So for now, you should prepare to get tied up." After he finished speaking, his underlings appeared, all armed to the teeth. Kang Hyo-sik was thrilled. "You can't struggle alone in our trap." Seeing Daejin standing silently, Kang Hyo-sik excitedly continued to taunt. "What's wrong? The fast U-turn made you dizzy, huh? Ridiculous. You think I couldn't anticipate your little tricks?" Daejin scoffed. Before this meeting, Daejin had informed his two brothers. "I figured he would turn on us and try to play us. He definitely wants to eat both Jangnam and Ganbuk, so this deal with him is meaningless." Baekdo-gyeom warned, "I think he will ambush you, so it's better to be cautious." Kang Wizu added, "Eating from both sides? Where's the money to go around?" Baekdo-gyeom continued, "We need to surprise him before he surprises us." Baekdo-gyeom observed the storage room of the Suve building and found no one, indicating that Kang Hyo-sik and his forces had all gone outside to capture Daejun. Now was the golden opportunity to break in. His target was to obtain the financial ledger and the safe containing their money. If he could get the financial ledger, it would disrupt their lending operations, and if he could get their safe, they would only have the option of putting money into a piggy bank to save. Returning to the appointment, Kang Hyo-sik truly did not expect that Daejun would also anticipate this. However, the story was not that simple, he spoke up. "I anticipated that you would foresee my plan. You guys intended to divert my attention and infiltrate the building to seize me, right? I already executed a plan to keep the garden empty to deal with that. The only thing left there is a few minor players." Daejun gritted his teeth and asked him when he had learned this. Kang Hyo-sik kindly explained to Daejun the 10,000 questions he had. Because the data and money of Haegwang are among the most securely protected things. If a mosquito flies in, I would also know that it's a potential threat. Not to mention, a guy with a striking face loitering around the building. So before coming here, we secured our assets in another location. So, is there anything left to say before you meet your fate? This is the end. Suddenly, the spinning hook above their heads caused both to pivot. Kang Hyo-sik explained, "I prepared this rope for you so you wouldn't feel lonely going to hell. So we can hold a funeral together without spending too much. But if it's trash, Nobody will remember it when it's gone. The one being hanged at that moment was Guy-yong, who was trembling uncontrollably, while Kang Yu-sik was enjoying himself. See how I'm being gracious before you go under. Daejin gritted his teeth, saying that kid had nothing to do with this. Kang Yu-sik continued to joke. I thought you'd be quite interesting, so I planned some fun tricks. But now there's nothing left to play with. Don't worry, I prepared 2 coffins just for you too. Feel free to bark your last words before you die. If it were me in my youth, you would have easily lured me with money. But now my ambitions are so vast that you can't imagine. You need both money and power to stand tall. A few days ago, Shin Yu-sung gathered everyone for a few words. On this evening, I will make an important decision. That's why I've summoned all the bosses to be here. As you all know, I'm about to move the business to Japan, and therefore I can no longer manage this small Seoul. So, I need to find someone to replace me in managing all operations here in Seoul. Of course, I will consider this impartially. The one who sets the highest KPI among the bosses will be given priority for this position. Prove that you can lead the organization forward, okay? And this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Kang Yu-sik. He also didn't forget to thank you for dealing with his great rival, Guokdo Chang. If it weren't for you, it would have been a hassle to make a classic battle. He declared loudly, in a short while, I will dominate all of Seoul. Kang Yu-sik's phone rang, with a report from his subordinates. Everything is ready, boss. The game begins. After saying this, a car was immediately dropped to block Daejin's escape route. Daejin was now surrounded by them, with no escape route. Kang Yu-sik mocked, you're done, and your cheap alliance will crumble. Don't be too upset, because the person you're up against is the new leader of Haegwang. Dying under my hand is an honor. Despite how loudly he boasted, Daejin showed no signs of fear, saying, stop talking crazy, because I've anticipated what you would do. Back at the Suve Building's warehouse, Baekdo Jeom looked around and noticed that only a few kids remained in the office, confirming that the plan was indeed working. It was true that when Daejin used both heads, everything went smoothly. Kang Wizu hadn't shown up at all because he was at Haegwang's new hideout. He stood with his hands on his hips beside the safe, laughing mockingly. It's easy for you to slip past my eyes. Kang Wizu held the financial ledger in his hands, laughing non-stop. This is the lifeblood that you've maintained for so long. Bad news reached Kang Yu-sik's ears as his subordinate rushed in to report. The place we stored the financial ledger and money has been raided, and everything has been taken. They were too weak, so the intruder knocked them out one by one. Kang Yu-sik gritted his teeth in anger. I had calculated everything perfectly. That damned brat! Why am I always one step behind you? It must be because I don't use both heads frequently. Returning to when Daejin was having a meal with Guy-yong, he asked, do you want to settle all this bad debt? I actually have a way to resolve it, but it might be a little risky. Are you willing to take the plunge? Jae-yong was stunned and turned to look at the photo of himself and his mother before stating firmly, I have nothing to lose anymore. At that moment, in Haegwang's secret office, they rejoiced when they heard that Jae-yong was preparing to pay off his debts. Jae-yong awkwardly explained, I've been working extra a lot lately. The other party didn't believe him, saying, you're joking. How much can a loser like you earn from part-time work? Get back to reality. Jae-yong countered, do you want it or not? I also have a lot of friends who need to borrow a large sum of money. I'll introduce them to you to borrow. His mission was to identify their new hidden money location. They would never refuse money, so when they heard he'd bring friends to borrow money, they agreed immediately. After hanging up, Jae-yong was extremely nervous, wondering if he could deceive them. He had never had that many friends before. He hoped they wouldn't notice this inconsistency. With the phones Daejin provided, Jae-yong used them to register accounts with Haegwang, impersonating potential borrowers and scheduling meetings with them. By utilizing the meeting locations they provided, he could narrow down their base's position. Eventually, Jae-yong managed to gather some clues. Their secret base was definitely near this area. He was about to inform Daejin when he was unfortunately discovered by Haegwang's men. They realized he had been tricked when he arrived at the meeting point and found no one there, resulting in him being beaten badly. On Daejin's side, he lost contact with Guy-yong, but had already pinpointed his last known location. Prior to that, Daeyong had only texted 2 words, Tteokbokki shop. With just those 2 words, it was hard to guess. Kang Weezu seriously recalled all the places he had walked through and finally realized where it was. The scene shifted to the pedestrian street next to Kimjin Academy. It was surprising how something that seemed so far away was actually right in front of him. Wasn't this the rice cake shop he had previously snacked on with 2 students? At the same time, this was the only place he hadn't investigated yet. It was true that the most dangerous place is often the safest. They had positioned themselves where he frequently passed by to throw him off. The result was that Kang Weezu was there with the safe. He smirked. I never expected it to be this simple. Thanks to Daejun, he lured everyone away, allowing me to sweep through quickly. His task now was to find everything. The computer held all the documents, and the Japan documents weighed in at 16 gigabytes. However, what he needed now was the business documents of Haegwang. Just as he was focusing, Sonamho suddenly appeared from nowhere. Get your filthy hands off the computer. Before Kang Weezu could respond, he took a swift kick to the mouth, knocking over the monitor. Sonamho, raising his voice, said, Do you know that your intrusion here is polluting my atmosphere? Kang Weezu was already furious, saying, Your punchable face is making me a bit uncomfortable. Back at the junkyard, Kang Yusik spoke up. You're guessing way too much. You're overconfident. The red-haired kid isn't going to let anyone survive. So now, you might as well pray for your crew. Today, you're going straight to hell. He trusted his men, just as Daejun trusted Kang Weezu's gang, who were no fools either. Daejun warned him to pray for the red-haired kid, as he was about to face a real madman. He looked up and praised Jaeyoung. You're doing great. Just hang in there a bit longer. Jaeyoung smiled contentedly. Kang Yusik, irritated, interrupted the tender moment. What are you waiting for? You're about to go down, so don't hold back. How could you possibly survive this siege? Daejun had faced such situations numerous times. A few of them wouldn't be a challenge. Plus, did they really think Daejun would come alone? His gang had surrounded them. The tables had turned. Park Muayel apologized for being late. Who dares to touch my boss? I'll chop them all down. I'm the right-hand man of Imda Jun. He confidently reminded Daejun to focus on taking down Kang Yusik, assuring him that he would handle the rest. These nameless thugs would be cleared away like garbage. Park Muayol charged straight at them like a cannonball. It's almost Tet, and you don't know how to take care of your teeth. He easily swept away the enemy. Kang Yusik fell silent. It wasn't a coincidence that he was the leader of Gambuk. Daejun stepped closer to him, reiterating, I gave you a way out, but you took the trashy path with Haegwang instead. I'll destroy both you and Haegwang. He sneered, What do you mean destroy? That's laughable. Your delusions have no limits. With that, he charged at Daejun, kicking at him. Daejun managed to dodge, but the car behind him did not. This demonstrated the tremendous power of Kang Yusik's attack. Kang Yusik tossed aside his schoolboy tie, saying, That's enough. You won't anticipate how I'm going to take you down. Did he think he was the only one who could take off his jacket? Daejun also removed his outer shirt, preparing for an even match. Meanwhile, Sonamho was covering his nose, annoyed. What's that Dan rat doing here? How did these little mice get this far? But it didn't matter. With the rat exterminator here, none would escape. After that, he tried to land another punch on Kang Weezu. But Kang Weezu wasn't going to let himself be harmed easily. He countered with a stealthy kick to confuse Sonamho. While Sonamho could dodge the attack, he realized that his opponent was not easy to take down. Kang Weezu continued to jump around erratically before finishing with his strongest kick. Sonamho had only been able to defend himself, having no chance to retaliate. He was extremely frustrated, especially when Kang Weezu was about to hit him again. Sonamho unexpectedly grabbed Kang Weezu's collar and immediately threw him down. Your pathetic scratching techniques are really irritating me. How long has it been since you last bathed, you bastard? I hate the smell of fermented shrimp paste. Kang Weezu shot back with a hooking kick, hoping it would cure Sonamho's impaired sense of smell. I warn you, the next kick won't be so gentle. At the same time, Daejun's gang and Kang Yu-sik's gang were engaged in fierce combat. Neither side was willing to back down. Park Muayol was determined to take them down as quickly as possible. Little Jaeyeon had also successfully been rescued. Kang Yu-sik's crew was wary of Park Muayol's strength. His biceps were as big as someone else's thighs. Yet, Daejun's gang started to gain the upper hand. Just then, a car was suddenly dropped down. Park Muayol was puzzled about what was happening. One of Kang Yu-sik's men had climbed into a crane and was now using it to stack cars on them. Daejun's men, including Park Muayol, were pinned down by the car and unable to escape. Just when the thug thought he was about to die there, Park Muayol suddenly appeared. Using his tremendous strength, he held back the pushing force of the crane. He gritted his teeth. "You think you can make it hard for me with this?" The crane operator was taken aback by his abilities. Not only could he hold back the crane, but Park Muayol also had the strength to provoke him. "If you have any tricks left, show them to me." Meanwhile, Daejun and Kang Yu-sik were still staring each other down. Daejun challenged him, "I hope you can send me to hell like you bragged." Kang Yu-sik responded confidently, "You talk big. How would someone like you understand the power of money and authority?" He believed in the fairness of the fight, claiming that money would win. In this society, there was no equality among classes. The lowest classes would be oppressed to the core. They turned their backs on what others valued, all for their own benefit. Kang Yu-sik had once been happy in a loving family, with both parents around, never having to think about money. Yet just after that day walking his dog, everything fell apart. Kang Yu-sik lost his home. He and his white dog ended up at a rescue shelter. His parents' former partner came by, but their first concern was the poodle. The old man initially expressed sympathy for him, having lost both parents, but then his true despicable nature emerged. Because the kid's father owed a large sum, he was looking for ways to recover the debt. But there was nothing of value left around. "What can I do now? Guess I'll just have to squeeze this dog." He robbed the last bit of hope from the kid, reminding him of the lesson that money is everything. Compared to money and status, Ganbuk is nothing but the armpit hair of Haegwang. So stop dreaming. With that, he charged at Daejun, delivering a powerful kick. Taking advantage of the momentum, he landed multiple blows on Daejun. The money of Haegwang combined could crush all you Ganbuk trash. After saying that, he jumped up to kick Daejun in the face. With the current situation, he thought he had victory in his hands. But Daejun's subsequent punch made him reconsider everything. Kang Yu-sik flew back like a bullet. Daejun declared, "If it's about status, then it's about sitting on the heads of the Haegwang dogs. If you want to evaluate someone's class and status, you have to look at how they live, and you live just like a dog." Kang Yu-sik felt choked and couldn't say anything. Returning to Park Muayol, his strength astonished everyone. Is he a bull or a human? Park Muayol was building up energy, muttering, "You don't know the consequences of provoking me. If I catch you, I'll crush you." The crane operator was now very annoyed by Park Muayol's display. He decisively lowered the crane, and once done, he burst into delighted laughter. It had been a long time since he played a game like this. However, he couldn't laugh for long when Park Muayol charged at the crane. He threw open the driver's door just as the operator couldn't react in time. Park Muayol grabbed him by the shirt and grinned maniacally. Which hand was messing around? Meanwhile, Kang Wee-soo was continuously using his kicks, and Sonam-ho had learned his moves well. He easily grabbed Kang Wee-soo's leg and threw him far away. "You can't do anything if you just jump around. Next time you fight, remember to wash up for me." Kang Wee-soo suddenly suggested taking a short break before continuing the game. During that time, he casually kicked the nearby bookshelf, causing it to fall on both of them. Sonam-ho was caught off guard and had to let Kang Wee-soo go to avoid the cabinet. He stepped back, panting, narrowly avoiding being crushed. Kang Wee-soo suddenly appeared from behind and asked why he was discriminating against his scent. Sonam-ho quickly turned around, realizing his mistake, but it was too late. He took a kick right to the face. As he spun around, Sonam-ho tried to grab Kang Wee-soo's leg. But this time, Kang Wee-soo didn't let himself be caught. and instead retaliated with a kick that almost crippled Sonam-ho's arm. Sonam-ho trembled on the ground as Kang Woo-sik continued to stomp on him, stating that the worst thing in the room was his character. At this point, Sonam-ho could only breathe heavily. He no longer had the strength to fight back. Today, all the Hagwon crew had to bow down to him. With that, Kang Woo-sik made Sonam-ho taste the soles of his shoes. Kang Woo-sik angrily looked at him, thinking he had to increase his bathing frequency to once every 3 days. At the same time, it seemed that like master, like servant, while Sonam-ho was getting beaten like a child, Kang Woo-sik wasn't doing much better. Dae-jin kept punching him in the jaw, but Kang Woo-sik still had the strength to kick Dae-jin back. In this world, there was no pain greater than poverty, and he had endured thousands of hardships to reach where he was today. He stood up, so the punches from Dae-jin meant nothing to him. Dae-jin had noticed the shard of glass in his hand, and without hesitation charged at him with it. However, before he could touch him, Kang Woo-sik had to take another punch. Stubborn as ever, Kang Woo-sik refused to give up, trying to advance once more, only to face the same outcome. Kang Woo-sik bent over and heaved a mouthful of blood, but he kept telling himself that he couldn't lose. There was no power greater than money. No matter how much he wanted, he would give it all to stop this. Kang Woo-sik shouted like a madman, asking how much money it would take to buy back their lives. Furious, Dae-jin gifted him a knockout punch. Money was the root of all evil. Anything bought with money was cheap, especially his character. What good was money if it couldn't buy back lost treasures? At this moment, Kang Woo-sik seemed to finally understand everything. He had genuinely tried hard from the beginning, trading everything to achieve his current status. Why couldn't money change everything as he had hoped? Dae-jin kindly offered him a lesson in morality. If he kept plunging into this vortex, his life would always be a failure. Kang Woo-sik still wouldn't admit it. What could a mongrel like him know? They were nothing but garbage. With that, he ran to find a random vehicle to hide in. Dae-jin's men quickly chased after him, but before he could escape, another vehicle crushed him from above. His car was lifted into the air. Dae-jin was also taken aback, not understanding what was happening. Park Myeol had been sitting in the crane's cabin, controlling the vehicle for who knows how long. He smiled with delight, saying it was now his turn to play a game. His gang was thrilled at this scene. The crane lifted the car high, and Kang Woo-sik, sitting inside, hugged his head in fear, shouting for them to stop. Meanwhile, Park Myeol outside was incredibly excited by the game. The car was crushed in mid-air, and a kid stood dumbfounded at the sight. Dae-jin seriously looked at the person below, saying it was time to end everything. The crimes and ambitions of Kang Woo-sik were more than enough. Kang Woo-sik sat dumbfounded, wondering how he could fail against such garbage. Park Myeol angrily stepped down from the vehicle, asking if he needed to shove something in his mouth to shut him up. Dae-jin felt that was enough. They had achieved their goal. There was no need for bloodshed. Thus, the junkyard had been completely cleaned up. Similarly, Kang Woo-sik sent a report photo stating that he had cleared up the mess at the Suve building. Kang Woo-sik now felt like a lost soul, only able to comfort himself. Park Myeol joyfully shouted that they had won. Dae-jin was then checking if Jae-yong was okay. Jae-yong looked at him with admiration, saying he was incredible. His friends looked just as monstrous. Dae-jin believed that Jae-yong was the real amazing one in this battle, overcoming his fears and sacrificing himself in such a dangerous place. Not everyone could do that. Only the extremely brave or extremely foolish would dare to act like that. Jae-yong wondered if that was really a compliment. Just then, the loudspeaker in the junkyard suddenly blared out, emitting a deafening screech that made everyone's hair stand on end. While everyone was distracted, Kang Woo-sik had successfully escaped. The only thing left behind was his walkie-talkie. In a building on the street, a motorcycle was carelessly tossed at the entrance. Inside, every step of the staircase was stained with blood. Kang Woo-sik panted heavily, unable to believe what was happening. How dare they take everything from him? They would all go to hell. Even if they defeated him, it would be pointless. Where there was money, there was power. He would take his mountain of money and crush each one of them. Using his last bit of strength, he opened the door, but instead of a mountain of money, he was greeted by a stranger trying to crack his safe. "Who are you?" Kang Wizu didn't care about his question and continued his task, trying the password. When it didn't work, he had to turn to the owner of the safe, who, seeing his money being touched by another, panicked and grabbed the scissors from the table. Kang Wizu was slightly taken aback, thinking there was no need to be so uptight. Kang Yusik wildly waved the scissors, yelling for him to get his hands off it. He hurriedly stood in front of the safe, declaring that no one could touch his money. His whole body trembled, holding the scissors tightly. "The money is mine." Kang Wisu was confused and Daejin punched him on the head, asking if he was too strong. What did he plan to do with those scissors? Did he see that red-haired guy? If he charged in here, his nose would be just the same. He frantically shouted about money, asking who he thought he was. Did he know that his money was enough to break his legs? How could he dare to steal from him? His fate was #1 in security at this headquarters. They shouldn't be so delusional. While he was fleeing, he had also contacted the headquarters, and the powerful forces of Haegwang would come to eliminate all of them. He thought he could handle Daejin himself, but he didn't expect him to be more cunning than he thought. Even if they defeated him, they would still die at the hands of Haegwang's forces. Only those with money had the right to exist here. Kang Wizu was annoyed that such despicable words could be uttered. But the outcome would still be that he would be the loser. Kang Yusik didn't understand what this meant. On this side, when realizing he had escaped, Daejin calmly stated that there was no need to chase him. He had predicted he would run away, so he had prepared the final step for this plan. The mastermind behind this plan was, of course, the smartest one. None other than Baekdo Jiam. Everything went just as he predicted. Kang Wisu kindly explained to Kang Yusik that the issue wasn't the money in the safe. His target here was something else. He had hacked into their computers and summoned all of his debtors here, notifying them that everyone would be freed. Kang Yusik, stunned, asked if he was joking. Kang Wizu took out a wad of cash and was very pleased with his reaction. That's right, look wide-eyed and pay attention. All of Kang Yusik's debtors received messages with the same content. Gather in front of the tteokbokki shop to participate in the competition to overcome themselves, an opportunity for the entire community to escape debt. All the debtors had gathered here. Kang Wizu was dropping money from above, and Kang Yusik furiously shouted, asking what game he was playing. Kang Wizu didn't bother to pay attention to him. Everyone hurry up and collect the money to pay off the debts. There's still a lot of money, so feel free. Baekdo Jiam on the opposite building was observing. The common trait of these debtors is that they desperately need money and harbor deep resentment. After gathering these people here, Kang Yusik used money as bait, then provoked them against Kang Yusik. They would represent the Daejin gang to crush that guy, and he would bear all the pain he had caused them before escaping. Kang Wizu still didn't forget to taunt, as this was his first experience of being chased by debtors. Enjoy it slowly, and then you'll know the power of money. After saying that, Kang Wizu jumped through the window to escape, leaving him to face the angry crowd. The scissors in his hand had been broken in half. His fate right now likely wasn't any better. The scene shifts to Haegwang's financial office after the collapse. This was the time to engulf Haegwang. The next morning, after a series of exhausting fights, the Daejin gang finally got a hearty meal of beef ribs. Early in the morning, Kang Wisu was eating as if he were starving. Daejin noticed Baekdo Jiam sitting still, so he urged him to hurry up and have a bite. Baekdo Jiam, feeling uncomfortable, replied, "Aren't you guys satisfied with the food at Ganbuk? You still have the appetite at this hour." Jaeyong suddenly appeared like a ghost, whispering in his ear, "Eat, don't hesitate. I truly thank everyone for helping me a lot. I don't know how to repay you besides this meal, so just eat as much as you want." After the meal, Daejin advised Gayam, "From now on, you have to go to school by yourself. Take care. If anyone dares to mess with you, just call me." Jaeyong still remembered Daejun's words at that time. "You can do it," he promised himself and Imda Jun. "I won't allow anyone to look down on my life anymore. Thank you for everything, Imda Jun. This will be the best time in my memories. If possible, let's eat together again." In the end, he finally saw her smile, a genuine smile. Daejin shook his hand firmly, Stay strong until we meet again. Thus, the Ganbuk alliance successfully took down Haegwang's financial resources. Everyone brought news of victory back to Ganbuk. At the same time, in a restaurant where Haegwang's bosses had gathered, they were all present after hearing the news that Kang Yuasik was on the chopping block. Seol Gwang-hyuk spoke up. We need to devise a counterplan. Otherwise, Shin Yu-sung will boil each of our heads. Jo-aram lamented. We should have targeted that bastard right from the start to deal with this damn Ganbuk alliance that is becoming more and more troublesome. This is too much. Choi Sun-ryong maintained his usual laid-back attitude. Why are you all so worked up? Just enjoy the meal, and things will sort themselves out. I truly don't know if you're worried about Haegwang. He continued. Why gather all of us here? Don't you think that's ridiculous? Because this is our Haegwang success. The simultaneous elimination of two useless pieces, Do-chang and Kang Yuasik, at this time is an opportunity for those with real strength to take responsibility. This purification will make Haegwang stronger. The meal was going smoothly when suddenly another guest appeared. A feast like this, and you didn't invite me? That's a huge disrespect. The faces of all of them immediately soared at the sight of this figure, including Choi Sun-ryong. The conflict now escalated. The most dangerous bastard of Haegwang appeared, a criminal who dared to do anything, colluding with smugglers, throwing a pig into the sea, boiling a granny alive. He was the strongest boss of Haegwang. Everyone thought he was focused on Haegwang's business, so his sudden appearance made everyone uncomfortable. Yang Hyuk confidently flaunted his personality, even though he was an uninvited guest. I quite like this tuna dish, especially the eye. It's the most nutritious part. Only fools don't know how to appreciate it. Saying that, Yang Hyuk immediately popped the fresh eye into his mouth, under the wary gazes of everyone. Seol Gwang-hyuk asked, What are you doing here? Yang Hyuk replied haughtily, You like this opinion, right, you useless bastards? He slowly stepped in front of Seol Gwang-hyuk. It seems like your scarred eye isn't balanced. Hearing this, Seol Gwang-hyuk panicked and invited him to sit down to eat, but it was too late. Yang Hyuk smirked, then quickly slammed his head down onto the table, making his head throb. The reason I don't like sitting with chickens is this, he said. Anyone needing to get their teeth fixed can speak up. I see no one dares to utter a word. He satisfiedly wiped the blood off his mouth. Now I can eat in peace. I heard the Ganbuk gang has been causing a lot of trouble lately, right? The scene shifts to the Daejin gang's headquarters in Ganbuk. Kang Wizu, Daejin, and Park Mu-ayol were sitting together. Park Mu-ayol laughed heartily. Kang Yuasik was chased by those debtors from home to school, always having that fat lady weighing 100 kilos on his face. Who could stand that? Baekdo Jeom added. Their finances are suffering greatly. Right now, they must be in a frenzy. Their end will come soon. We just need to attack their henchmen one by one, which will cause the cracks in their organization to grow larger. One day, they will become so big that Shin Yu-sung will have to lose his life. Kang Wizu couldn't hide his excitement. That's wonderful. But before that day comes, let's go have some roasted duck to motivate us to survive until then. The firm tone accompanied by a pat on the shoulder made Kang Wizu's smile vanish. Now they no longer had time for that. There were other matters at hand. Daejin began preparing to implement the next plan. First and foremost, it was essential to strengthen the gang's forces. The gang members diligently helped each other train day and night. Young Kim Un-dong was the most hardworking of all. Everyone in the gang was surprised by his determination. Is this really the little Kim Un-dong from before? Not only had he successfully mastered the uppercut, but he also managed to take down his older brother, Daejin, who had witnessed the entire training process. Kim Un-dong happily ran to show him, I've been training really hard. Now it's time to see the gap between us. Daejin didn't speak, he only extended his hand forward. Kim Un-dong, caught off guard by this overwhelming pressure, was easily knocked down by Daejin. However, Daejin still praised him. Kim Un-dong smiled shyly, I knew it. How could I beat you, Daejin? Daejin asked, were the exercises I gave you too hard? Kim Un-dong didn't feel it was hard. Instead, he thought he needed to try harder not to disappoint his brother. We are family. We must strive together. You were once like this too, weren't you? Daejin fell silent, burdened by the thought that he had never been able to shoulder anything for them. That night, Daejin took out the charred photo of their family of 6 to reminisce about the past, filled with nostalgia. He wished he could bear all their burdens. Meanwhile, at an illegal auction, items were being sold at exorbitant prices. Minus 100 million won was a very normal price for these goods. The item Lee Jae-hyun, 29 years old, tall and muscular, was sold to a fat old man for 26 million won. The old man laughed with delight. The auctioneer continued to introduce the next item, the most special one of the day, Honggaeom. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise your starting bid. Before the auctioneer led his clients to the warehouse for a presentation. Welcome to the auction floor. Please choose the right price. Especially, we have many offers for new customers. If you sign up for our VIP membership package 123, you'll receive even more promotions. Moreover, this is our newly imported product, with measurements of 96 to 1090. If you're not satisfied, there are plenty of other options available here. We have a diverse range of races and genders. If you want to play lesbian, that's available too. The client hesitated a bit when purchasing these illegal items. Can you guarantee that the transaction here will be safe? This is Korea, after all. And what if the goods I buy here have any issues? The auctioneer flashed a professional smile. Regarding legal matters, we are a notorious underground organization, so you can rest assured. Our products come with nationwide warranty and a 30-day return policy. Orphans without shelter, abandoned by society. That's the criteria we use for selecting our inventory. Therefore, any future repercussions will be eliminated, and the health of the orphan children will also be ensured. Our system is very professional. Thus, issues regarding the quality of our goods will always be thoroughly checked, and the nutritional regimen of our inventory is also very scientific. Therefore, their appearance will be in the best condition when delivered to the customer. Our products will meet all your needs. The client hoped that everything would go smoothly. The auctioneer grinned broadly. As long as you like it. Meanwhile, a girl was desperately fleeing from the scene. I can't bury my life here. Those auctioneers are all sick-minded. There's no way out for me. The girl felt despondent when she saw a dead end ahead. This is pointless. It's truly the end. This place is really hell, one that you can never return from. A voice suddenly rang out from behind her. What's the fuss? I just went out to eat a bit, and you're causing a ruckus. He was covered in blood and came to capture her. At this moment, no one knew where her fate would lead her. The scene shifts to the Daejin gang's headquarters. Baekdo Jeon was giving a speech. The mission to destroy Haegwan's loan shark office has been a complete success. Now, our next plan is to target the Seoul Bar. It's an important warehouse for them. If we can disrupt their operations there, it will deal a heavy blow to Haegwang. After Daejin's guesses, Kang Wisu was looking forward to his plan this time. Do you have any thrilling plans? He asked. Just mentioning Haegwang makes me itch all over. Kim Wonbin expressed his displeasure. What more do you want at this time? Are you thinking of doing drugs? Haven't you had enough in Gambuk? The important target to focus on right now is the Jangnam slave auction. It's an illegal auction, and they auction people as well. Their influence is very strong. They can even maneuver around the law to do these things. Their customers are guaranteed to have good genetics and safety, so this model is expanding more and more. That's why it houses extremely sensitive criminal behaviors of Haegwang. First, we must attack the auctions. Park Mu-yeol chimed in. Once we reach the auction site, I'll just snap their necks, and it will all be over. Baekdo Jeon was a bit apprehensive, but this place is definitely harder than that bar. It'll just be another round of drugs, right? Especially since that auction is run by an extremely dangerous member of Haegwang. I think encountering him would be even tougher. Right now, it's a very risky gamble. Instead, we should carry out guerrilla attacks, targeting their weaker branches to gradually strengthen ourselves. Park Mu-yeol impulsively spoke up. Morale is high among the brothers, and you want to retreat. Are you scared? Baekdo Jeon, of course, had his reasons. I'm not scared, but I'm not reckless either. Our current forces aren't strong enough to engage, and some of our brothers are still injured from the last battle. Kim Won-bin expressed his annoyance. You may be smart, but you always think within safe boundaries. You need to break out of that. Those who take risks are the true heroes. Baek Do-jeom asked him to shut up. Kim Won-bin not only didn't stop but also provoked further. What's wrong? Did I hit your ego? Baek Do-jeom lost his temper and shouted, This is a fight for survival. Taking risks is a one-way ticket, you fool. Daejun's gang is arguing. Usually, in times of disagreement like this, the leader is the one who makes the final decision. Kang Wizu impatiently urges, It's lunchtime already. Why do you keep talking like this? Daejun helplessly cradles his head. Can you all be quiet for a moment? I will make a specific decision on this. Give me a little time to think. Everyone then gradually leaves the room. Kim Won-bin remains determined, insisting that they must attack the auction house at all costs. As Kim Un-dong happens to walk by them, he asks, Is your meeting over? Why do you look so anxious? Did the meeting take too long? Are you about to burst, Kim Won-bin? Kim Won-bin looks at Kim Un-dong, noticing he seems to have grown a lot lately. Suddenly, he has a bold idea. Do you want to go for a stroll? After the meeting ends, Daejun goes up to the rooftop alone, deep in thought. There's a path that's slow but quite safe, and a quick path that's filled with traps. A leader must protect everyone, but if he wants to completely destroy Haegwang, he has to take risks. At that moment, a cigarette is suddenly raised before him by Baek Do-jeom, who seems to have been there for a while. He asks about Imda Jun. Are you worried about the next step, right? Daejun admits, It's really giving me a headache. I guess I'll choose the same direction as you. Let's forget about the auction. We need to ensure everyone's safety. Baek Do-jeom observes Daejun's expression. If you keep thinking that way, my shoulders will feel lighter. That much, Daejun grumbles. I've always been like that. Baek Do-jeom shares. I used to think that I had to destroy Haegwang at all costs. But because of the responsibility I have for many people, I've had to think more carefully. But you're the leader and everyone will follow your lead. They're ready for anything that happens. Just do what you think is right. If not, if the plan fails and we all end up on the sacrificial altar, everyone will be willing. That evening, everyone gathers again to wait for Imda Jun's opinion. Daejun decides, Now, we will attack the auction house. This is a truly risky path, but it will help us hit Haegwang before they can recover. Park Muayol is excited. The leader of Ganbuk must be bold like this. At that moment, Kim Won-bin walks in. I've also prepared the first step for the auction process. We have to go into the tiger's den to crush them. Everyone looks at him, confused. What do you mean? Kim Won-bin casually pops a candy into his mouth. If you don't go to the auction immediately, then Kim Un-dong will be finished. No one believes he would consider this move. At the same time, Kim Un-dong is locked up by Haegwang's people in a cell. He is very upset, thinking, Is this how they treat people? He angrily mutters, All of you will be destroyed by Daejun. Coincidentally, the person sitting next to the cell is Hong Gayom, who, upon hearing the familiar name, curiously asks, Hey kid, who are you talking about? On the other hand, the atmosphere in Daejun's gang is tense. Baek Do-jeom, with veins popping on his forehead, asks, What was that you just said? What's wrong with Kim Un-dong? Kim Won-bin puts on a teasing expression. Calm down, it's boiling hot right now. Baek Do-jeom, losing his cool, grabs his shirt. How can I stay calm? Kim Won-bin, still fearless, continues to taunt. Let me finish this candy first, and then I'll tell you. Daejun advises Baek Do-jeom to remain calm so that Kim Won-bin can explain clearly. Daejun, annoyed, warns, You have to understand the consequences of your actions. So you better explain. If the answer isn't satisfactory, this will be the last candy you get. Kim Won-bin scoffs. It's true that the kid has been sold to Haegwang's auction house, but that was the choice he wanted. After hearing this, Daejun freezes, stunned. That afternoon, Kim Un-dong is trying to lift weights. The admiring gaze of Kim Won-bin makes it impossible for him to continue lifting. Naturally, Kim Won-bin, holding his head, begins to speak. I have something I want to ask you, but it's hard to say. Kim Un-dong tells him to speak freely. So, he decides to reveal his intention. As Imda Jun's disciple, I think it's time for you to show your contribution to this alliance. If this works out, you'll become Daejun's capable right-hand man. I've always heard you guys talk about the two words family. So you need to be someone that this family can trust, right? His words hit Kim Eun-dong's brain directly. Be someone the family can rely on and trust. Kim Eun-dong hurriedly chases after him. I'll do everything you say. Kim Won-bin pretends to be vague. Then you'll make it to the top 4, the ones Daejun always trusts. And later on, you'll be right by Daejun's side to fight Shin Yu-seung. Seeing the eager expression on Kim Eun-dong's face, he finally reveals his plan. Now you'll be the captain of the prison exploration team. I mean the enemy infiltration team. Kim Eun-dong happily takes his candy. Don't worry, I've grown stronger to take on this big responsibility. The two brothers happily lead each other into the prison. Kim Eun-dong sits behind bars, not only thinking about Kim Won-bin's plan, but also about how this is the moment he can share the burden with Daejun. Kim Eun-dong is determined. Wait for good news from me, okay? Daejun is starting the plan that Kim Won-bin suggested. He hesitates, wondering whether he should interact with the other prisoners here. Kim Eun-dong calls out to everyone, but no one responds. Only a woman in the next room, unable to bear the noise, irritably reminds him, "Can you keep it down, kid? If you keep making noise, the guards will come and beat you up." Hearing someone respond, Kim Eun-dong happily starts a conversation. "Can I ask you a few questions? How many people have they locked up here?" Hong Gaeom, with an annoyed tone, replies, "Who has the time to count that?" Just then, a guard appears, threatening, "Who's making noise? Be careful, or I'll punish you." Upon seeing Kim Eun-dong, he grabs the collar of his shirt, threatening, "So it was you making noise. Don't you care about your father anymore? The way you talk is just like I'm shocking you with a taser." As he gets close to Kim Eun-dong, Hong Gaeom suddenly speaks up, "Stop it. If you torture the prisoner too much, he won't spare you." Kim Eun-dong still hasn't recovered after being threatened with the taser. Who is she? Why does she want to help me? The guard shows no sign of worry. "You're lucky. I'm quite merciful, but just merciful in a crude way." As he speaks, he grabs Kim Eun-dong's mouth. "Let me stick this into your throat." The kids in the next room watch and learn. Kim Eun-dong regains his composure and then grabs the guard's arm, squeezing tightly. The guard, in pain, collapses, while Kim Eun-dong coldly warns, "Get your filthy hands off me. If you keep torturing others like this, are you not afraid your child will be born without a nose?" Hong Gaeong is surprised. This kid isn't ordinary. He's someone everyone knows. Finally, someone speaks up. "What are you doing?" The guard is thrown against the wall. Even though he's in pain, he must thank the person who saved him. Sungwon. Kim Eun-dong is stunned. He's as big as an elephant. Are there monsters like him in Haegwang too? Sungwon bends down to pick up the taser. He lifts it, but instead of shocking Kim Eun-dong, he shoves it into the guard's throat, slowly electrocuting him to death. Kim Eun-dong can't help but be surprised at this situation. After shocking his own guy, Sungwon continues to stab the guard with the taser until he lies still on the ground. You've been taught, so you should know how to behave and be responsible if the goods get damaged. Kim Eun-dong feels like something is stuck in his throat. If there are guys like this, the plan seems quite challenging. Then the scene shifts to the entertainment company. Kim Won-bin is on the internet, surprising everyone that a thug like him is becoming a producer. Daejun remarks, "Kim Won-bin, correct your words. It's the boss of the entertainment company, not a producer. Calling me a producer sounds bad. This is the family business my parents passed down. We specialize in training B-list artists." Daejun gets back to the main topic. "Now, how are we going to participate in this auction? Of course, we can't play by normal people's rules." Kim Won-bin explained we have to go to places that ordinary people can't attend. That's the VIP customer auction area, and Kim Won-bin has successfully hunted down 2 VIP tickets. He bragged, "I had to watch them drop my pants just to get them. It was even harder than hunting black market movie tickets." Daejun was satisfied. "Good. So Bak Du Gyeom, and I will use these 2 tickets to participate in the auction." Kim Won-bin immediately reacted. "Hey, Are you keeping me at home when it's my ticket? Just trust me. And also, I have some things to reclaim from them. It's a long story. Get in the car, eat a piece of cake, drink some water, and I'll tell you the story. Both of them settled in the car, and Kim Won-bin began to open his heart. This time is truly the most daring gamble since the alliance was established, but based on my brilliant plan, it will be as easy as sucking on a lollipop. Just look at my face, it's overflowing with credibility, right? Imda Jun seemed unconcerned about his words and was only worried about Kim An-dong. Kim Won-bin clicked his tongue. He has to go through bitterness and sweetness for the kid to mature. I said I'd go, but the kid wouldn't agree. If it's family, we must trust each other completely. Imda Jun felt extremely uncomfortable at the moment. How could he utter such shameless words after he did that to Kim An-dong? Kim Won-bin continued to babble on. Nothing is stronger than the power of friendship. Even the heads of large organizations share a characteristic. They never personally come out in dangerous situations. It's not necessary, just like Hagwon. The leaders only participate in contract signing. Therefore, their machinery operates very smoothly, along with strong relationships in the underground world. Thus, all legal matters are sidestepped. They hunt for prey that has no social ties. Hence, they can be easily controlled, and if they eliminate a slave, it won't cause repercussions later on. They ruthlessly erase a person's existence. This is the list of items they posted. The group only sells fans. We need to select a target to participate in the auction. Kim Won-bin continuously scrolled through each photo. Imda Jun saw that photo and quickly snatched the tablet. Wait, no way. He lost his temper to the point of breaking the screen. The iPad, Imda Jun trembled and covered his face with his hands. How dare you touch her? The Hagwon dogs have captured Hong Gae-on. Imda Jun has completely lost his mind right now. This time, someone will definitely end up in the grave. A year ago, when Johan Guild disbanded, before leaving, Cha Dae-yup warned everyone to stay away from the Hagwon at all costs. After the family broke apart, Hong Gae-on promised to listen to everyone and keep away from Hagwon, but it was truly too difficult for her. How could she forget his image? The feeling of losing the sky that once sheltered her was truly too painful. Hong Gae-on had secretly plotted revenge. She wanted to personally tear that bastard Shin Yu-seon into 100 pieces. But in reality, it wasn't as easy as she wished. She had to admit that her weakness was the reason she couldn't keep Johan Gil. This feeling of failure left her more helpless than ever. After Yang Huk defeated her, he saw her look like nothing, and he ordered his subordinates to capture her for the next auction. In the cage, Hong Gae-on curled up in a corner. Now she had no one to lean on anymore. No faith that she could take revenge on them. Hong Gae-on fell into despair. It's not that I want to give up, but you make me not know how to continue. Now is the time for her to go to the auction. On the other hand, Imda Jun and Kim Won-bin had arrived at the auction site. On the outside, it just looked like a regular large house. Both entered inside. Imda Jun looked around and wondered why it was so empty. Kim Won-bin explained this is a truly secure place. There are no surveillance cameras, so you can play around freely. Don't worry about your identity being kept secret. These tickets are the only way to infiltrate inside. Imda Jun just wanted to get in there right away. Kim Won-bin reminded him to take it slow. Being anxious could ruin everything. As they walked, he grumbled about earlier, just for a girl. My new tablet, is it that important to you? Your ex-girlfriend. He replied seriously, even more than that, she is my family. Thanks to that family, I have the faith to continue living. Kim Won-bin turned back to question. But how is an ex-girlfriend different from family? They also teach you many lessons, just like parents. This auction is supervised by Yang Hyuk. But with my perfect plan, having 10 more like him won't be a problem. This plan must succeed. Kim Won-bin swore to himself that he would get back everything that had been taken from them. Both were now standing in front of the hall's door. The rule when participating in the auction is to wear masks, which also helps conceal both of their identities. After wearing the masks and swiping their cards, the doors automatically opened. Inside, there were many people also wearing masks, just like them, gathered talking. Kim Won-bin guessed those big-bellied kids are probably the big customers in today's auction. Even members of the political world participated in this illegal auction. Although they could have the items delivered to their homes for free, they still came directly. This is to experience the thrill of auctioning and watching the desperate slaves in pain. Imda Jun gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. They are all scum, no different from Hagwon. Kim Won-bin reminded him that this doesn't matter, just temporarily ignore them. The final auction rounds are coming soon. The auctioneer spoke up. Now, ladies and gentlemen, old folks and young kids, pregnant women, and those about to give birth, please turn your eyes to the stage and get ready for today's final auction. And here is the first item brought out. A hot girl just turned 20, named Kim Jae. Ladies and gentlemen, possessing a beauty reminiscent of the fragrant flowers. The starting price is 5 million won. As soon as he finished speaking, the number skyrocketed to 130 million. The auctioneer loudly announced, "I will count from 1 to 3. If no one raises the price higher, I will close the deal." Deal closed successfully. The young girl was dragged away in fear. Imda Jun saw this scene and was extremely upset. They treated a human being worse than an animal. Kim Won-bin sighed. I wonder when Kim Un-dong will be put up for bidding. Kim Won-bin didn't have to wait long. Shortly after, a fair-skinned boy of adolescent age, Kim Un-dong, was brought out. The starting price soared to 50 million won. Upon seeing him appear, Imda Jun lost his composure. It was too dangerous for the kid. The bidding price for Kim Un-dong reached 80 million. Although Kim Un-dong was panicking, he still tried to remind himself to stay calm and complete the plan. Unexpectedly, Kim Un-dong caught the eye of a man who raised the bid to 100 million for him. Kim Un-dong trembled with the plan. How could there be such a situation? Now he truly understood the saying, to succeed, one must overcome their own shadow. He looked around the stage to see if Kim Won-bin had arrived. They both spotted each other. Kim Won-bin coughed several times as a signal. Kim Un-dong immediately coughed in response. The auctioneer was preparing to close the round, with no one raising the price higher. Thus, this item will be closed. Watching the joyful expression of that young man, Kim Un-dong felt shivers run down his spine. Imda Jun was also observing the boy's expression, noticing Kim Un-dong looked overly panicked. In contrast, Kim Won-bin remained calm. You can be assured, I have everything planned. Among your younger siblings, he is the most trustworthy. You must trust family. Kim Un-dong was currently being escorted away, but he was still encouraging himself that from now on, he would become someone that Brother Imda Jun could trust. And the most special item of the day was finally brought out. The auctioneer excitedly introduced to the audience, "Please look closely. I will reveal it now. It's Hong Gae-yeon." Seeing the sister who was once his family standing on stage with an unprecedented timid look, Imda Jun's heart tightened. One stood on stage, the other sat below. The distance was only a few steps, but it felt extraordinarily far. The auctioneer pointed at her and introduced, "Here is a very unfortunate case. She lost her family in one night. A tiny foot wandering on the street. She is very sad because she doesn't know where to go, so we brought her here for you." Kim Won-bin turned to ask Imda Jun if that was his ex-girlfriend. Imda Jun was almost out of control, his whole body trembling as he struggled to hold onto his knees to stay calm and not rush to resolve the whole situation, especially since it was a special item. Hong Gae-yeon's price quickly rose to 220 million won. Those who weren't participating in the auction were also eager to see who would win this exquisite item. Finally, a fat old man bid 300 million won, extremely pleased with the prize he was about to possess. While everyone was bidding, there was always one pair of eyes watching from above, Yang Yuk. The auctioneer asked if anyone had a higher bid. If not, he would count to 3, and if no one bid, he would close the auction. Hong Gae-yeon closed her eyes tightly. Was it all going to end now? The happiest journey of her life, with beautiful memories flooding back to her mind. Hong Gae-yeon struggled to hold back tears. Family is a place to return to, a refuge when one is tired and bored. But that was only true before. Just as the hammer was about to fall, a hand suddenly shot up. 3 billion won, a number that left everyone stunned. The auctioneer gaped at the price. Kim Won-bin was also surprised by this move. Imda Jun had resolved never to let her go. He wouldn't allow anyone to hurt her again. Honggaeon was the limit for Imda Jun. Before joining Haegwang, Yang Hyuk had always been bored because no one could match him as an opponent. Every day he had to fight with little kids, making him feel extremely dull. However, killing was still his joy, though that thrill was diminishing. He wondered why humanity was so weak, and then he realized that the way to make his game more primal was to touch the limits of their loved ones. Only when their rage reached a peak could they struggle fiercely. Back in the auction hall, with that 3 billion, no one dared to raise their hands anymore. Imda Jun successfully claimed the girl for himself. Honggaeon on stage was unaware of this and grew increasingly worried. Why would that guy offer such a crazy price? Who the hell is he? On the other hand, Yang Hyuk was staring intently at Daejun, smiling. Perhaps it's him. He recalled the day Honggaeon broke into this place. Yang Hyuk stood before her, coldly saying, "How dare you track us?" A man responded, "I discovered she was Jo Hangil's subordinate and reported it to him. She's on the list of those under Shinyu-san who are to be buried. Perhaps she came to avenge her deceased boss. So how do we deal with this, boss? She must be related to the Ganbuk leader." Yang Hyuk scoffed, "It would be too dull to just sweep away Ganbuk. We need to spice up life." Meanwhile, Daejun was also worried, unsure where to find 3 billion to pay. But he had to do it. This was the only way to attract their attention. One Haegwang member spoke up, "Why are you sitting here so hot? Go into the VIP room for a bite and a drink, and then we can hand you over. In the VIP room, you get 2 slaps. What I mean is the service girls will use cold towels to pat your face, not that I mean anything else." Daejun stood up to follow them. Kim Won-bin whispered after him, "I place my hopes on you." Daejun nodded in response. Kim Won-bin watched Daejun walk away, reminding himself that in an organization, trust is essential, not just in you, but also in that kid. Meanwhile, the auction continued, while Kim Undong was still locked in a cell. However, the room next door was completely empty. Her righteous act today made him feel she was truly a good person. Putting that aside, he now had something more important to accomplish. He had to find a way to free the prisoners from this dungeon. Guards were patrolling, checking the prisoners as usual when suddenly a strange scream caught their attention. "Ouch, that hurts." One guard went to Kim Undong's cell. "What? Do you want me to shove a stun rod in your mouth?" Kim Undong acted like a deity, shaking all over. "My stomach hurts too much. I might burst any moment." Of course, the guard didn't believe him. Even if it were true, he wouldn't let him out. "If not, then I'll take care of it." While he wasn't paying attention, Kim Undong quickly slipped his hand through the bars and grabbed his neck. The guard struggled for a while, but ultimately succumbed to Kim Undong's strength, collapsing beside the cell under the terrified gaze of the other prisoners. Kim Undong successfully obtained the key ring, freeing himself. "Quickly, let's escape right now." Everyone was dumbfounded, running away in confusion. Kim Undong encouraged them. "That's right. Let's find a way out together." They hesitated, fearful and unwilling to run, especially the man. Kim Undong wondered why he was standing still. "Hurry up," the man asked him. "How could you have gotten out in the first place, but not go?" A woman chimed in, "It's best to give up. Many have tried to escape, but no one has ever found a way out. I'm in pain, I'm falling apart. But the most important thing is I found the inner strength to survive." When entering this place, everyone was hooded, so no one could see the way out. More importantly, as long as that monster was here, not even a fly could escape. Hearing this, everyone grew even more frightened. When stepping out of the room, they were still scared, let alone searching for a way out. Kim Undong felt helpless. "Don't joke. These people have completely broken in spirit. The choice is yours. No one can force you to escape. From this moment, if you don't get out of here, you will never return to live like a human again." The atmosphere in the dungeon was silent, soon interrupted by the noise of the guards. "Grab the escapee. Staying means you can't live, but running guarantees death. If the big guy catches you, what's left of you?" Kim Undong once again tried to convince everyone they could escape from this hell only if they truly wanted to fight for their lives. They had to strive to survive. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, Yang Yuk's men were bringing Daejun in. Yang Yuk was pleased. Good, now you kids can step outside for a bit. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Yang Yuk, the owner of this establishment. Stop acting, this isn't Messenger. Take off the mask, Imda Jun. Although he was exposed, Daejun showed no signs of embarrassment. He calmly removed his mask. Maybe my coming here was part of your plan, right? Since they got in the car, the two had discussed they had to bid high for her. That way, Yang Yuk would show himself. And if they knew Daejun's identity beforehand, that was also possible. According to surveys, Yang Yuk had a very twisted personality. He liked to push his opponents to their limits, even threatening their loved ones in a cowardly manner. Kim Wonbin tried to convince him, if your ex is my ex, then I'd also choose to use her as bait to complete this plan. Only then will they be easily lured in. Back in the VIP room, Daejun questioned, you want all your men to leave so you can face me alone? Yang Hyuk sipped his drink, savoring the prey by himself. That's my style, especially a prey with a strong will. Do you know what the greatest feeling of hunting is? It's watching your prey struggle, suffering, and in despair. And if you trample on what they cherish the most, it's even more exciting. Daejun felt annoyed, sensing that he was overly philosophical. Yang Hyuk then grinned wickedly, saying, open the door for me to prepare for the fury of the prey. This was the formula. The curtain was drawn, revealing Hong Gaeon locked in a sealed room. Hong Gaeon then realized that the one buying her was Imda Jun. Why are you here? Before she received an answer, Yang Hyuk dumped a bucket of water on her. What's going on? Daejun gradually lost his temper. What crazy game are you playing? It's just a small challenge. Yang Hyuk taunted. If you can't defeat me, then you'll drown until you're poor. So come here and take me down before the water reaches Gaeon's knees. The water was rising stronger, and seeing her struggle made Daejun increasingly lose his cool. Let Gaeon go and fight me like a man. Come on, Yang Hyuk sneered. These immature kids can never understand the pleasures of manhood. This stupid bitch can take revenge for her brother, but she doesn't know that she's also someone else's weakness, and now she's preparing to make her friend die for her, so she should change her name to Hunting Leopard. What's a thrilling hunt without bait? And then, the prey has to thrash around in agony before dying. This ending is awful. They just threw the bait, and she bit it. Daejun glared, wanting to skewer him immediately, but he had to save Gaeon first. Instead of running towards him, Daejun dashed to Gaeon, punching repeatedly at the glass door, trying to free her while reassuring her, don't be scared, I won't let him hurt you anymore. Daejun punched furiously, but he used King Kong tempered glass. This time, I'll have to admit defeat to you. No matter how hard I try, I can't crack the glass. Yang Hyuk laughed with delight. You should thank me because thanks to me, you've been pushed to your limits and exploded. Now use your rage to smash me, and you'll save her, or you both will be buried here. Yang Hyuk swung a punch at Daejun, who cleverly used his arm to block. He gritted his teeth and returned a thunderous punch. Don't get in my way. It seemed he would fall flat on his back if scripted, but life isn't a dream. His punch felt like a face massage compared to Yang Hyuk's. This is the punch, kid. Saying that, he hit Daejun back with a real blow. The water in the tank had risen to Gaeon's head, and she struggled to look up, advising him, Daejun, ignore me and run away. You're no match for Yang Hyuk. Yang Hyuk mocked, didn't expect that these days, the title of leader has depreciated as much as goods at the market. To be honored as a leader with such weak punches? Leader of a token? Fine, I'll take you on without dodging, or if you prefer, I'll take you on with one leg. Anyway, I still have 2 legs. Daejun, furious, rushed in, don't be arrogant. Daejun launched a flurry of kicks at Yang Hyuk, but perhaps it was still useless against him. Yang Hyuk stepped back to gain momentum. We might have to end this quickly if that's all you've got. You think you're hunting a tiger or leopard, but in the end, you're just hunting a cat. His kick nearly made Daejun lose consciousness. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Daejun wiped the blood off his mouth and regained his composure. He couldn't waste any more time with him. Her life was hanging by a thread. Daejin still hadn't figured out how to deal with this terrorist, while Yang Yuk was eagerly looking forward to Daejin's performance. He wanted to experience the strongest technique from him, because this might be the last time it could be used. Both prepared to rush at each other. Blood debts must be paid with blood. Starting from this moment, Daejin, I'll make sure he can never speak again. In another development, Kim Undong was blocked by the guards. You can't escape from here. For the crime of breaking out like this, you have to swallow 2 electric rods at once. After that, the 2 guards rushed towards him. If it were the old Kim Undong, he might have run away already. But now it's different. Kim Undong skillfully maneuvered between them, easily taking down both with just a few basic moves. Everyone was amazed at this display. This kid is strong. Kim Undong smiled, not compared to my big brother. He's way more terrifying. What are we waiting for? Let's quickly find a way out. One girl asked everyone, if anyone has relatives outside, try to contact them. But down here, the signal is blocked. Even if you have a phone, it's useless. Who wouldn't want to escape? It's just that the situation is beyond our control, because that guy is even stronger than this kid. After finishing, he was knocked down by the monster. The girls just saw his figure and trembled like a leaf. Everyone was terrified and ran back to their cells, begging for mercy. Sin-won started cursing. What the hell is this? This isn't a market. You little brats are making a mess, and the consequence is just death. The fate of those who dare to cause trouble here is to be beaten up. Why is there no order like that? The guy in the white shirt thought his life would end right then. But Kim Undong appeared just in time to block that godly blow. So you're the one who brought the kids here to escape. People must know how to eat, talk, wrap things, and know how to open their mouths properly. I have to teach you a lesson. Sin-won threw a punch, but Kim Undong easily dodged it. They are human, not animals for you to abuse. After that, he got a punch right in the face. Kim Undong crouched down, wiping the blood from his mouth. That was just the beginning. That punch was a bit strong, bro. He quickly regained his composure and rushed towards him with a thunderous punch. He thought Daejun's technique would hit every time, but he was hit on the head instead. It felt like being hit by a truck. This guy was completely on a different level compared to those guards. He was truly a monster. He was currently being trampled on like a plaything. He began to feel frustrated. Kim Wonbin, you've assigned me a rather difficult task. Sin-won lifted him up and shouted, you guys better look closely. This is the end of those who oppose us. Kim Undong breathed heavily, wondering why, after going through all this, he still felt so weak. How to gain strength to protect those he loves. He had once asked Daejin how he could be so strong now, or if he was already tough since birth. There's no way that's true. Daejin smiled. When I first stepped into this complex society, I was really weak. Weak to the point that I could die at any moment. But here I am now because I always had to hold on to one thing in my mind, and that was to survive at all costs. Recalling Daejin's advice, he stretched out his hand to reach for a stone nearby, internally vowing to survive at all costs. Seung-won wasn't paying attention, so he was hit right in the head with a stone. This strike seemed to hit his limit. His eyes gleamed with murderous intent. So you really don't need this life anymore, right? Kim Undong asked him. Why do you trample on the fates of others? There are some fates at the end of this world. If you intentionally push them to their limits, be careful, you'll pay a heavy price. Going back in time, Seung-won was once a commodity brought into this place. He was introduced as a muscular, fiery body with abs. Each one was no less than a durian. He was a mixed-race child from 2 countries, rumored to be stubborn, so the previous owner sold him to this auction. Its will to survive was incredibly strong. In the middle of the night, he wouldn't let anyone sleep, always breaking doors and escaping as if no one was watching. Because of this trouble, he almost got killed on the spot. A normal person threatened like this would be terrified, but he was a special case. Even when threatened, he still screamed, "You bastards, if I get out of here, just wait." Since the moment I was born, they've treated me like a stray dog. If I escape, I'll bite you all until you go crazy. This was what intrigued Yang Yuk, bringing him into the organization. Yang Yuk made a deal with him. As long as you work here for 5 years, I promise after that period, you'll have everything you want. No one will ever dare to treat you like a stray dog again because from now on, you'll become a house dog. If now, you become the one who decides the freedom of others, then what? Seung-won finally bowed his head, submitting to Yang Yuk. As long as he could gain freedom, he would do anything. Currently facing Kim Un-dong made those memories flood back. He suddenly felt dizzy and dropped to his knees. Kim Un-dong immediately seized that opportunity, throwing another stone at his head. The will to survive is what made Imda Jun strong like today. Kim Un-dong reminded himself that if his will collapsed here, it meant he would die without a fight. Who has the right to trample on the desire to live of another person? After the clash with the rock, only a small shard remained in his palm, yet Seung-won still hadn't been defeated. He approached and grabbed Kim Un-dong's neck, hitting him repeatedly. "Don't let the beast inside me rise up." While holding his neck, he kept throwing punches into Kim Un-dong's face. "Here, only I have the right to be free. The rest are just dogs." Seeing Kim Un-dong getting beaten up, the women around couldn't help but shudder. His face was being smashed like a table, and at this rate, how could the kid survive? Kim Un-dong struggled to keep his mind intact. He had relied too much on Imda Jun, and it was time he took on some responsibility for his brother. That's what family truly means. Kim Un-dong bit down hard on Seung-won's hand, causing blood to spill. He crushed the rock in his hand and threw it at Seung-won's face. Seung-won was caught off guard, unable to react, closing his eyes tight. That was all Kim Un-dong needed. He immediately counterattacked. "I've realized that in a fight, you have to use your head, specifically, your headbutt." He repeatedly butted his head against Seung-won's, testing which one was tougher. As expected, Kim Un-dong emerged victorious, his head covered in blood. Everyone gaped in disbelief. It was truly unbelievable that the monster had been defeated. Kim Un-dong exclaimed, "How could anyone survive being locked up in a place like this? Everyone has the right to live and be happy, so let's try to make the most of our remaining lives. You will never be abandoned." His call inspired them, or rather, it was because he defeated that monster that his words gained value. Finally, they were willing to step outside and look for a way out. The entire dungeon cheered for him like he was a savior. Kim Un-dong felt content, everything had ended well. While Kim Un-dong celebrated his own victory, his brother was still struggling on the battlefield. Imda Jun and Yang Hyuk were exchanging blows, the tension palpable. Meanwhile, Hong Gaeong was floating in the water, filled with self-blame, thinking it was all their fault that Imda Jun was in this mess. How could she escape from here? Imda Jun noticed the water level in the tank rising and panicked, realizing time was running out. He had to finish this quickly. One encounter with this dog was more than enough. No one else should lose their life before him. Yang Yuk, in high spirits, taunted, "Are you getting pumped up now? Don't disappoint me." As desired, Imda Jun executed a textbook uppercut aimed at Yang Yuk's chin. Not stopping there, he followed up with a skillful spinning kick that nearly sent Yang Yuk to the dentist for new veneers. Imda Jun told himself to hang on a little longer. Hong Gaeong. Joy was short-lived as Yang Hyuk caught his foot. Yang Hyuk genuinely complimented him. "Quite impressive, huh? Almost broke your neck there. A prey like you gets me excited. You go wild against your opponent and then die in an instant." Yang Hyuk threw Imda Jun back like a doll, and his gaze immediately fell on the shards of broken glass. Yang Hyuk continued his monologue, saying it was rare to find a prey that could fight back like this since joining Haegwang, so I'll make sure to enjoy torturing you a little more. Imda Jun steadied himself on his knees to get up. "A coffin, huh? I've faced it countless times." Yang Hyuk loosened his shoulder joints, then prepared to send Imda Jun into that coffin. "Your fate will be just like all the other prey. Struggling will only lead to more pain." Imda Jun braced himself to endure the blows, not expecting Yang Hyuk to be this strong. He was the most powerful opponent Imda Jun had ever faced, living up to the title of the strongest leader of Haegwang. Yet, Imda Jun had sworn he would not be defeated this time. He wouldn't lose again. Trash would always be trash. Imda Jun's eyes burned with determination. He successfully held Yang Hyuk's wrist behind him. He had to bear the weight of many things. No matter what, he couldn't fall. He had to bury all of Haegwang's scum with Jo Hongdal. After all, He had anticipated Yang Yuk's strength before arriving, so this arrogance would only reveal more weaknesses. Daejin swiftly kicked Yang Yuk's leg, causing him to stumble. Daejin seized his hair and aimed his head straight for the pile of broken glass on the floor. "You're going to hell for daring to touch my limits," he shouted, smashing Yang Yuk's head onto the ground. The food delivery truck was plentiful. Apple switched out every week. Yang Yuk had everything by the time he was 10, a luxurious life that many envied, which made him feel life was too bland. He ate golden steaks and then Kobe beef, which made him sick to his stomach. That dinner ended up with the housekeeper being scolded by his mother for not cooking rice because he didn't want to eat. Just like a dog, she pleaded with his mother, "If I'm fired now, my whole family won't survive. They depend entirely on me. My children will have to drop out of school. Please give me another chance, mistress." Her desperate pleas were met with a cold shoulder, just a turn of the back. Only I could see how indifferent she was to this matter. Enough was enough. She grabbed his mother's collar and yelled, "How can you be so cruel? You have a child, and so do I." This was the first time he witnessed the moment a human fought for their survival, and it was an exhilarating struggle. Back to the fight, he found his face pressed into the glass by Daejun. It seemed the battle was about to end, but he was smiling with a bloodied face. That's how it should be. "Get stronger." Yang Yuk threw his hand back and punched Daejun in the face. Daejun quickly fell back, and Yang Yuk mused, "When you get angry, the prey truly becomes stronger. But perhaps that strength is negligible." A ripe grain bows its head, and the river flows quietly. Imda Jun ignored Yang Yuk's constant chatter and quietly charged forward, continuing to attack with all his strength. Despite having lost quite a bit of energy, Yang Yuk's strikes were no joke. Daejun struggled to get up. "What's this? You're tougher than I thought. Why is every leader of Haegwang such a coward? You all will pay for these crimes." Yang Yuk explained that if he kept suppressing his primal instincts, life would be exceedingly dull. To him, life is only worth living if it's enjoyable. Everything else is unimportant. Playing with the lives of trash is the real joy, so struggle a bit more, dog. "If you can't take me down, that bitch will drown." Daejun panted heavily. The water had completely filled the tank, and Honggaeon looked like she couldn't hold on any longer. Yang Yuk was pleased to see her struggling in the water. Meanwhile, in the auction hall, the guests gathered in front of the entrance, which had already closed after the auction was over, preventing them from leaving. They immediately went to call security, but all the guards had been knocked out. The fat man shouted, "Let us out. If you don't open it, we'll break the door down." Before they could break it down, his mask was shattered. Everyone around immediately became alert. "What do you want, Kim Won-bin?" he asked mockingly, staying for a bit longer before heading home. "If anyone else wants to go out, I'll beat them to the ground." Returning to the room where the battle was taking place, Daejun was not only fighting a battle of strength, but also a battle against time. If he delayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to save his friend's life. In a critical moment, Yang Yuk successfully blocked his punch. "Are you scared? No need to rush. After it takes a bath, it will be your turn. Your fate will be just like Jo Hongil's." Daejun looked back at the water tank. Gaeon had passed out. She wasn't struggling anymore. Daejun panted heavily, realizing he had reached his limit. Anger surged through him as he shouted. Yang Hyuk was thrilled to see him like this, throwing a punch at his face while screaming madly. Yang Hyuk is not to be underestimated either, and he throws a punch right at his face, warning him to stop biting and behaving like a wild dog. If he had saved his strength to run away, that would have been more reasonable. Daejun is sent flying towards the water tank, and Yang Hyuk laughs gleefully. "Desperate now, aren't you? Have another hit, and when you open your eyes, you'll meet Jo Hongil right away. It's been a long time since he's had such a tasty prey." Just as his fist is about to hit Daejun's face, Daejun cleverly dodges to the side, causing the tempered glass to crack. Yang Hyuk, frustrated, wonders how he can still avoid his punches. This bastard is humiliated like this and still won't give up. The fight resumes. Daejun swiftly slips behind him, saying, "You've been talking too much. This is the price you have to pay for that. Try a little harder, Honggaeon. Please don't fall asleep." I don't want to be the one left behind again. He puts all his strength into this punch, and the tempered glass finally shatters, water overflowing. Yang Yuk then realizes that this guy pretended to be out of it and attacked recklessly, but he actually calculated it deeply, cleverly using his strength to break that glass. The water tank has burst, and Gaeon finally regains her consciousness. She drowsily wakes up to see Daejun standing in front of her. "I'm sorry, I've made you suffer so much." Gaeon weakly calls his name, and Daejun gently advises her to wait for him a moment. "Just lie there and rest. I need to tear this dog apart first." Meanwhile, Kim Eun-dong and the others are fumbling around looking for a way out. He glances around, wondering where those bastards have hidden the exit. There she is. This young girl is the one who found it. Earlier, she saw something shining, so she asked the men to try it out. A woman's intuition really is not to be underestimated. Kim Eun-dong instructs everyone to escape quickly, or else the guards will come again. They all push against the door to escape. At this moment, the older sister shyly comes over to apologize to him. While everyone is trying to find a glimmer of hope to escape, she says they should give up because she has been stuck here for a long time. Every time she tries to escape, they torment her psychologically. Over time, hope has slowly faded away, and many who tried to escape were brutally tortured, making her even more terrified. She thought her life would end here, and her thoughts were just counting down the time until that hellish day. Thanks to him, she now has a chance to live again. Kim Eun-dong scratches his head and awkwardly smiles. It's nothing, just a few of those demons. While the two of them share tender feelings, the two brothers have successfully opened the exit. Just then, footsteps sound behind them again. Where are you rushing to? One brother is kicked from behind into their view. Kim Eun-dong quickly turns around to see what is happening. It can't be, he has returned. In a different scene, after propping Gaeon up against the wall, Daejun dives back into the fight with Yang Yuk. "Hong Gaeon, wait for me a moment, I have to deal with this trash first." After a perfect uppercut, he continues to throw another punch at his face. Yet this guy remains unfazed, as if nothing has happened. Those bastards turn into monsters when a girl is involved. With a fist like that, how could he compete with me? Daejun bends down to dodge his punch and firmly grips his wrist. "I admit you're tough, but you've met your match now." In an instant, Daejun twists his arm back. "For trash like you, I won't let you have a chance to survive." He holds his head, preparing for a stylish kick. "This is the price to pay for daring to touch my family." Although he took a very strong kick, he remains as solid as a rock. Yang Hyuk smirks and curses. "Quite strong, huh? What weak punches you have. You should train your hands more. Don't just train your mouth. But what chance do you have to train? After today, you will die here." Shin Yu-seon will feast well and sleep soundly, no longer worried about pesky flies. The bloody world of the underworld is no place for kids. His head, as hard as stone, collides with Daejun's head. Daejun is helplessly pushed back. Even though he has been hurt, how can this guy still be so energized? Hong Gaeon watches anxiously for him. When Daejun broke the glass tank, the shards flew everywhere, and one of them pierced him. She feels extremely guilty. "I really have become a burden to you, Daejun." Yang Yuk continues to attack him. Now, Daejun can only defend himself, as the injury in his side weakens him more. Daejun grits his teeth, enduring the pain. Seeing this, Yang Hyuk continues to mock him. "Running out of stamina, are we? If you can't swing your fist anymore, then prepare to get punched." With that, he throws a punch at Daejun's face, and Daejun responds with a similar punch. Both sides end up even, neither weaker than the other. Yang Hyuk is genuinely pleased with his opponent. They continue to fight, testing each other's limits. Yang Hyuk steps back, panting. "Good, these reflexive moves are quite pleasing to me. I like it when prey struggles before being caught." Daejun coldly replies, "Interesting. I can end this fight anytime I want." That statement is only for the last survivor. Meanwhile, on Kim Won-bin's side, the rich guys who have been locked up for too long are becoming increasingly frustrated. "We're not chickens for you to cage as you please. And those useless security guards, even in such large numbers, can't do anything about this dog." Luckily for them, There are still two members of the organization here. The two of them immediately rush to Kim Won-bin. Kim Won-bin calmly checks his watch. It's time. You want to go out, don't you? Then come out and welcome the surprise. The door opens, and the outside scene leaves all the rich people in shock. Returning to the dungeon, that monster has come back. It seems you guys have all been dreaming, thinking about freedom. Kim Un-dong stutters. How can he still be conscious after taking so many hits? Sung-won replies irritably, no rules? That's more than enough. When you fight, you have to know how to use your head, so I'll use my knee. Saying that, he knees Kim Un-dong right in the face. Kim Un-dong lies on the ground, bloodied. I thought I was strong enough to take him down, but in the end, I'm still too weak. The others feel frustrated, just a little more and they could be free. Why is this happening? At this point, we can't give up. We have to risk everything to get out of here. The three grown men combine their strength, yet they hit the wall after a single blow from Sung-won. He mocks. These poor dogs should know their place. If you want freedom, resisting is equivalent to suicide. He squeezes Kim Un-dong's face. I will crush your head. Just then, the sound of camera shutters suddenly rings out. Dozens of reporters stand there, unable to believe how hot this news will be. I'm a journalist stationed at a television station. May I ask, is this a place for illegal human trafficking? The current scene is extremely chaotic. Is this really a place where people are held and sold into slavery? The fierce-looking guard over there, is he the warden? Seung-won frowns. Where the hell did these bastards come from? At this moment, the reporters have also rushed into the auction hall. Kim Won-bin smiles with satisfaction. The plan has succeeded brilliantly. The Haegwang Human Trafficking Organization has greatly supported the expansion of these rich people's influence. Thanks to connections with high-ranking officials in human trafficking, they are sheltered and can carry out crimes without fear. The police and the law seem to turn a blind eye to all their actions. If the law cannot do anything, Haegwang has only one way left, to use the media. These reporters treat this as juicy news, directing their cameras at the officials present. These are the leaders and wealthy businessmen of Jangnam. Ladies and gentlemen, you are witnessing a horrific scene. This is the human auction block. Several powerful officials are cornered. Why do you have such a perverse interest? Aren't the children you don't play with? So why you stoop so low? Information about the auction has spread across the country. Soon, information about the prominent figures will be revealed. When they fall, the heads of Haegwang will quickly weaken. The plans of Kim Won-bin and Kim Un-dong have succeeded. Kim Un-dong's initial goal was not to escape, but to buy time for the reporters to arrive and capture this moment. Ultimately, Haegwang's depravity has been exposed. This is truly a devastating blow to their organization. Let's see, without politicians and businessmen backing them, how can they compete with the Ganbuk Alliance? A real battle is about to break out. On this side, Yang Yuk's subordinates hurriedly ran to deliver the bad news. It's not good, boss. We don't know where so many reporters have flooded into our auction house. They're too numerous, we can't hold them back. They've captured all the private areas of the auction and reported on them. The clients have also been filmed by them. Yang Yuk, frustrated, said, I told you to strategize carefully. I didn't expect you to go this far. The bastard Daejun replied eagerly, the real fun hasn't even started yet. That was just a small warm-up. Now, open your eyes wide to witness the most horrifying scene of your life. On this side, Sung-won not only wanted to kick Kim Un-dong, but also turned to punch the reporters. One by one, he knocked them down with single blows. They backed off, advising him, I think you should control the beast inside you. Sung-won mumbled. Give me those cameras, shouted and lunged at the last reporters. But fortunately, Kim Won-bin arrived just in time to deal him a fatal blow. It took the use of a dog-beating stick to silence this dog. Kim Won-bin glared at him. Haegwang is so rich, yet they don't take their dogs for rabies shots regularly. The scene shifts to outside the illegal auction house, where reporters are still crowding outside. Just then, a car suddenly appeared. The person inside was none other than Yang Yuk, who looked out with a very frustrated demeanor. Earlier, Daejun had tried to stop him from going out, but with his severely injured body, it seemed impossible. Yang Yuk maintained the demeanor of a predator. This is your entire plan to take revenge on Haegwang. Let me give you some advice. Don't harbor illusions because you have too many weaknesses. All those pests you call family will hold you back. You can only keep one of the two. Sacrifice everything for revenge or cling to that broken family. People like us have nothing to lose, so in the end, loss will always belong to you. If you realize this after hearing it, you might live a few more years. Don't be foolish. Daejin, panting, replied, I will avenge the sacrifice of my brother Jo Hang-gil and protect my current family. I won't give up anything. No one can stop me from destroying Haegwang. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. His health might be declining, but his spirit was soaring. Let's see what you can do. I hope it will be even crazier than now. All the secrets of the auction house have been broadcasted live nationwide. The powerful politicians and businessmen are also affected, suffering heavy reputations. The online community has erupted in fury. Those behind this incident are also desperately trying to escape. The consequences of this incident have shattered Haegwang's relationship with the authorities. One beautiful morning, Baekdo Jiam came forward to praise. I didn't expect that with just 2 people, you could dismantle Haegwang's auction house. Finally, someone has taken the burden. Kim Wonbin was feeling proud again. I told you that the plan I devised had to succeed. How could it fail? Baekdo Jiam then asked. You said there was something to reclaim from Haegwang. What exactly is it? Everyone remembers the beautiful girl in the white dress, right? She is Kim Wonbin's subordinate. Seeing him appear here, she teared up. How did you know I was here? Kim Wonbin was still in a joking mood. I thought you left because you didn't want to wear an Aston Villa shirt for the advertisement. But after watching the auction, I discovered you were there. I'm glad you're safe. Those guys dared to lure our company's idol. How could we let this matter slide? Come back to the company now? No, the 2 of them were in a warm and affectionate moment, as if no one was around. Back to the present. Kim Wonbin smiled and asked, What did I take? It's my seedlings. That evening, under the dim streetlights, Daejun and Hong Gaeon sat on a bench chatting. Hong Gaeon opened the conversation. Thank you, Daejun. You've changed a lot to the point that I almost forgot how you were back then. And you also have your own family now. Daejun replied, A lot has happened since we parted ways. Are you still living alone? I heard that you have been keeping an eye on Haegwang to avenge brother Jo Hang-gil. Don't do that anymore. It's too dangerous. Come back one more time to be a part of my family, okay? Gaeon pondered for a moment. Thank you for worrying about me, but I have decided on my own path. I will carry it out. Goodbye. Daejun intended to chase after her but was stopped by her words. What am I to you? You left without saying a word. Do you see me and everyone else as a burden in the fight against Haegwang? Can't you trust us more? As family, we must trust each other. Daejun hung his head and said, I'm sorry. I should have trusted everyone more, but I was really confused and scared. I feared losing the people I love once again. Hong Gaeon turned around. Since when did you become so sentimental? You're a big guy now, so you need to be strong. The tough girl from back in the day had finally returned. Aren't you brother Jo Hang-gil's sister? If you're his sister, then no matter where we go, we can't abandon each other. Daejun was stunned. What are you waiting for? Spit out your address. Daejun smiled. Thank you, Gaeon. On the way back, Gaeon asked some silly questions. By the way, is household work shared evenly? If I come back to be the boss, will I get any exemptions? 2 months later, at the familiar port, a ship had docked. A man dressed in all white stepped off the boat. How long has it been since I set foot in this filthy place? It's making my scar ache again. The auction house and financial fund collapsed while I was away. So, Jo Hang-gil's worthless brother seems not to be the little ant I thought, but rather a troublesome wasp. The kingpin of the kingpins, Shin-yu Seong, the leader of Haegwang, has returned to Korea. At Daejun's gang headquarters, Baekdo Jiam and Kang Wisu came to check on the situation. I heard this operation caused you quite a bit of trouble. While you were busy at the auction, our forces have been restored and grown more than before. Kang Wisu smiled. Everything seems to be going smoothly. The time when we can corner Haegwang is getting closer, Daejun speculated. Perhaps Hegwine will collapse severely in the upcoming time. The forces and financial backing supporting them have been completely dismantled. Everyone, take time to train and rest. You also need to prepare your spirit and strength. This might be the last moment of peace before the storm hits. The three of them then fell silent, all understanding their responsibilities towards the gang. Daejin and Kang Wisu were going to visit their respective families, while Baekdo Jian was going to handle work. As for Daejun, he had no idea what to do next. Just then, he suddenly heard Gaeon's voice. "Hey kid, are you not going to respect your sister?" "Of course, I can't disrespect you, but I'll handle these tasks myself." It turned out to be Gaeon and little Kim Undong arguing over dishwashing. As soon as Daejun appeared, Gaeon began to spill the beans. "Thank goodness you came at the right time, Daejun. This kid is so strange. I keep telling him, but he won't listen. I might just have to smack him on the head." Kim Undong hurriedly explained, "I'm really fine, Hyung." Looking at the arm in a cast, Daejun's mood sank. It was because of the battle at the auction house that Kim Undong was so severely injured. Gaeon nearly lost her life as well. If a full-scale war with Haegwon had broken out, how much more pain would his family have to endure? Hong Gaeon could tell he was in a bad mood. She put on gloves and pushed the two of them away. "You two hurry up and go buy some ice cream. Make sure to get me a cake." Although Daejun didn't understand, he still went with Kim Undong to buy ice cream. On the way, Kim Undong, while munching on ice cream, casually chatted, "The weather is so nice, right? Don't you think so? It's been a while since we've had the chance to relax and hang out like this. How about we go play some games?" Daejun replied solemnly, "Kim Undong, why did you go into such a dangerous place? It's not a simple place. What would I do if something happened to you?" Kim Undong bowed his head in apology. Daejun smiled and patted the kid's head. "Anyway, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not have saved Gaeon. How can I repay such a big debt?" Kim Undong shyly replied, "Don't say that. We're family. We should help each other. It's thanks to you that I'm alive today. As long as we're happy together, eat together, and play together, that's all that matters. First, let's go play some games." Daejun smiled. The two of them immediately sped off to the game cafe. They played intensely, their eyes glued to the screen. After finishing a solo game, they switched to bowling. From there, Kim Undong discovered that his older brother couldn't bowl at all. Then they continued exploring a sauna. Finally, they ended the day with a bowl of noodles from a convenience store. Kim Undong exclaimed, "Today was really fun. I just wanted to change your mood. You keep worrying and being sad. It's not good at all. Luckily, Gaeon told you to listen. If you keep pushing yourself too hard, it'll be easy to collapse. Let's hang out again when you have time." Daejun smiled and agreed. After saying that, Kim Undong continued to slurp his noodles. It had really been a long time since Daejun felt this way, happy and witnessing the growth of his family. At that moment, Jo Hanyul must have felt the same way. However, soon, there might not be any more moments like this. That night, after getting Gaeon back to the organization, Hong Gaeon told him about her past. "After our family broke apart, I crazily chased after Haegwang. I always tried to dig up their weaknesses to take revenge. And after being caught by Yang Yuk, I accidentally discovered the true ambitions of Shine Useong." Daejun was extremely surprised to hear this. The scene shifted to a cold storage room where the higher-ups of Haegwang were present, including Shine Useong. He looked at them with a disdainful glare. "I'm truly disappointed in you all. I left Imda Jun there to give you all a chance to make achievements and compete for the successor position, yet each and every one of you failed miserably. On top of that, you let that bastard ruin all our business territories. Do you even realize how much Haegwang has suffered? Therefore, I have to clean up this trash from the organization." Shine Useong pulled a knife from his body, and they stammered in fear, "Boss, please give me one more chance." Shine Useong paused. Yang Hyuk remained silent, while only Choi Sun Ryong still had a playful attitude. "Right, boss. Those useless ones keep asking for raises. I'm all for giving them a chance." The fate of the talkative one was a slice across the neck. Shine Useong truly agreed with his opinion. He couldn't overlook the useless ones, especially those who contributed nothing to the organization while dragging it to the brink of extinction. Choi Seung-ryong, clutching his neck, asked with difficulty, "Boss, why are you killing me?" Shin Yu-seon mockingly replied, "Why are you still pretending? You're the one who leaked Head Wang's internal information to the informants. Right, wrong, slice the neck. What you have over me is just your old age." The group left with Shin Yu-seon, leaving him alone in the bloodless cold storage to die. Once out of the cold storage, Shin Yu-seon instructed, "The missions in Seoul will now be handled by me personally. Quickly gather all forces at Jangnam." In a different scene, Baekdo Jeom stood pensively beside a lighthouse, recalling memories from the past when he was still with his father. He vividly remembered that stormy night when his father had thrown him onto a boat, leaving a little boy to drift alone at sea. Baekdo Jeom gritted his teeth, his hands shaking uncontrollably. "Why did they force my father and me into this situation? You all will pay dearly for this." A middle-aged man fishing nearby suddenly spoke up. "Young man, it seems you're worried about something. Life is unfair, and people come to the sea for various reasons. Some for a living, others for memories, and some to remember those they have lost. You're thinking about your late father, aren't you?" Baekdo Jeom frowned, annoyed. "Who are you anyway? My autobiography is about my father. He was a truck driver who worked hard to provide for me. Unfortunately, he was involved in a serious traffic accident. Everything ended for me from that fateful day. Those days were like living at the bottom of society until I met him. The man who forced me to train my body like a bull. That person was Lee Jae-sun, a former UEA Marine. To survive, I had to run, racing against these hardships and fierce obstacles. Why is there a former Marine in this slum? I had to strive to protect my father. But how can a child endure such pain? Every night, that kid cried, calling for his father. Surviving like that was already a miracle. One day, I suddenly received a letter. It was from my father. Baekdo Jeom, I'm a terrible father. Your father was truly caught up in a battle with an underground organization. The accident was also orchestrated to frame me. Before this, I was relentlessly pursued by them, and with no other choice, I decided to take you to another country to ensure your safety. Please give me a little more time. Once everything is settled, we'll be reunited." My father told me this, but a few days later, I received bad news from Lee Jae-sun. My father was no longer alive. He had been assassinated by a gang called Daesung. That night, I ran wildly, regardless of Lee Jae-sun's attempts to stop me. I begged him to make me strong enough to fight for my father. 10 years later, I officially returned to this place of suffering. This is Korea, my homeland. I will repay them both principal and interest, Daesung gang. However, after a long time, the Daesung gang had withered away and was led by a new generation. They were named Haegwang. The one who killed my father is still in that organization. The blood of my father has been shed. You will pay double. Returning to reality, Baekdo Jeom wonders why this old man knows about this. He admits he came here because he missed his father. The man smiles, explaining that someone gazing off into the ocean with a blank face can only be remembering loved ones. It must be memories of a father or mother who has passed on. I just guessed. Turns out I was right. Baekdo Jeom decides to open up to him. Today is the anniversary of my father's death. He was a stubborn man, always sacrificing for our small family, living his whole life without thinking about himself, then leaving me forever. Each time I remember it, the pain only worsens. I never wanted this ending. The man expresses sympathy. He was indeed a stubborn father, but don't blame him. Many fathers love their children without ever saying so, and sometimes words aren't enough. Don't dwell too much on what happened. As a father myself, I'd sacrifice everything for my kids if I could. Your father probably led you to the best place possible. Baekdo Jeom lets out a faint smile. Thank you, old man, fishing alone in this cold winter. That evening, the old man stayed fishing until late, mumbling to himself while gathering his catch. You and your dad are just alike, so naive and unaware of this world. A mere insect daring to defy a powerful organization. I'll send you off just like I did your father 10 years ago. This old man is Chien Hosan, also known as the boss of Haegwang and a former member of the Daesung gang. The show is about to begin. Your father begged me to spare his son before he died. I'll have the dogs devour your son's corpse. Just the thought makes me laugh. Transitioning to a barbecue restaurant, an old lady and Kang Wizu are enjoying a lavish meal with all kinds of fresh meat. Excitedly grilling meat for her, he says, "Eat as much as you want, Grandma. Let's feast, and Park Muayol will cover the bill." The old lady, seeing the meat, can't hide her excitement. Kang Wizu asks how she's been at the nursing home, whether the food is good. She cheerfully replies, "Very good, and I have many friends there. Look at this sweater, I made it myself." Holding the sweater, Kang Wizu is surprised. He didn't expect her to think of him while in the nursing home. She fusses. "Promise you'll wear it. But why have you lost weight? Not eating well, are you?" He chuckles. "I'm fine, Grandma. There's plenty to eat and nice clothes too. Thanks to a guy who spends generously and knows everything, except how to behave. So don't worry too much." Before he finishes, the old lady has already dozed off. Kang Wizu whispers, "Grandma, I'm sorry I can't be by your side to care for you. I'm deeply in debt to them now. Without them, neither of us might still be here. I'm determined to repay that kindness. You taught me to always repay those who helped us, to remember our roots. I won't forget that." That night, Kim Un-dong laughs joyfully, finally finding someone worse at gaming than him. Then he wonders, why didn't Gae-yong come to play with me and Dae Jun? She must be lonely at home, not knowing anyone. But he was wrong. He's mistaken if he thinks Hong Gae-yeon hasn't just adapted but blended in. She's arm wrestling with her new family members, surrounded by their cheering. Smiling, Gae-yeon taunts, "So, they say you're the strongest, huh? Let me teach you a thing or two. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a girl." The others marvel. A girl this strong? Who'll dare challenge her now? Kim Un-dong is stunned. "I didn't expect you to be this strong, sis. I was worried for nothing." Gae-yong greets him. "You're back. Did you have fun? Where's my dragon fruit ice cream?" Scratching his head, Kim Un-dong sheepishly replies, "I forgot to buy it." She lets it slide, then asks where Dae Jun went and why he's the only one who returned. Meanwhile, after a day relaxing with Kim Un-dong, Dae Jun returns to the place he once called home, the old residence of Jordan Chill. Now, before the all-out battle with Haegwine begins, he wants to take one last look at it. This is where it all began, now only a memory. Here, he once lived a happy life, but that wretch Shin Yu-seon took it all away. Clenching his fist, Dae Jun vows, "Just wait. Everything you took from me, I'll make you pay twice over." Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence. "Why come here alone in the dead of night, reliving memories before heading to your grave? Fascinating. You've grown so much, I almost didn't recognize you." The voice belongs to Nam Won-chang, who sneers, "Jo Han-yeol must be heartbroken, with his younger brother soon meeting him in the afterlife. How tragic. I'll make sure both of you reunite in heaven soon." With that, Nam Won-chang swings an axe at him. Dae Jun, unarmed, can only dodge but is struck on the upper arm. Nam Won-chang presses on, "Do something, boy. Don't tell me all you did for a year was practice running, bouncing around like a shrimp. Maybe I should chop you up to end this nuisance. Stand still, and I might even let you die a bit more peacefully." But then, his grin fades. Dae Jun has blocked the axe with his foot and lands a kick, forcing Nam Won-chang back. With the upper hand now, Dae Jun seethes with rage. "A year ago, you were an opponent I couldn't dream of defeating. But now, everything's changed. You were partly responsible for Jo Han-yeol's death. I'll crush you and Haegwine alike. None of you will escape me." Nam Won-chang, flung into a door, laughs. "You're almost as strong as your brother now. Quite a punch for a kid, but my endurance test for you isn't over." Dae Jun scoffs. "Weren't you just saying you'd kill me? Why give up so soon?" Nam Won-chang sneers. "Calm down. If we keep going, it's pointless." Dae Jun now realizes there's a long wound on his neck. Nam Won-chang boasts, "It's been over a year, and you're still the same. I've even added more tattoos." Realizing Nam Won-chang hasn't yet used his full strength, Dae Jun is wary. "What are you talking about?" Nam Won-chang reveals, I didn't come here to fight you to the death. I just wanted a little chat. Why not team up and destroy Haegwang together? I think you're strong enough now to help me crush them. Daejun is skeptical. You're Haegwang's second in command. Why destroy your own organization? Nam Wanchang snarls. Because I can't stand Shinyu-sam or the way Haegwang operates. Daejun grits his teeth. Cut the act. After everything that's happened, you think I'd trust you? Nam Wanchang scoffs. I'm not forcing you to trust me. But opportunities don't come often. Adapt or be left behind. The next morning, Hong Gaeong wakes up looking more annoyed than ever. It's been 2 days since she moved in with Imda Jun's family, only to find herself in a junkyard. Clothes pile up without washing, the kitchen reeks and used dishes are everywhere. Leaves fall in autumn, and dirty cups pile up here. These guys should shave bald to match the mess they make. Kim Eun-dong, embarrassed, explains. You're probably not used to it. We usually let the mess build up and then clean everything at once. You'll get used to it eventually. Hong Gaeong, struggling to stay calm, throws brooms into their sleeping area and shouts, "Get up! How can you sleep surrounded by trash like this? Clean everything right now." They yawn and stretch, one of them muttering, "It's not stinky enough yet. Let's leave it for another week." Her patience gone, she snarls. "If you don't clean up now, I'll bag up the trash, and you with it." After this threat, it became a matter of course for everyone to grab a broom and start cleaning up. Before leaving, Hong Gaeong didn't forget to warn. "When I come back, you better not be in trouble." The headquarters of Daejun was unusually lively today. And the floor too. Clean it up quickly. Those disgusting pile-up things, hurry and wash them. Why are you washing the dishes without dish soap? Clean that spot too. If there's even a speck of dust left, you'll get punched. Naturally, she also joined the kids in the cleanup efforts. As she worked, she scolded Imda Jun, saying he should train the kids better. This is not good. Besides focusing on plans, we also need to pay attention to their mental well-being. While cleaning his room, she suddenly noticed a photo of 6 family members that he cherished, stuck on the glass cabinet. Seeing it, her mood sank. You used to be diligent in keeping the family tidy. After all, this is your new family. Take good care of them, brother. The group was working hard from morning until late afternoon. Finally, the house was spotless. Hong Gaeong had prepared a warm family meal as a reward for their hard work. Everyone excitedly sat at the table filled with food. "This is amazing, sister. Is this too much? If you're going to cook for us from now on." While eating, Hong Gaeong asked curiously, "Why did you all decide to live with Imda Jun? Can you tell me?" The boy in the white shirt answered first. "If it weren't for Imda Jun, I'd probably be a starving ghost by now." The next kid added, "I was saved by Daejun from Haegwang's pursuit." The blonde boy said, "Daejun saved me when I tried to commit suicide." For them, Daejun had a common role, their savior. Without him, we'd all be with our ancestors by now. There's no way we'd be sitting here enjoying a meal like this. Hong Gaeong smiled bitterly. "Daejun, you're becoming more like Jo Hanjil every day." Today's meal was truly delicious, and everyone ate happily. While everyone was enjoying the meal, Daejun remained silent, standing outside, observing and smiling. Coincidentally, Baekdo Jeom appeared and saw him. Daejun quickly made an excuse about being tired and went to his room. Baekdo Jeom stared at him, filled with questions. Instead of going to his room, Daejun went up to the rooftop to stand alone. "What's wrong? You look troubled," Baekdo Jeom noticed. He sensed that something was off and followed him up. After a moment of contemplation, Daejun spoke. "Baekdo Jeom, if it were you, would you choose revenge or family? Please tell me." Baekdo Jeom wondered why he was asking that. "I've found a way to eliminate that bastard Shinyu-seong." Baekdo Jeom couldn't believe his ears and asked, "Is that for real? Why would that be?" "Let me tell you about last night." Nam Wanchang confidently said he had a plan to ensure you'd get Shinyu-seong's life. Daejun hesitated, continuing, "Last night, Nam Wanchang confided in me, saying, 'You can never take out Shinyu-seong on your own. From what I know, he just returned to Korea. Plus, he has formed a consortium with the president of Hyo Chang. That's quite formidable. You've probably heard that name before. It's the ninth largest business conglomerate in Korea. On the surface, it appears as a legitimate business, but beneath, it's incredibly dark. They are the ones backing a slew of organized crime syndicates in Korea. Shin Yu-sung has met with him and received promises of cooperation. Hae-gwang is eagerly awaiting a massive investment from that conglomerate. With Shin Yu-sung getting flooded with money, the day Hae-gwang takes over Seoul, and their ambition to become the largest crime syndicate in Korea will be near. And at that moment, if we can seize this brief opportunity, we can definitely take Shin Yu-sung's life. You look clueless, so let me explain. At a normal time, Shin Yu-sung would have dozens of bosses and thousands of wild dogs watching over him. Just one person daring to act against him would unleash those dogs to bite fiercely. It would be unbearable. However, at the moment, Shin Yu-sung meets with the president of Hyo Chang, he would only bring along two of his closest confidants. Since the previous president was recently assassinated, they are tightening security to the maximum. That moment is a golden opportunity. If you and I cooperate to ambush that guy, we can definitely put him on the altar. I know you can easily handle the lackeys and those minor bosses. In that time, I can take advantage of the opportunity to take Shin Yu-sung's head. Dae-jin still didn't believe it. He firmly shoved Baek Do-jeom's dirty hand off his shoulder. As the second member of Hae-gwang, Shin Yu-seon's hound, do you think I can trust what you're saying? Nam Won-chang scoffed. Believing or not is up to you. I'm not forcing you. But what about you now? How can you dig up a better ally than me? I also want to confront that guy just as much. You can't end this once and for all. I'm sure if you pass up this opportunity, you'll never have another chance to confront Shin Yu-sung in your life. Dae-jin recounted the entire story to Baek Do-jeom. Hesitantly, Baek Do-jeom responded, "If that's true, then this is a precious opportunity for us." He added, "But there's one more thing I want to tell you." Nam Won-chang said that for the plan to succeed, we need bait to lure them in, so we must expect some losses on your side. Baek Do-jeom was shocked. Is it really necessary to that extent? And how can we be sure that what that guy says is true? What if he colludes with Hae-gwang and plays us? He held out his phone. This is a recording of the internal meetings of Hae-gwang that was leaked from inside. After we caused chaos in their business points, it seems their financial system is in severe disarray. Dae-jin explained. At that time, he could have inflicted serious harm on me, but he let it go. I don't know why he wants to overthrow Hae-gwang so badly, but truly, if we pass up this opportunity, it will be extremely hard to take down Shin Yu-sung in the future. I'm also quite troubled by this choice. It seems pointless to complete the revenge if my current family gets harmed. Whenever he felt trouble like this, he would light a cigarette. Is there really no other way? Dae-jin fell silent. If so, there's only one option left: a full-scale war with Hae-gwang. But that would lead to even more casualties. I can't be sure how much chance we have of winning in a full-scale war. Baek Do-jeom understood this. Then, instead of choosing a dangerous path with many losses, if there's really a better way, just go with your decision. Dae-jin wanted to know Baek Do-jeom's thoughts. What will you do? I genuinely don't want to choose between the two families. This family has truly become precious to me. Baek Do-jeom replied frankly, if it were me, I'd accept the offer. In this revenge effort, if there must be sacrifices, then it should only be us. Losing my family once is more than enough for me. Now the decision is up to you. Dae-jin stepped in front of Baek Do-jeom and asked for a cigarette. It had been a long time since he had touched this toxic thing. While the two older brothers were pondering their upcoming battle, a boy named Kim Un-dong was quietly observing the two of them. The scene shifted to an abandoned warehouse where many cars were gathering. This place was the gathering point for Hae-gwang. This time, almost all the bosses of Hae-gwang were concentrated here. It was said that the bastard Park Jong-wang had recently accomplished many significant feats. Choi Yeon-nam innocently asked, "Why is the boss calling all the big bosses here?" Lee Bal had to enlighten this foolish friend of his. You might not know it, but right now, we are in a financial crisis. Soon, we will be collaborating with the Hyo Chang Group to secure investment. If this collaboration fails, Hae-gwang will face a severe financial crisis in Korea. There's a rumor that if you get to escort the boss there, you'll get promoted and receive a raise. Shin Yu-seom appeared above. Everyone had worked very hard to be here today. My brothers, I've been abroad for a long time, so it's hard to meet you all. There are many things I want to share with you. But first, I've seen many terrible scenarios that have occurred in my absence. Dubbed the core members of the Haegwang forces, yet each of them has disappointed me one after another. It's like a bird's nest, not an organization anymore. However, the more we fail, the more experience we gain, and we become stronger. I think everyone here must have heard about this. Haegwang is about to undergo a significant transformation. Soon, I will collaborate with a major investor, a powerful group here in Korea. If we successfully attract investors, it will not only solve our financial issues but also elevate our power to a new level. Our organized crime group can reach the pinnacle of Korea. We won't have to fear illegal activities anymore. Sounds exciting, right? Where are all your hands and feet? To get there, I need to select the top 2 people I can always trust to accompany me in shouldering this responsibility. Everyone was eager to participate. Whoever has strength will show it. Leave it to me, I won't let you down, boss. Shin Yu-seom calmed the crowd down. You can't just decide haphazardly. You need strength, talent, and top-notch thinking, leadership qualities, and many other noble traits. Prove it to me. The one who performs best will be chosen. After saying this, Shin Yu-seom left. The big bosses below looked at each other in confusion, not yet understanding what had happened when Park Jong-wang struck. Can't you hear? Prove yourself to be the chosen one. The strong will naturally be the ones selected. Upon hearing this, everyone armed themselves, and an internal war broke out as the big bosses of Haegwang rushed to fight each other as if they had a vendetta from 1,000 lifetimes. Shin Yu-seom wore a satisfied smile. At that moment, Park Jong-wang had already dealt with a dozen people at once. Truly a monster. Haegwang has many new faces these days, said the mocking tone of Nan Wan-chang. Park Jong-won laughed. It's been a while since I've seen your dog face crawling back here. The legend says that those who once held high positions and suddenly withdrew can only be weak cowards who left first out of fear of being beaten, right? Nam Wan-chang recalled the conversation with Imda Jun. It wasn't out of the blue that a long-hidden person like him suddenly appeared in this meaningless power struggle. He wondered who would escort Shin Yu-seom. Nam Wan-chang scratched his face. I don't know. All the big bosses want that position, so there will probably be a fierce fight for it. I'll explain the details when you agree to join my plan. Do you have any more questions? Imda Jun thought for a moment and replied, I also have conditions to ensure there are no risks. I want you to participate in securing the escort position for Shin Yu-seom. If you want the plan to succeed, you must trust me. We need to have mutual trust, right? I believe you can do this. Back in reality, the other guy intended to punch Nam Wan-chang, but before he could even touch Nam Wan-chang's pores, he was sent flying by him. Nam Wan-chang's punch was like a cannonball. Indeed, that title of the second boss of the Haegwang gang wasn't just for show. As soon as Nam Wan-chang appeared, the big bosses immediately shifted their target to attack him. Nam Wan-chang wielded an axe and charged forward to disperse the crowd. Imda Jun's plan sounded like a hallucination, but defeating all these underlings wasn't hard for him. At Imda Jun's headquarters, the members were having a very tense conversation. It's been a while since we've done that. We have to do it before we sleep. The pillow fight began. Kim Un-dong strolled in, and before he could understand what was happening, he got a pillow thrown in his face. Catch. I've heard you've gotten a lot stronger recently. Show me. Although everyone was joking around, his expression was anything but cheerful. Seeing this, they hurriedly apologized. Hey, what's wrong? Is something bothering you? You used to be so fired up. Just the other day, you were punching me like crazy. What happened? Kim Un-dong hesitated and finally spoke up. I heard some important news from Imda Jun. Meanwhile, at a Haegwang base, the members were fighting fiercely to seize the second position, the one Shin Yu-seom always trusted. After a while of fighting with no way home, many had given up under the pressure from the top bosses. This game seems reserved only for them. Seong-ho looked at the guy at his feet with contempt. You dare to charge in here with just a little bit of strength. Kang Yusik was also running in, delivering a punch that meant certain death to his opponent. Wak Do-chang was quickly eliminating other targets. Seon-ho fought as if he had been beaten before because for him, this was like a last lifeline. After Daejin's disruption, his position in Haegwon had plummeted. Kang Yusik was no different. He wanted to claim victory to reclaim the 4 glorious words. Now was the time to regain what he had lost. Just as things were tense, a familiar face suddenly appeared. Long time no see, Seon-ho. Nam Wanchang didn't come alone. He brought Kang Yusik's corpse along. Seon-ho's face suddenly darkened. Nam Wanchang, why are you here? Didn't you decide to leave Haegwon a year ago? How could someone who once abandoned the second position of Haegwon come back now? Nam Wanchang pointed his axe at him. Lately, I've been hearing about what the strongest boss of Haewang is up to. I had to jump up and rush here to verify the rumors. If it's true, it must be mine. Wak Do-chang stepped in from behind to join the fray. You turned your back on the organization, and now you're back without shame. What a coward you are here, claiming to be the former number 2 of Haegwang. It's just empty praise. Now I will bring you back to the reality of your worth. Nam Wanchang casually threw his axe at Seon-ho, asking him to hold it for him. For punks like Wak Do-chang, he didn't even need to use the axe. Saying that, he bent down to dodge Wak Do-chang's attack, then stood up to land 3 punches to Wak Do-chang's face. Wak Do-chang fell after just 1 combo. The gap in real strength was too vast. After dealing with Wak Do-chang, Nam Wanchang turned back and threw his arm over Seon-ho's shoulder. Did you see that? Costs for Pan Am are really high these days, so behave yourself. You know I have a short temper, right? Seon-ho trembled. Facing him now meant certain doom. He didn't have enough strength left to continue this fight. In this way, Nam Wanchang triumphed over all the talents of Haegwang, and he inadvertently became the chosen one. Those he had defeated felt bitter. This bastard Nam Wanchang had appeared and intimidated everyone else. Surely he would claim a position. So now, who would be the other one left? Suddenly, a scream echoed. What the hell is this bastard doing? He just took out a bunch of them. The madman, in everyone's eyes, held a small knife. He spoke in Japanese. I just used it lightly, and they went down so fast. Shut up, all of you. Selling salt is the destiny of the weak. He was indeed one of Haegwang's bosses named Juns. None of them knew of his presence in the gang, so he could only be the one. Shin Yu-seong had been in business with the Japanese for a long time. It was said that there were many fighting geniuses there. This guy was very likely one of the talents recruited by him. Juns carefully counted each person present here. He was preparing to execute all the remaining people, and the first target he aimed at was the guy holding the axe. Without thinking much, he immediately charged forward, using his kanta to strike at Nam Wanchang's position. However, Nam Wanchang successfully blocked the attack with his axe. Juns was surprised to have been blocked. Nam Wanchang gritted his teeth and, of course, cursed back in his language. Help me out, you bastard. After that, Jun swung his kanta again, successfully drawing quite a bit of blood from Nam Wanchang. Now there were only 4 left. Nam Wanchang's curse echoed. What a damn powerful move. It seemed this was a sharp thorn that needed to be broken right now. At the same time, at the Daejin gang's headquarters, while everyone was deeply asleep, one person was throwing himself into training. Daejin had been practicing alone in the training room until midnight, tangled up in a mess of thoughts. I can't fully trust that bastard Nam Wanchang, but if what he said is true, he could wipe him out and destroy all of Haegwang. But if I follow his advice, my family will be in danger. I shouldn't accept this offer. Just then, Kim Eun-dong suddenly called out, Imda Jun, we need to talk. Daejin wondered, what do you kids want in the middle of the night? Kim Eun-dong replied honestly, actually, I overheard the conversation between you and Baekdo Jiam. If allying with Nam Wanchang could take down Haegwang, then sacrifices are unavoidable. Don't worry about this anymore, just accept it. You've tried so hard to find a way to destroy Haegwang, so if we miss this golden opportunity, we might regret it later. We're family and your goal is ours too. The other brothers quickly chimed in. That's right, Imda Jun. We can't be selfish for ourselves. We're not afraid, Daejin suddenly shouted. I can't afford to lose anyone else. You all go to sleep, I'll take care of this. Kim and-dong hesitated. If you don't take care of us, then perhaps we wouldn't have survived to this day. So if we can't help you achieve your dream, aren't we useless? If taking on the role of bait is necessary, we can do it. We've all grown much stronger now, and we can't keep hiding under your protection forever. Daejun, trust us this time. Kim and-dong spoke boldly. It was the first time Daejun witnessed such determination from this kid. Not only him, but all the brothers in the gang wore similar expressions. They were ready to sacrifice for this family. Daejun sighed, holding his head. These kids are just getting bolder. But if they were so insistent, he said, then prove to me that you're mature enough. If any of you can land a punch on me, maybe I'll reconsider. If it's too hard, I'll handle everything myself. Everyone's mouths dropped open. Wasn't this mission a bit impossible? Returning to the life and death battle inside Haegwang's den, Jonas and Nam Wan-chang were still evenly matched, neither willing to back down. Nam Wan-chang couldn't hide his delight. It had been a long time since someone had the ability to go head-to-head with him like this. The other gang leaders could only watch in shock as the two top leaders of Haegwang fought each other. One a former member of Haegwang who had been in hiding for years, suddenly reappearing to contend for the title, and the other a stranger from Japan with extraordinary power. Both shared one common trait. Their levels were far above all others present. While the other leaders were scheming to slip away to avoid getting caught up in the fight, two members had secretly signaled to each other. On Jun's side, while fighting, he muttered in a foreign language, "You're still not giving up. I've been here for a while, invited by Shen Yu Xiang. Since I was young, I've been trained to be an assassin in the organization, always called a genius. How can these lowly street thugs compare to me? Trash will always be trash. This is not a position that some street punk can handle." Infuriated, Nam Wan-chang swung his axe at him. "Can't you shut your mouth? Who taught you to wield a sword? It's irritating to watch." Before he could lower his axe, two other gang leaders suddenly appeared from behind. They coordinated their attacks, aiming for Nam Wan-chang's vulnerable spot, hoping to catch him off guard. Everyone was delighted at the thought that Nam Wan-chang was about to be taken down, except for Seong-ho, who was praying for those two. Those two fools. Nam Wan-chang is beyond what others can imagine. He is a combat genius. Nam Wan-chang casually grabbed one of them as a shield. Jun's coldly slashed diagonally through both of them, confidently thinking the battle was over. But Nam Wan-chang's mocking tone rang out. "One wrong move, and you'll fall asleep before you know it. Let me teach you who the real genius is here." Nam Wan-chang leaped high and executed a beautiful strike into the opponent's chest. As blood sprayed everywhere, he laughed in satisfaction. "Out of breath, are we? You should head back to your Japan. We don't harbor failures like you here. If I deal with you here, the cost of transporting your corpse back will be expensive." Jun swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on Nam Wan-chang. "Today, I'll turn you from a leopard into a kitten." With that, he jumped in front of Nam Wan-chang. Struggling would only bring more pain. The two plunged into a never-ending battle once again. Meanwhile, inside the Daejin gang's base, Daejin was willing to let his underlings participate in the battle, but under the condition that at least one of them had to land a punch on him. Daejin would handle everything on his own. "It will be easy if you kids focus. I believe you can do it, but if you still find it too hard, you should go to sleep." Kim and-dong hesitated. "Let us try. Don't go easy on us." With that, they all charged in to surround Daejin. Daejin was not only physically strong, but also exceptionally good at dodging attacks. His reflexes were astonishing. Despite being attacked by many people at once, he managed to evade all of them. Daejin used one kid's shoulder to propel himself into the air and landed a finishing kick, ending the fight quickly. "If you keep rushing in like that, you won't be able to touch me." Kim and-dong was astonished. The gap in strength between him and everyone else was too vast. What should we do now? Just then, another older brother suddenly called out to Daejin, his face full of determination. "We can't give up. We have to show him how hard we've tried." Kim and-dong nodded in agreement and said, Then they all charged at Daejun again. Although everyone had become much stronger than before, they still couldn't compare to Daejun. If they kept rushing in one after another without a strategy, Daejun could easily take them all down. From this, Daejun became even more certain that these kids still needed to be protected behind him. Nevertheless, he felt a bit disappointed. Perhaps it was because he had expected too much. Just as he was about to charge forward to deal with the remaining 4 in front of him, the underlings suddenly swarmed in from nowhere, holding his arms and legs, determined not to let him move an inch. Even those who had fallen were clinging to him. At that moment, the remaining 4 surged forward. Daejun truly had to commend their efforts, but that still wasn't enough. Just determination alone wouldn't suffice. To survive in this brutal battle, they needed strength and skills too. Once again, Daejun faced off against 5 or 6 at once. However, what he did not expect was Kim Eun-dong, the kid who suddenly appeared from behind. It turned out that the whole gang clinging to him was not just to prevent him from moving, but also to obstruct his vision so they could launch a surprise attack. Finally, Kim Eun-dong succeeded in landing his punch on Daejun's face. Daejun, dazed, held his face, wondering if that was enough. They could help him a lot now. As Daejun adjusted his jaw, he reflected on how the kids had made their plans and seized that brief moment. Furthermore, their gazes were strikingly similar to his from years ago. These kids had truly grown up. They had become reliable now. Kim Eun-dong stood before him, boldly asking if he would accept Nam Hwan-chang's proposal. Daejun bowed his head, certain that he would. Upon hearing this, the group felt an overwhelming joy. They were no longer a burden to Daejun. He also felt a lightness in his shoulders, returning to his battle. The leopard-skinned guy and the lucky Japanese boy were about to rush into a final confrontation, to their last breaths, when Shin Yue-sung suddenly spoke, interrupting the duel. Hold on for about 2 seconds. Both fighters put down their weapons as soon as they heard his voice. Many had collapsed in pain and given up, but 2 remained standing, truly deserving of their top 2 positions. I've always believed that as long as there are 2 people escorting, everything will surely go smoothly. No flies will dare to disturb us. Shin Yue-sung smiled hopefully, trusting his instincts were well placed. Nam Hwan-chang glanced at the guy beside him, thinking that if Shin Yue-sung did not stop him, he would beat him to death. He was lucky this time. Nam Hwan-chang looked down at his axe, surprised that it had a chip in it. How could he do this with just that little sword? Clearly, this axe was much thicker. Understanding Nam Hwan-chang's surprised expression, Jones mocked, "Just a blade of grass by the roadside. How could it compare to the clouds?" Nam Hwan-chang laughed. "This bastard is truly an enigma." The next morning, at a very luxurious hotel, 2 staff members were pushing a cart of lavish food to room 4319. However, just as they were about to reach the door, they were stopped by a bodyguard. "My boss doesn't want to be disturbed by outsiders." The 2 servers had no choice but to comply. On their way back, they walked and wondered who was inside that room, bringing so many bodyguards. They had always heard that he was a very important person. Meanwhile, the food was finally brought inside. "Please enjoy your meal, Chairman." The one revered by all as chairman looked like a junkie, huddled in a blanket. He was the 2nd-generation chairman of the Hyo-chang Group, Park Sung-kyu. He stuttered, "Get this out of here." Park Sung-kyu roughly tossed the food aside, thinking, "What do you mean? Asking me to eat such strange food? What if some bastard poisons it? I can't trust it. I feel someone is targeting me." His close bodyguard tried to reassure him. "The security here is absolute. Please don't worry. There is always someone on guard 24/7. The late chairman's passing was just a tragic accident, so your concerns will never happen. It would be best if you return to the company. The board is reacting more and more violently." Park Sung-kyu shouted, "My father's passing was due to an assassination, and their next target is me. I can't trust anyone else in the company except you. I need absolute protection. Contact Shin Yue-sung immediately and call them here." Meanwhile, Daejun was preparing to sleep when he received a phone call with news. "Hello, is this Imda Jun? I have good news for you. I've secured the top 2 position, the one Shin Yue-sung always trusted during the escort. Do you see how awesome I am?" Daejun was silent. "I've decided I will accept your cooperation offer. Nam Wanchang smiled. You'd better set up a meeting. I think this time, we should meet somewhere bright, like the beer place at the end of the alley. Daejin reminded him to stop talking so much. Get straight to the plan. What should we do now to ambush and take down Shin Yu-seong? Nam Wanchang kept his teasing tone. Now, calm down. It's boiling hot right now. Before I tell you about the plan, I have something to say about the Hyo-chang Group. In public, the Hyo-chang Group always portrays itself as a clean organization, but it's all a facade they've constructed. The precursor of the Hyo-chang Group was a notorious gang in Huro, wielding immense influence nationwide. There was nothing they wouldn't dare to do. Thanks to the brilliant leadership of the late chairman, Hyo-chang successfully ventured into business and expanded into a large conglomerate. The top positions in the company are all managed by his greedy family members. Those leaders continue to distribute and develop various branches, covering everywhere. It can be said that currently, they are the force with the greatest financial potential in the underground world of Korea. Because of this, many gangs want to receive Hyo-chang's support for development. However, there is internal strife within Hyo-chang. The unification of forces faces many problems, causing fierce competition among the leaders. But a more terrifying issue emerged. The late Chairman Park suddenly died under very mysterious circumstances, and the successor was his son, Park Sung-kyu. However, due to his cowardly nature, his power within the group is increasingly threatened. Many men have threatened him and demanded his life. Therefore, the chairman of Hyo-chang chose Haegwang as the force to ensure his security, under the condition of providing financial support for Haegwang's development. Therefore, after this collaboration, Shin Yu-seong will rise like a dog growing wings. Now is the final opportunity to act when Shin Yu-seong enters the private villa of the chairman of Hyo-chang. That is the golden moment to act. However, there are still some issues to be vigilant about. Transitioning to the Haegwang headquarters, Shin Yu-seong was bragging. If we successfully sign a contract with Hyo-chang this time, Haegwang will quickly soar. Thank you for your return, Nam Wanchang laughed. I left Haegwang for a year to heal, and even though I have tattoos, I still have my moments of despair, right? Shin Yu-seong agreed. That's right. Your return is very timely. Those big guys are all worthless. Nam Wanchang hoped. I hope you won't disappoint me. Nam Wanchang took another sip of water. What are you talking about? We are brothers, just trust me. Shin Yu-seong returned to the main topic. Have you read that contract? But there are a few things I'm pondering. Just as he finished speaking, the door to the room was suddenly opened. Boss, those bastards. It seemed the situation had been anticipated by him. Shin Yu-seong merely smiled. Finally, those bastards have arrived. Outside, insults were hurled. Those bastards from Hyo-chang. It's almost time to sign the contract, so why are you here causing a ruckus? One of the group laughed derisively in response. Contract? What kind of contract? Just a bunch of garbage thugs wanting to stand beside a swan. If you want to prove you're not trash, then show us. The gang in suits was the security team of the Hyo-chang group. They shouted loudly. Bring that bastard Shin Yu-seong out here. If he wants to beg us, he must at least show himself. The Haegwang gang was annoyed. Our boss shows up, and he acts like a dog. He can call whenever he wants. The sound of heels echoed as someone stepped forward. Perhaps some beloved guests are looking for me. Shin Yu-seong revealed himself. I am the owner of Haegwang, the one you're searching for. A member of the Hyo-chang gang pointed a finger at him, speaking arrogantly. Look at your pathetic face. What makes you think you can collaborate with us? Do you think you have the level to speak with my boss? Just a discarded piece of trash, thinking you're number one. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a few knives pointed directly at his face. Do they dare to threaten me? He loudly threatened. Forget about the contract signing. Brothers, let's deal with these dogs. Shin Yu-seong shouted in Japanese, stop those crazy dogs. Juns received the order and immediately charged alone, easily taking down all of Hyo-chang's subordinates. What a fierce display. Just as Jun soared into the air, intending to eliminate the last man and end this one-sided battle, the close bodyguard of the new chairman of Hyo-chang appeared to explain everything. I apologize for this sudden action. We just wanted to verify the person my chairman placed his trust in. Now, I am fully confident in Haeguang's strength. Shai Nu-seong responded arrogantly, of course, Haeguang's power is undeniable. Jin Young-chil agreed, stating, it is indeed formidable. However, we must be more cautious going forward. I have dedicated my entire youth to Hyo Chang, from the time of the late chairman until now. Therefore, even if it costs me my life, I must ensure the chairman's safety. If anything happens to the current chairman, I will take your lives. Shai Nu-seong smiled amicably, I understand your feelings. Now, let's go in and have something to eat, and we can discuss further. I have prepared delicious dishes to welcome you. Though he appeared friendly, he was evaluating everything in his heart. The security team of Hyo Chang was truly tenacious and loyal. If he could exploit their strength and the financial potential of Hyo Chang, Haeguang would be 10 times more powerful than it currently was. That afternoon at the Daejin Gang headquarters, the trio of the Daejin Gang stood on the stairs, having their final conversation. So, you accepted Nam Wanchang's proposal. Are you sure about this? Using the kids as bait is genuinely dangerous. Kang Wisu volunteered to be the bait instead of the kids. Daejin immediately refused, stating, you are the trump card to help me eliminate him. Shai Nu-seong found it persuasive, but Baekdo Jiam still felt something was off. Daejin reassured, don't worry too much. As they stepped down the stairs, they heard Kim Eun-dong's voice. Hyung Daejin, I followed your instructions and gathered everyone. Daejin seriously announced, everyone listen carefully. From now on, we will collaborate with Nam Wanchang to eliminate Shai Nu-seong. This action carries significant risks, and there may be losses and sacrifices. However, as long as I am alive, I will not let anyone die in my arms. We need to start training immediately, even if Nam Wanchang says it's impossible. But I believe in everyone's spirit. Let's strive together to survive. After saying this, Daejin sincerely bowed to everyone. They were all surprised by this gesture. Kim Eun-dong was the first to respond. That's obvious, Young. Our family won't lose anyone. Everyone chimed in, raising their voices. Trust us. The collective spirit of the gang soared, igniting enthusiasm in all. Hong Gae-on looked at him with pride. You've become a reliable older brother, Daejin, just like you used to be. Even if it costs lives, we must take revenge for him. With 14 days left for training in preparation for the battle against Shai Nu-seong, the remaining members of the gang needed to work even harder to survive. The trio of trump cards was no exception. They had to prepare the most because the enemy they faced was Shai Nu-seong. If they were even slightly careless, they would face the consequence of death. 14 days passed quickly, and at the end of this period, the convoy of Hyo Chang moved in a long line to a mysterious location. The hideout of the current chairman, the secret villa of the Hyo Chang group, Hyo Chang Patak. Nam Wanchang stepped out and looked around, realizing, so this is our new treasure trove. Jun's was over here, opening the door to invite Shai Nu-seong out. Nam Wanchang glanced at the man in the car, his mouth unconsciously curling into a smile. As they entered the villa, a gang member of Daejin, who had been hiding behind a nearby tree, reported to Daejin. The target has appeared. They are starting to enter the villa. Daejin asked, Kid, you remembered what I instructed, right? Let's get started. Finally, the battle to eliminate Shai Nu-seong, a fight that would determine the fate of Haeguang and the Daejin gang, officially began. Flashback to 15 days earlier, when the ambush on Shai Nu-seong was being planned. The trio went to meet Nam Wanchang at a tattoo parlor. So what do you guys prefer, rabbit or cat tattoos? We're running a 30% discount right now. 1 tattoo, get 2. Kang Wisu leaned in and whispered to Daejin. You really trust this guy? He looks just like one of those final boss villains. Upon seeing the tattoos on Baekdo Jiam's body, Nam Wanchang complimented, these designs look pretty intense. Without beating around the bush, Baekdo Jiam got straight to the main topic. We are here to discuss the plan to take down Shai Nu-seong, not to grab a voucher. Nam Wanchang maintained his laid-back attitude. Come on, relax. Why are you all so impatient? Let me share some important information with you. First of all, Our target is the secret villa of the Hyo Chang group, named Hyo Chang Paddock. At that place, Shin Yu-song won't have the protection of the Haegwine bosses, making it easier to take him down. Kang Weezu disagreed. Even without Haegwine's forces, they're still a big organization. How can their security be lax? They started as a notorious gang with many enemies who have tried to attack but failed. The walls of Hyo Chang are over 5 meters high, and they're solid, just like Shin Yu-seon's face. There are cameras installed in every corner, and the bodyguards are elite, carefully selected from Hyo Chang. Each one of them looks like a rabid dog, ready to tear apart any enemy on the spot. They won't let anyone touch the chairman of Hyo Chang. It truly is an impregnable fortress that can bury any enemy. After hearing Nam Wanchang's explanation, Kang Weezu was even more confused. Then let it bury you instead. Why drag us into this? Nam Wanchang explained. Theoretically, that's how it should be. But do you think those minor issues can hinder me? I spent a whole month devising a perfect plan for this operation. First, we'll have someone go through the walls. Just trust this plan. You won't be disappointed. The trio looked at him with skepticism, thinking, why does this guy sound more and more untrustworthy? Returning to the fortress of Hyo Chang, the target Shin Yu-seong appeared. He looked up at the architecture and marveled. No wonder this place is called an invincible fortress. By the way, can I ask why you had to deploy your security forces so meticulously because of my visit? Hyung-chil explained. We maintain this level of security every day, even on holidays. There are a few more checks to undergo before you can meet the chairman. This is the hot, cold, and warm check. Please cooperate with us and hand over all weapons you have. He insisted that they follow this protocol before seeing the chairman. Nam Wanchang joked, it's just a fruit knife, why so serious? Juns felt annoyed with this rule and spoke in a foreign language that no one understood. If anyone tries to take my sword, they better test its sharpness first. I've said it already. The bodyguards understood his language and held their weapons up to compare hardness with Juns's. Do you think we're easy targets? I was just teasing a bit. If I were serious, your neck wouldn't be intact. Hyung-kil explained. Do you understand now why this place is called the Invincible Fortress? The security is tight, cameras everywhere, and no danger can slip through. With the unwavering spirit of the security team here, even garlic must adhere to this rule. I hope you understand what I'm saying. For the future of Hyo Chang and Haegwine, please cooperate. Shin Yu-song smiled. Oh, it makes sense. But are you really sure no one can get in here? Kang-chil thought to himself. This guy dares to act tough in front of me, and he's not even showing a hint of fear. At this point, Nam Wanchang and Juns had to surrender their weapons to them. Shin Yu-seong apologizes on behalf of both of us, asking for forgiveness for my rude subordinates. There won't be any more awkward situations like this in the future. Therefore, I have now decided to trust the invincible cannon absolutely. At the same time, outside the cannon compound, 2 security guards are standing watch and chatting. It's so tense. Can't wait for the end of the shift. We must go make some barley smoothies to relax. Those Haegwang guys are really irritating me. How can the president trust them when there are outstanding individuals like us next to him? Adding those guys is just unnecessary. The president must have been watching too much online gang content at home lately, which made him influenced to trust those street thugs. Do you think that guy in the white shirt with long hair could fight with our captain? He's acting so arrogant in front of him. While they were talking, one of the two suddenly spotted a mouse, which was Daejun's man. We were both threatened with knives and interrogated. What are you doing lurking around Hyo Chang Paddock? Speak up. Just when they were about to attack Daejun's man, he appeared like a savior, taking one of them down in an instant. The other one, realizing that Daejun is not an easy target, planned to report an intruder through the walkie-talkie, but was stopped by Daejun's team. 30 members of Daejun's gang had arrived. Kim And-dong raised his head to report, Brother Daejun, it's done. The stubborn security guard spoke up. I don't care who you are or what your intentions are, but if I don't contact the others in a short time, they will discover you. Daejun's subordinates felt even more anxious after hearing that. Is that okay? From this distance, they can see Hyo Chang Paddock, but it's too far away. I wonder if Nam Wanchang's plan is feasible. Daejun instructed everyone to wait just a bit longer. Inside the cannon, Nam Wanchang is being forced to hand over his phone. He whines, "Don't joke around. If you take my phone, how will I reply to my fangirls later?" The security personnel of Hyo Chang firmly insist he hand it over, leaving him no choice. Nam Wanchang secretly texts someone. Inside the security room of Hyo Chang paddock, the bodyguards in Area A2 have lost contact. Quickly send someone there to check the situation. Report the current situation to the top immediately. One staff member, holding the phone, reads the message and immediately apologizes. Just as everyone is still trying to understand what is happening, that person slits the throat of another security guard. He could only say, "I'm sorry, I have no other choice. This is the only way to save my family." He raised the phone, explaining how he could abandon his family. Meanwhile, after finishing his text, Nam Wanchang casually tossed his phone aside, saying, "If my fangirls get upset later, I'll be chopping axes." Nam Wanchang truly is a demon. Previously, he had shown Daejun's gang the map of Hyo Chang paddock, which includes a secret passage for VIP guests in emergencies. We can now take advantage of it. This is the secret corridor that leads through the first security area. Therefore, during the movement inside, you will be safe. Baekdo Jeom asked, "So we need an insider, right? How can we open that secret passage?" Of course, Nam Wanchang thought of that too. Although his tattoos are limited, his cunning is boundless. Everything has been planned out. I've been continuously investigating and found the weaknesses of the members inside. Just one key point fails and the entire system can collapse. I also have a little key point just to prepare for this. It took me 3 months. Back to reality, the staff member he threatened trembled as he pressed the red button. On this side, Daejun hears a loud noise and sees a secret passage appear before them. Kim Eun-dong stares blankly. What is that? A pathway straight into the ground. The security guard who was ambushed is just as confused below. Why is the secret door opening by itself? What on earth happened inside the security room? This is indeed the passage for VIP guests that Nam Wanchang mentioned. Daejun was right to trust him this time because he truly shares the same goal of eliminating Shin Yu-seong. Just like Daejun's gang. The security guard shouted, and before he could finish, Daejun kicked him in the head. Coldly, he reminded everyone, "Now that we've entered this place, there's no turning back. So we must survive at all costs." Daejun's gang replied in unison, "Understood." Daejun walked over and carefully patted Gaeom on the shoulder. Hong Gaeom observed his expression. Daejun seemed calm, but his hands were trembling. "Maybe you've endured a lot of pressure, right? Imda Jun, we will definitely survive." The only goal that Daejun's gang has pursued for a year has been the pain and resentment of everything that Imda Jun and everyone has endured. It will all end after today's battle. 13 days before ambushing Shin Yu-seong, the Daejun group had a warm meeting with Nam Wanchang. He personally poured the beer, inviting everyone to have a few pints to cool down. Daejun reminded, "Now is the time to discuss the plan to eliminate Shin Yu-seong, not to drink. Besides, I don't even know how to drink beer." Kang Wizu wondered why Baekdo Jeom was going to touch the beer cup when he was on a diet. Baekdo Jeom quickly slapped Kang Wizu's hand. "Don't be so greedy for food and drink. We haven't even heard the plan yet." Nam Wanchang invited, but since no one drank, he had to drink alone. As I said before, once we successfully infiltrate that mansion, we must start laying out bait. When cooperating with the insider and breaking into the security building, once successful, the bait team will begin to move into security building 2. Once in there, this team must find a way to attract the attention of the security forces for as long as possible. After that, the core force will infiltrate the main building. After eliminating Shin Yu-seong, we'll retreat immediately. Sounds exciting, right? I call this plan using the east to strike the west. Kang Wisu worriedly asked, "What about the bait team? If we retreat, how will they escape?" Nam Wanchang scoffed. "The bait team will obviously become targets. Do you think the high-level security forces of Hyo Chang are a joke? They're all mad dogs." Kang Wisu protested. "We have to find a way for them to escape. Nam Wanchang explained. Escape? How could they? With the suffocating encirclement of security forces, Hyo Chang will only be heading to the altar. This is the key to this plan. Without the bait team, the main force will have no way to sneak into the house. Sacrifice is unavoidable. Kang Weizhu expressed frustration. What kind of plan has such a dire ending? You should rethink this, Dae Jun. If he talks like this, why doesn't he go be the bait himself? Is he scared? Baekdo Jiam was silent. This was truly too dangerous. It would be better if we attacked together to eliminate Shin Yu-seung. It's no easy task. Of course, to take down a big monster, losses are unavoidable. Kang Weizhu suddenly exclaimed. Have you been brainwashed by him, Dae Jun? Make a wise decision. This is truly a gamble. Besides, who will be the bait in this plan? Nam Wanchang spoke up to reassure them. Don't be so agitated. I'm also putting myself in danger. I could sleep at any moment. This isn't a game where you can choose and choose again. In the end, do you want to eliminate Shin Yu-seung or not? After all the effort chasing Shin Yu-seung, are you really going to give up now? This last opportunity? In another development at Hyo Chang Group, the trio sat in a private room. Jun spoke with a boss-like tone. I see the guards here. They all look like easy targets. They dared to take my long sword. Lucky they didn't take the short one too. Then locked us in this guest room like this. If this is a trap they've set, we could very well meet our end here. Nam Wanchang laughed mockingly. Lost your knife, and now your face is pale as a banana leaf. If you're that scared, maybe I should protect you. The two began bickering again. Shin Yu-seung agreed with Jun's. It's very possible they want to eliminate us. The captain with the punchable face we saw earlier has been with Hyo Chang since it was an old gang. With us here, his position in the group will decline, so he might not want this cooperation to happen. Right now, he has complete authority over the security force in this mansion. If he wants, we could all be dead in an instant. Isn't that right, Jin Young-chil? Just then, Jin Young-chil's security team arrived. Jin Young-chil explained, there may be a small misunderstanding here. How could I harm the chairman's business partners? For me, the company's interests always come first. After he spoke, the Haegwang trio found themselves surrounded by the security team. Jun shouted angrily. What are these bastards surrounding us for? Jin Young-chil held up handcuffs. Only Shin Yu-seung may enter the chairman's room. The others must wait here with these cups. As the chairman's partner, Shin Yu-seung will be guaranteed safety. But if you don't cooperate as the chairman wishes, you'll leave here in urns. Juns asked Shin Yu-seung for his opinion. How about I cut them up now, boss? Shin Yu-seung remained calm. No need to get agitated. I'll get the contract signed and come out in one piece. Jin Young-chil spoke up. I don't know how long you've known the chairman, but you should know I'm the one the chairman trusts most. As long as I'm here, no one else will sit in the chairman's trusted seat. Shin Yu-seung sneered. I'm the one the chairman trusts most. Let's hope that's true. Inwardly, Young-chil thought about Shin Yu-seung. He's notoriously infamous in the underworld. If we partner with him, it'll definitely harm the corporation. I need to stop him. Meanwhile, the iron duo had been handcuffed. Nam Wanchang thought to himself, look at Shin Yu-seung's smug face. He must have prepared a plan for the worst-case scenario. He didn't even disclose anything about joining his escort team. Little did Nam Wanchang know, Shin Yu-seung had crafted a foolproof plan to handle any unexpected events. Meanwhile, at Hyo Chang's security compound, one of Dae Jun's teams had arrived. Led by Imda Jun inside the fortress, everything proceeded as per Nam Wanchang's plan, with only one person left unscathed. The other person quickly raised his hand and explained, wait, I'm Nam Wanchang's mole. I'll do whatever you ask. So, he was Nam Wanchang's mole after all. Fine, there's still work for you here. Stay put for now. The man nodded eagerly. Baekdo Hyum urged, let's go, Imda Jun. By now, Hyo Chang's security might not have detected us yet. On the mountain, we had one guard monitor the issues. The security room will detect this anomaly soon, so we need to act before that happens. Team Decoy 2, Head into Security Compound 2 now and start drawing their attention. Security is thick here, so detection risk is high. We need to sneak from Security Compound 1 to 2 through an underground passage. It's a discreet area without cameras, making it easy to infiltrate unnoticed. But risks are still there. Imda Jun, leading Team Decoy, reassured firmly, "Don't worry, those guys can't touch us." Imda Jun apologized for giving them such a heavy task. Kim Dong replied, "I know. If we fail, everything ends. So we'll complete this mission at any cost. You focus on your main objective. When this is over, let's hang out again, all right? Next time, let's have a solo wrestling match, okay?" Imda Jun smiled, "Of course." With that, Kim Dong's decoy team set off. Daejin watched the youngsters worriedly. Meanwhile, in the security tunnel, Kim Dong, panting, cautioned everyone, "Be careful. If we get caught, it's almost certain death. The security here seems pretty lax. I've looked around and haven't seen any guards. Maybe they didn't expect us to infiltrate through the tunnel like this. We're halfway through and nothing unusual yet, so let's go deeper and commence the guerrilla plan." Just as he finished speaking, a guard suddenly appeared in front of him, immediately drawing a knife to strike. Kim Dong was slashed on the arm, and more guards showed up, with one tauntingly asking, "What organization are you from, and what's your purpose here? If I call, 500 of my brothers will be here to collect your bodies." Just as he was about to reach for his earpiece to alert his team, he realized it was gone. Kim Dong smirked, "Looking for this, aren't you, bro?" He held up the guard's earpiece in his hand and ordered, "Let's finish this guy before his comrades find out and arrive." The guard laughed, "Finish me? Hilarious. You kids still wet behind the ears want to cause trouble. I could squash you with a snap." With that, he moved like lightning, slicing two of Kim Dong's men. Indeed, Hyo Chang's security was no joke. He confidently swung his knife. "Scared yet? I'm only using basic moves. If I go advanced, you won't even breathe." Kim Dong's team pulled out their weapons as well, retorting, "You think you're the only one who knows how to wield a blade." The Hyo Chang guard chuckled creepily, "Do you know what the best part of this job is? Even if I wipe out countless lives, I face no consequences. Hyo Chang Group handles everything. I get a raise twice a year and full social insurance. Now, I'll play with you until I'm bored, then send you all to your graves." Kim Dong thought to himself, "If I fail, not only will we die, but everyone will be exposed and Daejin's hope will be shattered. I can't let that happen. I have to survive." Kim Dong lunged at the guard, tackling him down. He yelled, successfully taking the guard down, thinking of Daejin's dream, which was now his own as well. "As long as I live, no one will shatter his dream. For this family." Meanwhile, back at Security Compound 1, Hong Gaiyong reassured Daejun, "Don't worry too much. The kids went through harsh training, so they're much stronger now, especially Kim Dong. He worked hard to overcome his former weakness." Daejun suddenly remembered a moment when he discussed with Nam Wanchang in the nightclub, "Protect this family and get revenge on Shan Yusan. Why choose only one? I'll take both. I won't let Shan Yusan take anyone else from my family. I already have a plan to get everyone out safely, and more importantly, I trust them all." That's what Daejun had said. Now, he couldn't continue to worry. Daejun spoke, "Everyone, focus on your main task. From now on, our primary target is Shan Yusan's life." In another development at Hyo Chang Corporation, the location of Chairman Park Sung-kyu has been identified. Currently, he is hiding in Hyo Chang's villa. The old man, upon hearing this, nodded in amusement, finding it interesting. It seems that Park Sung-kyu is so scared that he doesn't dare show his face outside. How could we let such a cowardly person like him take on the corporation's leadership role? This old man is Park Hyo-jin, the CEO of Hyo Chang Corporation and the uncle of Park Sung-kyu. While smoking, he said, "For the corporation to grow, we must eliminate the useless elements." However, the place he's hiding in is considered an impenetrable fortress. Park Hyo-jin's tone grew serious. "To enter a trap-filled lair just to catch a timid rat. Everything is within my grasp. If I let go, it lives. If I squeeze, it dies. Returning to Hyo Chang paddock, Park Sung-kyu was still curled up under the blanket. Jin Hyung-kil finally brought Shin Yu-seong over. Hearing that Shin Yu-seong had arrived, he threw off the blanket, hurriedly ran over, and clung to his leg. "My friend, you finally arrived. I've truly waited for you for too long." Shin Yu-seong immediately knelt down, taking his hand with a caring tone. "Perhaps my dear chairman has been very worried during this time. From now on, this small body will protect the chairman to the fullest." Park Sung-kyu eagerly urged him to make a contract with him. At this moment, Jin Hyung-kil suddenly objected. "I oppose." Park Sung-kyu, confused, asked, "What do you mean, Captain? What are you opposing?" Jin Hyung-kil reiterated, "The contract with Haegwon needs to be reconsidered, Mr. Chairman." Meanwhile, in the mansion's living room, the security team, with nothing else to do, made small talk to pass the time. "Look at those Haegwon guys, pale as frogs. They must be trembling with fear. If the contract with the chairman fails, they're in trouble with me. Especially that guy Japan, holding Thai goods." Bored, Jun S. muttered, "I don't understand why the boss thinks they'll sign the contract with us. They don't show any goodwill. Each of them looks like they want to bite Shin Yu-seong's backside." He then asked Leopard, "Hey, do you suspect that Shin Yu-seong is hiding something from us?" Nam Won-chang responded, "If you can't speak my language, then shut up. Hearing you makes me feel like pooping." Nam Won-chang nodded at the security guys, saying, "Hey, I need to poop. Can you guys take me to the bathroom?" Naturally, they refused to let Nam Won-chang go. He looked at them menacingly. "Do I look like I'm joking? If I don't get to the bathroom in 30 seconds, it'll spill out right here. I had fermented shrimp paste with mango and chili salt last night, so it won't be solid." They began to think, "Our monthly salary is only $1 million. Do we really need to add cleanup to our duties? We must follow protocol to avoid consequences. However, if the consequence is from his rear end, that's much worse. We can't let him dirty this mansion's living room. We have to take him quickly. While he's in the bathroom, we must keep a close watch, no matter how foul it gets." With that, Nam Won-chang was finally escorted to the bathroom. "Hurry up. We don't have much patience," they threatened. "If you're not out in 5 minutes, we'll come in and punch you." Sitting on the toilet, Nam Won-chang felt a bit anxious about his current passive position, wondering how things were going on Imda Jun's end. The plan was proceeding slowly. Imda Jun was currently finding a way to attack the main building while his subordinates acted as decoys, targeting Security Building 2 to create a distraction. Being decoys, they could become the target at any moment. He wondered what plan Imda Jun would come up with to let them escape smoothly. Hopefully, he won't flip-flop. Regardless, he always lived for something called family, much like Jo-han Gil. Nam Won-chang sighed. Family, such a far-fetched concept. You can't survive if you don't know how to be selfish for yourself. Nam Won-chang suddenly felt uneasy, wondering why he always felt anxious while using the bathroom. Perhaps he was overthinking and complicating things. Judging by the team leader's expression, it seemed he wanted to oppose the contract and possibly eliminate Shin Yu-seong. But life is not a dream. Shin Yu-seong is a real viper. He will have foreseen this situation. What exactly is his scheme? Things don't seem that simple. This time, he has hidden his real plan. But none of that matters too much. If Shin Yu-seong succeeds with this contract, then my plan will go smoothly. Today, this snake will definitely be executed. Meanwhile, Shin Yu-seong and Park Sung-kyu sat opposite each other, talking. Park Sung-kyu spoke up to Jin Hyung-kil. "I don't understand why you're thinking like this. Why reconsider such a great contract?" Jin Hyung-kil stared at Shin Yu-seong. "Because I have many reasons not to trust him. There are significant risks in giving security power to an organization outside the corporation, especially to a gang of street thugs like this. If their power becomes too great, they'll meddle in our internal affairs, and when that happens, Haegwon will destroy the corporation we've built over the years. Most importantly, there are many bad rumors about Haegwon's leader. According to our investigation, the Haegwon organization was just a small group in the past. But recently, They've grown astonishingly fast because of their principles, doing anything to achieve their goals, even illegal activities. They would throw brothers into the sea or assault a pig if needed. If we let them in, they might stab us in the back at any time. We absolutely cannot let them destroy the lifelong efforts of the late chairman. Park Sung-kyu shouted, "Enough, stop talking. You should have protected my father better back then instead of waiting until now to complain." Jin Hyung-kil lowered his head. "I've always regretted that mistake from that day." Annoyed, Park Sung-kyu held his head. "You truly don't understand Shin Yu-seong at all. Without him, much worse things would have happened already. When my father passed away, I was working on a project in Japan. I tried to arrange to return to Korea quickly, but some strange people attacked before I could leave. Hyo Chang's enemies seemed to target me right after achieving their goal of eliminating my father. They wanted to eradicate all roots. At that moment, Shin Yu-seong appeared and saved my life, even smiling kindly afterward." Humbly, Shin Yu-seong said, "I just did what needed to be done. When his father was alive, he treated Haegwang very well. To assist his son is my honor." Park Sung-kyu smiled gratefully. "Thank you for choosing to stand with Hyo Chang." Shin Yu-seong continued, "I can somewhat understand the team leader's decision." Jin Hyung-kil reached into his shirt to find something. "This can't go on. There's still something making me feel that Shin Yu-seong is a serious danger. My killer instincts have seen through this. Sorry, but I've been in this field for years. No scoundrel can deceive me." "This scoundrel hides behind a mask." Park Sung-kyu interjected. "What are you talking about? Shin Yu-seong isn't like that." Jin Hyung-kil made his final plea. "Mr. Chairman, I've served you since you were a child. I've truly seen you as my own brother. Therefore, I must protect this family with my own hands. I can protect the chairman without needing those Haegwang scoundrels. If you choose to cooperate with Shin Yu-seong, I will leave Hyo Chang. Choose an outsider you just met or a loyal guard who has been by your side for years." Park Sung-kyu gritted his teeth. "Why?" Shin Yu-seong laughed. "How interesting." Jin Hyung-kil, irritated, demanded, "What are you laughing at?" Shin Yu-seong mocks the MU fan, suggesting that if he were as optimistic as his brother, it would be great. Does anyone really think this building is an indestructible fortress? Has he ever considered that the enemies of Hyo Chang might not come from outside? What if the attack comes from within? Meanwhile, in the restroom, two security guards are losing their patience. "Damn it, it's diarrhea, not constipation. Why is it taking so long? I should go drag him out myself. It's only a few seconds away from 5 minutes." The restroom door of Nam Won-chang is being banged on. Nam Won-chang shouts, "Why the hell is my poop from liquid to solid? You scared me." He angrily raises his fist in threat. "I'll break the door down if you don't come out." Just then, Nam Won-chang appears in front of him, saying, "I'm out now, but I've only been able to get out 50%. Right at that moment, blood suddenly splatters onto the restroom door. Goodbye. This security guard has been killed by his own teammate. Inside the living room, they hear strange sounds coming from the restroom. They immediately pull out their weapons to investigate. However, what they probably least expected was to be ambushed by their own teammates. The indestructible fortress is now in chaos like a battlefield. The plan has begun. The moment to send the chairman off is not far away. Wait for good news from us, director. Meanwhile, at Hyo Chang, Park Yojin smiles while looking at the clock. It must have started already. Shin Yu-seong is quite ambitious after all. How could he dare to propose cooperation with the very interesting CEO of Hyo Chang? Back at the indestructible fortress, it seems to have fallen since the enemy is indeed from within Hyo Chang. The Yundong group, hiding in a corner, cannot help but wonder, is it too hot? Have they all gone mad? Now, in the villa, everywhere is filled with people planted by Park Yojin. The Daejin team witnesses this entire scene. Baek Do-jiam expresses suspicion. This isn't in the script. Did Nam Won-chang trick our group? The scene shifts to the chairman's office. A blood-soaked employee rushes in, panicked. "Chairman, the team leader out there is in chaos. There seems to be a mole infiltrating our security forces. They're launching a fierce attack out there." Meanwhile, Nam Won-chang is also panicking. not knowing what is happening. This wasn't in the script. Could this be Shin Yu-seong's secret plan? I never thought a third party would get involved. My plan might go off course now. I underestimated you, Shin Yu-seong. If this continues, just one mistake and the whole group will be done for. A few years back, when the Daejin gang hadn't formed yet, Yeondong was part of a petty theft group. The kid was only 15 then and had been homeless for 121 days. He used to be a street kid, living a rough life. This gang only gathered to steal. Yeondong had once invited them to share a meal, but they all considered it pointless, believing it was better to enjoy food alone as wild wolves. Life here is really tough, lonely, hungry, and cold. But what choice does he have? Yeondong had to adapt to it. There's no turning back now. People say happiness is the destination of life, but how long has it been since he felt such happiness? Back at Hyochang Paddock, there are bodies everywhere like hay. The Yeondong group patiently waits for the next development. A few minutes ago, in the underground passage, security was preparing for a tense standoff with the Yeondong group when suddenly they started to panic and flee. Not understanding what was happening, they saw this as a great opportunity. They needed to move quickly to Security Building 2. However, Yeondong stopped everyone. We need to observe the situation closely. Because of this statement, they are now hiding here. Yeondong suspects that there might be some issues related to the building's security. Nam Woncheng did not warn about this incident. We need to change our plan and adapt on the fly. If there's even a slight mistake, when we open our eyes later, we'll only see a naked chicken. The five of them huddle around the table discussing, could this incident be related to Shin Yu-seong? If so, then the situation is too dangerous. We've worked hard for this day, so we can't die here. Everyone's faces show fear. Just then, Yeondong speaks up, lifting the team's spirits. Everyone, we are the decoy team. From the very beginning, we understood our mission. We must do everything possible to help Daejin end this long-standing grudge. We also promised to eat together after our victory. But I won't let anyone stay here forever. We all have to survive to eat together. The team's spirit is truly lifted. He doesn't want to die here either, especially since they have a promise to drink beer together. Yeondong advises everyone, just keep observing the situation. I think we can handle this. The scene shifts to the main building where the moles planted by Park Yo-jin are slaughtering the security staff guarding the hallway. Hearing the security staff fighting chaotically, both Jin Young-cheol and Park Sung-kyu outside are taken aback. Park Sung-kyu panics. Why is there a civil war happening right now? What on earth is going on? The security staff are equally panicked. If this continues, soon our team will be wiped out. What should we do, team leader? Jin Young-cheol angrily interrogates, is all of this your plan, Shin Yu-seong? Shin Yu-seong smiles, what do I know? You just said this was an indestructible fortress. Not even a fly can get in. Jin Young-cheol, feeling frustrated, thinks, from the beginning, I suspected you were up to no good. You want to take out our chairman, don't you? No matter what, the knife presses closer to his throat, but Shin Yu-seong remains calm. Why do you keep being suspicious? A person of integrity and reputation like me wouldn't do such lowly tricks. My only mission here is to protect the chairman. Jin Young-cheol lowers the knife and orders his subordinates to keep a close eye on Shin Yu-seong, maintaining a safe distance from the chairman. I'll handle the chaos outside. You all keep this guy contained. Before leaving, Jin Young-cheol doesn't forget to threaten Shin Yu-seong. If you dare resist even a little, I'll send you to your grave. Chairman, I'll be back soon. Meanwhile, the mole faction is advancing toward the chairman's office. The director promised promotions and raises for anyone who can take the chairman's life. Such a good opportunity can't be missed, but to take the chairman's life, they first have to step over Jin Young-cheol's dead body. He stands firm, blocking the moles. Wait a minute, who do you plan to take out? The leader of the mole faction smirks. Team leader Jin, isn't it time for you to retire? If you push too hard, we'll take you out quickly. Let us deal with the chairman. Then we can invite you to the feast. Just as he finishes speaking, he and his crew receive a few punches. I guess I've been too easy on you guys lately, so you think you can mess with me. They retreat and negotiate with Jin Young-cheol. If you don't want to go early, just step aside. We're only targeting the chairman. Jin Young-chil responds, if you betrayed Hyo Chang, be ready to go to hell with it. At that moment on Imdong's side, the entire mole faction has been wiped out, including 2 team leaders from the security team, Kim In-hyuk and Jang Shin-yu. They never expected that one day they would have to face forces from within like this. Yeon-dong observes, feeling increasingly tense. I thought this was a surprise attack on Hyo Chang's security team, but the rescue forces from the chairman have arrived to turn the tide. The security members of Hyo Chang are indeed monsters. If our 5-man group gets cornered by them, we'd definitely be done for. They can't linger any longer. Now is the time for the decoy team to move to Security Building 2. As planned, Yeon-dong encourages everyone. We can do this. Kim In-hyuk receives a report from outside that only the company commander is currently in the main building. Moreover, there has been no communication from the security team in Building 1, and there's something unusual. There seems to be no movement at all in the security section of Building 1. This is very strange. Something must have happened inside, possibly another scheme by the rebel forces. The security team is advancing closer to Building 1, making the decoy team extremely anxious, especially since Imda Jun and the others are inside that building. If Imda Jun is discovered, the entire plan will fall apart. Meanwhile, inside Building 1, Kang Hui-soo is glancing outside, complaining, it's too hot. These guys must be crazy. So many rebels, and they wiped them out in such a short time. And now they've brought a whole crowd over here. Hong Dae-yeon, visibly irritated, says, the decoy plan hasn't even been fully executed, and now there's a swarm of troublemakers. Bak Do-gyeom, equally worried, adds, now the door is locked, so we can't turn back. If we move through the hidden pathway, it'll make noise, and they'll just chase after us anyway. The other team members look on, resigned. We have no choice but to face these mad dogs directly. Imda Jun, who has been silent, finally speaks up, apologizing. It's because of me that everyone is in such danger. We have no choice now. To survive, we must reach the main building at all costs. The security team, led by Kim In-hyuk and Jang Shin-yu, has arrived outside the building. They've drawn their weapons. Anyone who jumps out, we take them down immediately. Meanwhile, Dae-jun's group is ready to confront the enemy. But then something unexpected happens. Eun-dong suddenly appears and knocks out a guard. Leading the decoy team, Eun-dong announces, we're here. A few minutes prior, Eun-dong had a motivational talk with the team. Our mission is to be the decoy to allow Imda Jun to infiltrate the main building. If we move to Security Building 2 now, it'll take too long. We need to help Imda Jun and the others first. Right, they agreed. But if we become the target now and can't make it to Security Building 2, we're as good as dead. The decoy team is visibly shaken, reassuring each other with bravado. We're men. The only thing to fear is our wives, right? These guys are nothing. Bak Do-gyeom, now panicking, shouts, what on earth are they doing? Kim In-hyuk coldly orders his subordinates, cut them down. Leading the charge, Eun-dong feels scared but resolves, I don't want to die, but if I lose my family, I'd rather die. I don't want to walk through life alone and cold as before. I want a meaningful life. Isn't happiness the ultimate goal? Happiness means having a family, enduring together, sharing the sweet and the bitter. He gave me a home and renewed my life. If I can be with everyone like this forever, that would be wonderful. But nothing lasts forever. If I must go, I'll go for those I love. Eyes watering, Eun-dong shouts, bring it on. 10 days before the battle, Imda Jun had a conversation with Eun-dong. Imdong, are you scared? The assassination is in a few days. This must be intense for you. Eun-dong, nonchalant, replied, it's okay. I want to end this soon so we can all live in peace. Imda Jun, deeply troubled, wondered if sending them as decoys was a mistake. Sensing his anxiety, Eun-dong reassured him. Not trusting me would be the real mistake. But Imda Jun's worry lingered. He was deeply concerned for their safety, unsure if things would go smoothly. One loss is already too much. Hesitantly, Eun-dong continued, Imda Jun, I understand what might happen. I know the odds of survival and escape are low, but great missions require sacrifice. No matter what, please continue with your mission. Tense, Imda Jun responded. Right now, you all are my family. If I have to lose my family to get revenge, I'd rather give it up. Sincerely, Dong replied, I don't want to lead this life either. Imda Jun, I'll definitely return to everyone. Trust me, and we'll eat together again. Back in the thick of battle, within Hyo Chon Petik, the decoy team faces a life-or-death situation. Confidently, the security guards charge. There are only 5 of them. Each of us spits once, and we can drown them. Imda Jun is still reeling from the situation, while Kang Hui-soo is equally astonished. What are they doing? Why aren't they moving towards security building 2? Why are they rushing out there? Baek Do-gyum realizes they're risking themselves to prevent security from finding us, aren't they? Kang Hui-soo, outraged, exclaims, they're too reckless. We need to go out and save them. Baek Do-gyum stops him. If we leave now, everything will be for nothing. Kang Hui-soo, undeterred, shouts, I don't care if it's all for nothing. I can't stand here while they risk their lives for us. Baek Do-gyum tries to reason. They're doing this so we can continue the plan without being detected. You want all their efforts to be meaningless. Enough talk. We need to get to the main building right now. Kang Hui-soo, furious, grabs Baek Do-gyum by the collar. Are you really okay with this? Their lives don't matter to you. The two argue loudly. You want to run now and leave your family behind. Imda Jun finally steps in. Enough. I'll decide. For now, we stick to the plan and infiltrate the main building. Kang Hui-soo, defeated, mutters, it's too hot. You all must be crazy. Hong Ga-yeon, surprised by Imda Jun's decision, asks, are you abandoning your family? No, Imda Jun replies, I trust them. The kid said, no matter what happens, we must keep going. You heard Baek Do-gyum. If we reveal ourselves now, we're all finished. The only thing we can do now is move forward. Although outwardly resolute, Imda Jun is filled with apprehension, wondering if the kids can bear this heavy burden. Imda Jun recalls his late-night conversation with Dong, who had confidently promised to return. Imda Jun struggles to believe him, though the kid is indeed stronger than before. But this is still nothing compared to the near-impossible task ahead. This battle isn't just a practice drill. One small mistake could cost lives. Dong had pleaded, can you trust me just this once? Imda Jun chuckled, this stubborn kid. All right, if anything happens that you can't handle, call me. I'll come to help immediately. Feeling Imda Jun's hand on his head, Dong couldn't hide his joy. Thank you. I won't let everyone down. Now, as Imda Jun leads the group away from Security Building 1, he's betting everything on Dong's promise. Back at the Hyo Chon Petik headquarters, in the chairman's office, Park Sung-kyu sits, trembling with a blanket, muttering in fear. If they get in here, I'm finished. Could this be my end? A security staff member tries to calm him. Sir, don't worry. The security team has nearly wiped out the rebels. Meanwhile, Shin Yu-seon, impressed, finds himself with a blade pressed against his neck. He tries to bargain. If you unlock these shabby handcuffs, I can clean up for the chairman. The guard, of course, refuses. Let you go so you can punch me. I'm handsome, but I'm not stupid. Elsewhere, Jin Hyung-kil stomps on a member of the spy team. This is the end for traitors. Dogs that bite their master are only fit to be grilled with lemongrass. The news reaches Park Hyo-jin immediately. This is bad, director. Too much security is surrounding the chairman. And most importantly, one of the guards near the chairman is a monster from former chairman Hyo Chon's era. His name is Jin Hyung-chil. Park Hyo-jin sneered. Just one loser, yet you're all panicking. Surely an entire force can handle a single guy. No dog can stand in the way of my plan. I've already made arrangements. They're coming soon. Once the cooperation and special support news for Headwang is released, businesses partnering with Hyo Chang have shown strong displeasure. We need to eliminate the pests aiming to destroy Hyo Chang. The newly emerged monster may be considered a match for Jin Hyung-chil with its decisiveness and ruthlessness. This monster is none other than the recommended captain, Kang Il-sung, and he's not alone. Another beast is also an incredibly fast assassin, the leader of the underground organization Alpha. These two monsters have joined the fight. This time, the chairman only has an exit strategy, leading to death. As the fighting intensified, Kang Il-sung jeered, "Is this all the so-called undying rose has to offer? Pathetic. Leave now, while I'm in a good mood, and maybe we'll spare your life." Two knives were thrown at them. Kang Il-sung, annoyed, complained, "Talking and you're attacking? The nerve." Jin Young-chil coldly charged, his knife clashing with those of the two monsters. He assessed silently, "With just one attack, I can gauge a person's skill. The one in front of me is in a completely different league compared to previous attackers." After a sudden strike, the two monsters also realized they were facing a dangerous threat. Individually, he outmatches both me and the other guy. But if we combine forces, the old man can't stand against us. We must end this quickly before any unforeseen events occur. As soon as they synchronized, both attacked Jin Young-chil. Alpha successfully slashed Jin Young-chil's side, his face immediately paling. Both continued their assault, taunting. Struggling only makes your end more painful. Jin Young-chil's face darkened. "You will never lay a finger on the chairman while I'm here." With minimal force, he managed to knock back the two monsters surrounding him, both caught off guard by his overwhelming power. If they were monsters, then Jin Young-chil was their father. Realizing they were no match for him, but bound by their assigned task, they aimed to complete at least one of the two missions. Kang Il-sung took on Jin Young-chil, while Alpha quickly headed to the chairman's office. In Io Chang's chairman's office, a security guard lay weakly on the ground. "Run, chairman," Park Sung-kyu whimpered. "Captain Jin, where are you? Come back and save me." Alpha suddenly charged forward, declaring, "Your time in the chairman's seat ends now." But before his claws could reach Park Sung-kyu, he was downed by Shin Yu-seong with a single blow, leaving Alpha gasping on the floor. Once again, he became Park Sung-kyu's savior. "Are you all right, chairman? Apologies for the delay. Leave everything to me now." News of the Hyo Chang paddock incident quickly reached Park Yo-jin's office. "Director," the staff member reported, "we've lost contact with everyone sent to Hyo Chang." Furious, he slammed the table. Could they all have been wiped out? Shin Yu-seong must have joined forces with them. How did things turn out like this? What on earth is Shin Yu-seong thinking? Back at Hyo Chang paddock, the injured Jin Young-chil managed to seize Kang Il-sung's weapon. Kang Il-sung held his hand firmly. "Give up. Surely, by now, your chairman has been taken down by my colleague." Enraged, Jin Young-chil granted him a fatal blow, causing him to collapse. Jin Young-chil hurried back to the chairman's office, blaming himself for allowing the enemy to capture the chairman. Jin Young-chil recalled the late Chairman Park entrusting him with a task. "Captain Jin, from now on, protect my son. I can trust you because, as you know, the Hyo Chang chairman's seat is always surrounded by threats. Promise me you'll safeguard my son." Jin Young-chil had vowed, "Since the chairman saved my life, I am dedicated entirely to Hyo Chang. I will give my all to protect your son." However, unable to repay that promise, he felt he had failed. "If I can't even protect your son," he thought, "maybe I don't deserve this life." He entered the chairman's room, calling for him, only to witness a bloody scene as Park Sung-kyu stared at him, shocked. "You're too late. I've handled it all," Park Sung-kyu said, as Shin Yu-seong stood calmly with blood-stained hands and Alpha lying lifelessly on the floor. "The chairman is safe," he declared. Jin Young-chil couldn't believe his eyes. How could he, even while handcuffed, take down an assassin? Just what monstrous ability does he have? Park Sung-kyu rose, relieved. "Captain Jin, you're alive. I thought they got you too." Jin Young-chil apologized. "I'm sorry for letting one escape, chairman. Glad you're safe." Park Sung-kyu naively gestured to Shin Yu-seong. "It's all thanks to him." However, Jin Young-chil remained wary of Shin Yu-seong. Although he protected the chairman, he suspected him of colluding with the board director. "Indeed, he's a capable security captain." Shin Yu-seong responded unfazed. "Just a lucky guess about the enemy's likely partners." This time, Jin Young-chil had no grounds to challenge him. He turned to report the situation to Park Sung-kyu. "Chairman, Though this conflict has ended, we must stay ready to face the director's forces. Park Sung-kyu pondered, now, I have to face my uncle. Shin Yu-seong interrupted, no need to worry, I've already handled the director. Elsewhere, at the Hyo-chang headquarters, Park Hyo-jin's secretary lay dead in a pool of blood. Park Hyo-jin, gravely wounded, clutched his stomach, trembling, muttering, damn you, Shin Yu-seong. How dare you betray me? It turned out he had sent Haegwang's top enforcers, Yang Hyuk and Cheon Hosen, to finish off the old man. That bastard Shin Yu-seong exploited me. He cursed. Did he plan this from the start? Cheon Hosen glared contemptuously. The old geezer's close to death, yet he won't shut up. Yang Hyuk ended it. You're not even worthy of being our appetizer. The director of Hyo-chang met the same fate as his assistant. With their task complete, the two quickly left. Hearing of his uncle's demise, Park Sung-kyu was stunned. Freed from his handcuffs, Shin Yu-seong approached, patting Park Sung-kyu's shoulder. He was a threat to you, Chairman. If you consider the responsibility of your position, it's crucial to eliminate threats swiftly and decisively. Park Sung-kyu nodded in agreement. You're right, Shin Yu-seong. It was my uncle's own doing. Thank you, Shin Yu-seong. He instructed Jin Young-cheol. Captain Jin, work with Shin Yu-seong to protect me. Don't give up on me. Jin Young-cheol couldn't look him in the eye. But I couldn't protect you, Chairman. Park Sung-kyu tore a piece of his own sleeve to wrap around Jin's wound. Come on, Captain Jin, who else would I trust? My only blood relative tried to kill me. My only family now is you. Jin Young-cheol was moved and bowed. Thank you, Chairman. Though I may not be at my best, I will do everything I can to support you. Park Sung-kyu smiled. Here's to hoping things don't stay peaceful. Shin Yu-seong also joined in the deep conversation between the two, asking Captain Jin to guide him. All for the sake of Hyo-chang and their predecessor. Let's take good care of the president together. He'd extended his hand as a gesture of goodwill, but Jin Young-cheol hesitated, turned away, and said, this cooperation between us is temporary. Deep down, I still don't trust people like you, even if it's to protect the president. I'll keep an eye on you. Shin Yu-seong smiled, remarking on how difficult it was to get close to Jin Young-cheol, who then shared his genuine gratitude, saying, I'm truly grateful to you for saving the president. That act was as good as saving my life. Thank you sincerely for saving my family. Shin Yu-seong went silent at the mention of the word family. It seemed like every time his life became entangled with that word, things went wrong. Meanwhile, a car from Haegwang sped along. I got a call from the boss. He's finished signing the contract with Hyo-chang. Everything is going according to his plan. Yang Hyuk reviewed a message from the boss to Cheon Hosen, who praised him. The boss, even at his young age, is remarkably resourceful. This plan was carefully crafted from the start, from the exclusive contract with Hyo-chang to gaining the president's trust by staging a play in Japan, inciting the executive director to attack the president, and even gaining the trust of Captain Jin, who is closest to President Hyo-chang. This is the biggest key to the project, as well as eliminating the unnecessary power of the executive director. It's no accident that Haegwang has grown so strong. Cheon Hosen reached into his suit pocket and mused, we've signed an exclusive contract with Hyo-chang. So perhaps we should now begin with Shin Yu-seong, absorbing Hyo-chang to make Haegwang a mighty conglomerate. If that happens, no one will be able to stop Shin Yu-seong. It turned out that the top two trusted by Shin Yu-seong had been selected from the very beginning, Yang Hyuk and Cheon Hosen. Here, Captain Jin received a report from his subordinate. I just got a call. All rebellious staff have been dealt with, sir. However, there are still some unidentified remnants, so I think you'd be safer staying here. Jin Young-cheol was surprised, asking, unidentified? Aren't they the executive director's guards? Yes, there are 5 whose identities remain unknown, and one of them has been captured and is being interrogated. Scene shifts to the basement interrogation room. Shouts rang out, speak up if you don't want to die early. Every question was accompanied by a punch. I don't think he's with the executive director. The person on the ground was Imda. Despite being battered, he didn't utter a word, saying only, I don't know anything. One of the guards mocked, is he trying to stay strong until the end? It's obvious they're underage. How did they get here? This isn't an ordinary group. They even resisted with knives. No way would the executive director send kids like this. What's his plan? Another guard crouched down to taunt Undom. Being stubborn, aren't you? Listen up. Your 4 friends are holed up at security post 2, right? Yundong thought to himself that the decoy group had somehow made it. So, it worked. But it's only a matter of time until they're captured. They're all injured and surrounded by guards. The guard continued his tirade. Do you get it now? Even if I kill you here, I've still got 4 more to interrogate. So talk if you don't want to die. I'm generous enough to spare one of you. Are you going to die for your friends, or are you smart enough to save your own worthless life? Think carefully. This is your last chance to survive. Yundong trembled. If he claimed he wasn't affected, he'd be lying. Strange, he thought he was ready to die for his family. But he wanted to live. He didn't want to leave before everyone else. He was afraid. Why does human resolve break so easily? There's still so much I haven't accomplished. I want to open a pizza shop. I still have so many places I want to visit with my friends. But if I live, they'll be gone. Then, what's the point of living? Yendong tearfully choked. I can't tell you. His interrogator ground his teeth in frustration. I gave you a chance, and you didn't take it. Foolish disappointment. I'll send you to hell slowly and painfully. You should know none of the guards here are nice people. We're all here because we enjoy this kind of thing. Just as he was about to strike, the door suddenly opened. It wasn't Daejun or Baekdojium, but the madman Nam Wanchang, always appearing with a broad grin. Young kid, your mouth is pretty tight, huh? If it were me, I would have spilled it all by now. You're a good kid, aren't you? I like you. Indeed, he was the second-ranked leader of Haegwang, similar to Shin Yuseong, and he had taken down his enemies despite his hands still being cuffed. The 2 guards stared at Nam Wanchang's daunting figure, dumbfounded. What should we do? That guy in the leopard print is one of Shin Yuseong's men. Are you supposed to be in the lounge? What are you doing running around? And what's with all that blood on you? Nam Wanchang quickly explained. Calm down, guys. Can't you see I'm already in bad shape? There was a rebellion, and the traitors attacked Hyo Chang's allies. So I've been helping Hyo Chang fend them off, throwing myself into the fray. But you guys just stand around looking miserable. From now on, Shin Yuseong will officially cooperate with this organization, so consider each other family. Now, can you unlock these cuffs? You've got the key, right? The guards confirmed they'd heard the news. Wait a sec. Let us double-check the signal transmission, as our radio is experiencing issues. Nam Wanchang urged. Hurry up and unlock it, then take me to the infirmary. I'm running out of blood here. If I pass out, it'll be on you. Shin Yuseong won't let this slide. Shin Yuseong might do things you can't even imagine. Reluctantly, the 2 guards unlocked the cuffs. Give me your hand. How did you survive tied up, surrounded by so many of them? Endong wondered what Nam Wanchang was scheming. Nam Wanchang continued to push, saying, Come on, unlock it. What are you glaring at? Just then, he noticed something odd. Covered in blood, yet there wasn't a single scar or cut on his body. Whose blood was that anyway? Just then, the radio signal returned to normal, and he heard an urgent announcement. All security personnel near the president's area have vanished. Some have been found sprawled out in a nearby restroom. Everyone, regroup at the main building. This is an emergency. The 2 guards glanced at Nam Wanchang. Kill him. Nam Wanchang smirked, effortlessly dodging the white-shirted guard's decisive attack. The next guard lunged forward with another strike, but Nam Wanchang blocked it with his handcuffs, trapping the knife and pulling his opponent along. The guard spun like a top, disoriented, only to be knocked out with a knee strike from Nam Wanchang. The white-shirted guard, enraged at seeing his partner defeated, charged, yelling, Today, I'll turn this leopard into a kitten. You think you can beat my mighty sword with your hands bound? He swung wildly, but Nam Wanchang parried every strike. When the guard wasn't paying attention, Nam Wanchang slipped behind him, wrapping his cuffed arm around the guard's neck. Once again, he used the cuffs, a supposed hindrance, to his advantage. Nam Wanchang taunted, with a little fruit knife. You thought you beat me? You don't know who you're dealing with. He snapped the guard's neck instantly. Imdong was in awe of Nam Wanchang's skill, thinking, incredible. Just as Daejun said, this guy is truly a monster. Nam Wanchang turned to check on Imdong. Kid, are you okay? Didn't wet your pants or anything, did you? I gotta say, you're braver than I expected. Imdong just smiled modestly. This is nothing for me. I'm the king of taking hits. Once the two brothers successfully untied each other, they sat down to discuss. So, what should we do next? Things are all messed up now. You probably need a different approach, right? And if so, you need to let Daejun know so he can keep up. Man Wanchang explained with a hint of exasperation. It's not that simple to figure out in just a moment. A rebellion like this was beyond what I planned for, but don't worry. I got it covered. I sensed something was off when I was, well, let's say on a break. And that's when I began revising my plan. During all the chaos, I managed to get past security. Daejun probably hasn't fully resolved the situation either. If the plan had gone smoothly, I'd already be meeting up with Daejun, taking that guy's head. But one little complication, and now things are all tangled up. Daejun's side is also delayed due to the unexpected concentration of guards at the main house. Hyev Chang muttered, why on earth did these idiots show up now? This wasn't part of the plan. Daejun grimaced, the current situation is making things difficult for us. Hearing this, Imdong grew more anxious. So what do we do now? Our diversion team has already tried to distract them, but it seems useless, huh? If things keep going like this, Nam Wanchang admitted, yeah, the plan will fall apart, and we'll all be done for. Imdong was stunned. Isn't there any way to save everyone? Nam Wanchang pondered. It's not that there isn't. Imdong got on his knees, pleading, please tell me how to save everyone. I'll do anything, even if it costs my life. Nam Wanchang raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you'll do anything? Imdong affirmed with unwavering determination. Absolutely, 100%. Nam Wanchang smiled. Imda Jun, you want to protect your whole family, but this family is willing to risk it all to save you. That's what I like about you guys. If you're willing, I'll go along. He stood up and mused, continually preparing funeral rites isn't exactly ideal. If my death is meaningless, then it's not worth it. To survive, one must know how to use any means necessary. He smirked twistedly, grabbing a weapon left by one of the security guards. Scene shift. Current Chairman Park Sung-kyu, Shin Yue-sung, and Jin Young-cheol are seated in a room, listening to a security team report. Mr. Chairman, I'll report on the current situation. The rebel forces from the director's side have been eliminated. Some unknown intruders are holding out at Security Tower 2. One has been captured and is undergoing severe interrogation. There was also an untraceable attack near the lounge area. Jin Young-cheol, frustrated, exclaimed, how many forces are targeting the chairman anyway? Hearing this, Park Sung-kyu, visibly alarmed, became even more nervous. Jin Young-cheol tried to calm him. Don't worry too much, Mr. Chairman, we'll wipe those bastards out. Shin Yu-sung responded, no need to exhaust yourself. I can handle the rest. Turning to Jin, he said, the major has already sustained considerable injuries in the recent uprising. Leave a few people with me, and I'll handle the rest. My capabilities aren't inferior to yours, Jin. From now on, trust me and Haegwang. Shin Yu-sung, leading a team of security guards, left. Have we identified the mysterious attacker yet? Kim In-hyuk reported, not yet, sir. The enemy appears highly elusive, unidentifiable. Shin Yu-sung proposed, to be certain, contact my people for assistance. Kim In-hyuk replied, sorry, but it seems there was a glitch. The security team wasn't stationed to protect your people during the rebellion. And one member is currently missing. We're actively searching for him. Shin Yu-sung, indifferent, replied, no need to worry too much about their safety. Shin Yu-sung, meanwhile, was calculating. There's more than one force targeting Chairman Hyo Chang. Odd, but this is also a great opportunity for Haegwang. Through this, I can earn the trust of the chairman's inner circle, especially that guy. Hyo Chang's assets and powerful forces, I'll take them all. That day is coming soon. Power is reserved only for the worthy. Suddenly, an urgent message reached the security team. Kim In-hyuk shouted, "What? What happened to the chairman?" A sense of dread filled the air. The chairman has been kidnapped. All security forces, abandon your current positions and regroup at the main building immediately. The worst has happened. Go all out to stop him and rescue the chairman at any cost. Black smoke began to seep into Jin Young-cheol's room as he furiously ordered everyone to hurry. All security personnel scrambled towards the main building in urgency. Shin Yu-seong stood still, muttering, "How many are targeting Hyo Chang now? Think you can obstruct Hae-kwon? If I catch you, I'll tear you all apart." Just then, a shadow darted past. It was Nam Won-chang, who swiftly slashed a sharp line across Shin Yu-seong's neck. "I thought you could dodge it," he sneered. Shin Yu-seong's face darkened. "It's you, Nam Won-chang?" Nam Won-chang pointed his dragon blade at Shin Yu-seong, sneering, "Usually, you're surrounded by loyal dogs. But now you're alone, so face the danger directly. Today seems like the end of the line for you." Shin Yu-seong growled, "I've prepared a long time for this day. Did you know that?" Shin Yu-seong, face darkening, snarled, "Won-chang, do you realize you just made the biggest mistake of your life? Out of brotherhood, I'm giving you a chance. Return the chairman here, and I'll let bygones be bygones." Nam Won-chang laughed, clenching his fist. "You think I'm a kid? I'm not here to bargain with the likes of you." Shin Yu-seong's tone turned icy. "Then there's no choice. I'll rip your head off." Cracking his knuckles, he faced Nam Won-chang, who gave a chilling grin and retorted, "If you can, that is. Today, I'm the one ending it all." Moments earlier, Yeon-dong froze, listening to Nam Won-chang's new plan. "You want me to kidnap Chairman Hyo Chang?" Nam Won-chang nodded. "The only way to disrupt Shin Yu-seong's plan is to pull the chairman out of here." Initially, Imda Jun was supposed to send a team to handle this, diverting security's attention. Then, the core team would break in and kill Shin Yu-seong. But with that unfortunate twist, Imda Jun's team can't reach the main building. If things continue like this, the decoy team will be entirely wiped out, and the plan will fail. So there's no other choice, kid. Yeon-dong hesitated. "Are you sure this will work, big brother? If we execute this, getting the chairman past the security gathering as initially planned would take 10 people. I'm alone. How can I escape their pursuit?" Nam Won-chang agreed. "Yes, doing it alone will make it a lot harder." Yeon-dong, determined, replied, "I'm not stingy about this life." But Nam Won-chang, playing on his emotions, said, "Are you afraid? Which worry is greater, losing your brothers or risking yourself? Don't ever let yourself regret it. No sacrifice is in vain, especially one made for those you care about. You're the finest kid I've ever known. Better a moment's brilliance than a century as a firefly. No one will forget your contribution." Yeon-dong made up his mind. "I'll do anything for family. Imda Jun's plan will succeed, no matter what." Nam Won-chang was pleased. "You didn't disappoint me. I'll add you to the top 4 people I can always trust. Now I'll show you how to get that guy's head. First, infiltrate the chairman's office. Successful people usually have their own paths, so let's take an unconventional route. Go through the ceiling. Using this way, you can bypass the entire building's security system. When they're off guard, take the gift I prepared for you. Throw it right into their mouths and add a smoke bomb." Sure enough, Jin Young-cheol was ambushed as soon as the smoke bomb went off. He immediately shouted, warning everyone, "There's an intruder. Protect the chairman." Hearing footsteps behind him, Jin Young-cheol turned and threw a punch. His reaction was accurate, but Yeon-dong had already succeeded in getting the chairman out through the window. Jin Young-cheol, enraged, pressed his hand against the shattered glass. The chairman had vanished. "The chairman has been taken by the intruder. All security personnel, focus on the target to rescue the chairman." Yeon-dong used every ounce of his strength to escape as quickly as possible. As he ran, he muttered, "I'm sorry, but I had no other choice." Out of breath, Yeon-dong couldn't believe he had succeeded alone. He thought, "I might actually complete this mission on my own. I just have to hold out until Imda Jun finishes everything. I hope I can see everyone again after this. At this point, all of Hyo Chang's elite security forces were deployed by Jin Youngcheol to pursue him. Jin Youngcheol was also chasing him, now visibly furious. Hurry, everyone. You'll regret doing something this foolish. Gritting his teeth, Yundong thought, I must succeed for everyone. Let's do this, Daejin. Over a year ago, besides Jordan Chill, another person visited Jo Hang-il after his death, Nam Wan-chang. He poured out his heart in front of Jo Hang-il's memorial. I had such high expectations for you. I thought you would take down Shang Yu-seong for me, but you died so meaninglessly. Jo Hang-il managed to push Shang Yu-seong to death's doorstep. Maybe you were the first and last person to do that. Why didn't you try a bit harder? If you had gathered that misfit family of yours and sacrificed a few, you could have easily taken his life. Why did you do everything alone and end up like this? I wanted to overthrow Shang Yu-seong myself, but that's impossible. He sighed. Is there really no hope left? What should I do now? The only person who could carry this responsibility is gone. Just then, footsteps echoed in the dark. A familiar trembling voice called out, Jo Hang-il, we all really miss you. Nam Wan-chang stood back in a corner, observing. It was Imda Jun of Jordan Chill. Why did you sacrifice your life to protect such weaklings? How pathetic, Nam Wan-chang thought. The sobbing voice continued, I'm sorry. I was too weak to protect you. Imda Jun sobbed, grabbing his hair. By any means, I'll become stronger, carry this family for you, and make Shang Yu-seong pay. I'll destroy all of Haegwang. Nam Wan-chang was startled. The determination in his eyes was just like Jo Hang-il's. He thought, here's the next arrow. Returning to the present, Shang Yu-seong questioned him. Are you planning to betray me, Nam Wan-chang? Though I'm not surprised. From the moment you joined Haegwang, I predicted this day would come. Nam Wan-chang asked. Then why did you keep me around? Simple, Shang Yu-seong replied. I thought you were a useful dog for Haegwang, so I used you as long as I could. Nam Wan-chang smirked. Doesn't it irk you? Ever thought you'd get fatally bitten by a wild dog? Never underestimate anyone's danger. Nam Wan-chang's knife stopped just short of Shang Yu-seong's temple. But, as he said, Nam Wan-chang lost the last chance to eliminate him. Shang Yu-seong quickly pulled out another saber, blocking it. He sneered. A wild dog will always be a wild dog. You'll never match a husky. I kept you around because I knew no matter what you tried, you couldn't stop me. You just missed your last chance to survive, you mutt. Nam Wan-chang showed no hint of fear. He took the offensive, continuously attacking Shang Yu-seong. In contrast, Shang Yu-seong skillfully dodged and evaded the entire time. Nam Wan-chang had always thought, I have an extremely sharp intuition, in both mind and combat skills. I can read every breath and movement of my opponent in battle, quickly observe and find their weaknesses, and then, it's game over. A natural talent, unmatched. He thought this way until Shang Yu-seong showed up. This guy's movements were truly unique, decisive, powerful, and without a single opening. Even with a blade right in his face, he remained as calm as stone. His combat level was far beyond mine. Damn it, I can't find any opening on him. Although Shang Yu-seong seemed uninterested in counterattacking, in reality, he was waiting for the perfect opportunity. His striking speed was so fast that even a monster like Nam Wan-chang couldn't react in time to dodge. He was like a tiger, toying with its prey. Nam Wan-chang took a kick, slamming against the wall. He panted. No wonder they call you the top monster of Haegwang. Shang Yu-seong looked down at him with disdain. Nam Wan-chang, is this really all you've got? You're more pathetic than I expected. Farewell. Just as Shang Yu-seong was about to deliver the final blow to finish off Nam Wan-chang, he suddenly invoked Jo Hang-il's spirit, making Shang Yu-seong freeze. He's the greatest fear of your life. No matter how hard you try, you can never escape his shadow. I know you've always been terrified that someone like Jo Hang-il would rise again, haven't you? Before finishing his words, the familiar red pants appeared, and Kang Weizhu landed a kick on Shang Yu-seong's back. Startled, Shang Yu-seong looked behind him. Kang Weizhu sneered. Finally found you, Shang Yu-seong. Nam Wan-chang arrogantly added, I can't bring Jo Hang-il back, but I can bring a danger just as great. Here's something you always feared when thinking about them. A force determined to take your life, no less than Jo Hangil. Daejin's group flooded the area, finally getting a chance to face off against the notorious gang leader, and of course, Daejin's presence was inevitable. He appeared, surprising Shin Yu-seong. It's been a long time since that day. Let's end everything here. For every wrong you've committed, only your life can atone. While Daejin had successfully surrounded Shin Yu-seong, Yeondong now found himself surrounded. Blood trickled to the ground as Yeondong panted, exhausted. Not good. I've been completely surrounded. If everything had gone according to plan, there'd be at least 10 others fighting alongside me. But right now, it's just me. How can I handle this? This is really bad. What should I do? Kim In-hyuk turned to Jin Young-cheol for instructions. Should we capture him alive or kill him, sir? Jin Young-cheol coldly replied, isn't it obvious? Anyone who endangers the chairman must die painfully. The security team brandished their weapons and charged at him. He thought, saying I'm not scared would be a lie. Facing the group willing to kill me at any cost, even the older guys would be afraid, let alone a young guy like me. Yeondong tried to reassure himself. Could it really be my last day today? It's okay. I've already prepared my spirit for sacrifice, for everyone's sake. Be brave, Yeondong. This is your mission. But maybe you will create a miracle. Even though I don't want to do this, it must be done. Suddenly, he shouted, don't come any closer. If you take one more step, don't ask why the chairman's neck looks like a Milo straw. His weapon was now pressed closely against Park Sum-kyu's neck. Jin Young-cheol immediately ordered everyone to stop. No one is to move. It's just him. He can't escape. Breaking his neck is just a matter of time. The longer we can hold out, the better. I hope there's enough time for everyone to eliminate Shin Yu-seong and leave safely. Each second gained is a bit more hope for us all. I'll fight until the end with you. Back at the main building of Hyochang Paddock, Shin Yu-seong was now surrounded by Daejin's entire team. Shin Yu-seong, let's end everything here. The sins you've committed can only be repaid with your life. Nam Wancheng also joined in, and Baekdo Jiam asked him to explain the current situation. Even though there's a bit of a problem internally with Hyochang, the plans to kidnap the chairman are still going quite smoothly. That's why all security forces have been diverted. Thanks to that, you all managed to enter safely. Baekdo Jiam was puzzled. If you're here, then who kidnapped the chairman? Knowing he couldn't hide it anymore, he confessed. Baekdo Jiam took the chairman and ran away. I can't be everywhere at once. Kang Weezu raised his voice. What do you mean? Yeondong kidnapped the chairman to distract them. Nan Wancheng explained. That was the only choice we had. Any victory requires sacrifice. Kang Weezu still couldn't accept this explanation. How could that kid escape those lunatics? Should I chase after him? I will. Hong Gaeong volunteered to pursue Yeondong, saying they needed to concentrate their main force to take down Shin Yu-seong. Just let a few of the younger ones come with me. I want to take down Shin Yu-seong myself, but there's something more important than that. I don't want anyone else to die because of me. Imda Jun accepted the decision, and Hong Gaeong left with tears in his eyes. I'm counting on you, Imda Jun. Please take revenge for him. Imda Jun turned back to face Shin Yu-seong. Thank you, Hong Gaeong. I will repay this debt. Shin Yu-seong then spoke up. So, Imda Jun, you've teamed up with Nam Wancheng to bite me, using the moment of my unguardedness to disrupt my plans. The little dog I knew has turned into a wild dog now, hasn't it? You've impressed me. You've spent so long preparing just to take my life. So naive. Let me show you what it feels like to lose everything once again. Nam Wancheng was curious. Even in this situation, his expression is still icy. Doesn't he know what fear is? Daejin replied just as fiercely. Even in this situation, you still have illusions. You've been preparing yourself for this moment since that day. I guarantee it will be the first and last time you take away my faith. Now, I'm the one who will take everything from you. You won't leave easily as you think. The pain I've endured, you will feel double, along with the suffering my brother has faced. I had to endure everything to build this moment. I won't miss another opportunity. With that, Daejun's team rushed to attack Shin Yu-seong. The look in his eyes changed immediately. Despite facing dozens of weapons, his demeanor remained calm as if nothing was happening, because he knew where his strength lay. Even though all the blades were pointed at him, he stayed composed and evaded every stab. Daejun's subordinates were astonished and exclaimed, "What the hell does that bastard eat to dodge so well? Of course, he's the leader of Haegwang. It would be strange if he didn't evade." They didn't give him a moment to breathe, attacking him relentlessly. Just then, a sharp sword suddenly appeared. What the hell is going on? How could this happen? It turned out Juns had arrived. Without thinking, he rushed to support Shin Yu-seong, saying, "I heard that Shin Yu-seong signed a contract with Io Chang, but suddenly there's another surprise attack. Just how many bastards are targeting here? Touching Shin Yu-seong means you'll die with me." However, before he could even touch a single hair on Daejun's team, he was blocked by his rival, Nam Wanchang. Juns asked, "What the hell are you doing?" Nam Wanchang grinned and taunted, "Could you bark in my water for me? Try hard, kid. If not, you and Shin Yu-seong will be lying next to each other in the grave. I hope your rusty sword can take me down." Juns bit his lip, feeling a fire of rage ignite inside him. "That traitor, I'll kill you." Meanwhile, everyone was still struggling to inflict even 2 wounds on him. Daejun's subordinates were extremely worried because Shin Yu-seong seemed to be pushed back, but in reality, none of them could inflict damage on him. Their attacks were completely ineffective against him. What kind of monster is he? However, if he continued to focus on dodging and blocking like this, it would be hard for him to counterattack. If it continues like this, he'll soon exhaust himself, and we can take him down. Shin Yu-seong remained calm, dodging each knife. He had to admit that their battle plan was quite systematic, attacking relentlessly without giving him a chance to counter. It seemed they had prepared for this battle for a long time, but it was useless. Finally, Kang Wisu succeeded in landing a hit on him, followed closely by an attack from Baekdo Jiam. Shin Yu-seong was cunning enough to predict their next move and successfully dodged the blow. Besides Imda Jun, there were 2 others who were also quite formidable. "You developed an incredible force, Daejun. You're getting me more and more excited, but I have to crush everything now before you can grow any stronger." One member of Imda Jun's team took the risk, charging in with a knife aimed to stab him in the neck, but was unexpectedly countered by Shin Yu-seong. He had never let his guard down. If he did, it would surely be a trap. Nam Wanchang glanced at the battle. Shin Yu-seong had yet to reveal any openings. He always assessed the situation calmly and keenly, almost invincible. No one could confront him directly. It seemed that the subordinate would perish before Shin Yu-seong's cold blade. But no, Nam Wanchang couldn't believe his eyes. Imda Jun charged into danger to save his team member without regard for his own life. Because his subordinates were so foolish, he had rushed in to save them. As a result, Imda Jun received a cut on his ear. Only once did Shin Yu-seong lose his composure, when he faced a strong, desperate wolf like Jo Hong-yul. At that moment, Imda Jun managed to slice at him. Shin Yu-seong was indeed a bit surprised, nearly falling victim to his opponent. Nam Wanchang was pleased with Imda Jun. Finally, that image reappeared, the one who inherited Jo Hong-yul's will and strength. Both his voice and demeanor now resembled Jo Hong-yul exactly. "You will never get the chance to take my family away again." At this moment, Shin Yu-seong's expression lost its calmness. Meanwhile, Yeon-dong and all the security personnel were gathered in front of a house. Kim In-hyuk anxiously asked the squad leader, "What should we do now? If we hesitate, he'll kill the chairman. He dares to take the chairman in there as a hostage." Jin Young-cheol calmly ordered, "Block all entrances to the underground. We will surround him from the other side and take him down. No matter why he wants to kidnap the chairman, anyone who dares to lay a hand on a Hyo Chang member will face severe torture. Let's move." At the same time, Hong Gaeom was also present here, secretly monitoring their situation to determine Yeon-dong's current location. Beneath the dark tree, Yeon-dong was holding himself, gasping for breath. They would quickly find a way to get in here. "I was lucky to escape once, but that's not enough. I need to find a way to buy more time so that Daejin can resolve things satisfactorily. While I was unprepared, a hand reached out to grab the knife in my hand. Park Sung-kyu had grasped the knife, threatening Yeondong in return. The boy was stunned and stammered. "When did you wake up?" He pointed the knife at Yeondong and interrogated him. "Just a kid daring to come in and do this. Speak quickly. What's your purpose here, Yeondong? Put your hands up." "I'm sorry, but I can't tell you." Park Sung-kyu, angry, said, "Are you bullying me, kid? If I slash you, don't blame me. Don't think that just because you're a kid, I'll hold back. I cut throats like cutting chickens every day. Take this." Yeondong tightly shut his eyes, pleading for just a little more time. "You can do anything, but please give me just a bit more time. Can you do that? Please?" After hearing this, Park Sung-kyu's face was full of question marks. Meanwhile, at the main house of the failed cannon, Shin Yu-seong glared, catching every drop of his own blood. "You guys are all the same, fighting for that ridiculous thing called family. You will also have to die foolishly like your brother. Money and power are the most important things. Everything else doesn't matter. If you keep living, then others won't have any opportunity to live. Let me open your eyes." Daejin's subordinates saw Shin Yu-seong rushing in to attack their brother, so they hurried to support him. However, he dodged all of it. Shin Yu-seong charged in to engage in combat with Daejin, and with superior knife skills, he successfully sliced through Imda Jun's sleeve. Daejin quickly regained focus to continue fighting with him. "This miserable fate is something you chose yourself." Shin Yu-seong kept fighting while throwing verbal jabs. Nam Won-chang still did not take his eyes off the fight. "Shin Yu-seong, that bastard is truly a mad dog." Daejin returned a searing kick to him. "Shin Yu-seong, you really are a mad dog just like Nam Won-chang described." This thunderous kick was really something, and Kang Wee-soo had truly made a breakthrough, successfully delivering a strike to the guy's head. Shin Yu-seong was momentarily stunned. This kid, he thought, his right eye stained with blood, limiting his vision. He took advantage of this to land a hit to the mouth. With Kang Wee-soo present, of course, Baekdo Jeom had to make a sudden appearance, stabbing him in the back. Daejin's chatty subordinates cheered from the outside. Finally, they'd managed to injure Shin Yu-seong. Great. All this time, he's been flaunting. Now it's your turn. Let's go chop him up, guys. Shin Yu-seong sighed, feeling that with these little shrimp, it was too easy to take on two at a time. One young man managed to stab the wound caused by Baekdo Jeom, but immediately afterward, he received a punch to the mouth, which was just as painful. Just as Nam Won-chang predicted, at first, he tried to act calm and cool, but after sensing that fear returned, he gradually lost his reason. "My trust was placed in the right place. Good job, kid." A day before ambushing Shin Yu-seong, Daejin and Nam Won-chang had a conversation. "Are you sure? If I confront Shin Yu-seong head-on, what are my chances of winning?" Nam Won-chang laughed. "You are very much like your brother Jo Han-gil, from demeanor to skills. Shin Yu-seong always tries to act like he's okay, but deep inside, his tears are a vast ocean. Because Jo Han-gil is a genius, a huge wall that Shin Yu-seong could never surpass in his lifetime. If you can recreate the image of your brother, it will panic Shin Yu-seong's spirit and increase the chances of taking him down. But that's just a theory. In reality, it's hit or miss." Daejin lowered his head, pondering. Tomorrow is the start of the plan, and the spirit seems unstable. If we are determined to eliminate Shin Yu-seong, then our spirits must be strong. Anyone who is scared can go home. He worriedly asked, "What do you think about our current forces? Is this enough to eliminate Shin Yu-seong? You've been with Shin Yu-seong for a long time, so you should know his capabilities well." Nam Won-chang casually replied, "If you're scared, then go home." Daejin explained, "I just don't want to lose my family unnecessarily." If Daejin was sincerely looking for an answer, then Nam Won-chang had no choice but to share the truth. "Let me describe in detail. Shin Yu-seong is an extraordinarily talented person. Just with him and Jo Han-gil, they could wipe out numerous gangs in this region. His ability can be said to be on par with Jo Han-gil. But over the past year, He has developed himself and Haegwon non-stop. So right now, he has probably surpassed Jo Hangyul of the past. His individual strength can be compared to any other gang. Shin Yu-seong has become a monster never seen before in the history of this region. Furthermore, I also feel deep inside, you are a powerful monster with a great thirst for revenge. And all the people on your ship share the same intense desire. Shin Yu-seong was still fiercely dancing among Daejun's subordinates. He was exhausted, just waiting for an opportunity like this. The duo, Baekdo Jeom and Kang Wisu, charged it again, combining their swords. While he was busy dodging Kang Wisu's blows, Baekdo Jeom quickly slashed him again. Seeing this, Juns couldn't help but worry. The boss is in danger. I have to go support him immediately. However, he probably forgot that he still had an opponent right in front of him. What are you looking at? Do you think my knife isn't sharp? He had been marked with a scar right on the belly by Nam Wan Chang. Take care of yourself first before worrying about others, Nam Wan Chang reminded himself. Just need to hold this guy down a little longer, and Shin Yu-seong will be chopped like a rag. Daejun and his brothers jumped in. It's time for you to pay, Shin Yu-seong. The guy was trying to protect his vulnerable spots. You want to eliminate me, huh? You scum. This really isn't a simple problem anymore. My life's goals are no longer important. My consciousness is gradually fading away. Right now, I just want to rest, but I can't forget that moment. The moment I was beaten down to the point of being less than a dog. He also came up from the bottom, having to do everything he could to survive, just like Imda Jun's past. His current goal was to eliminate all those who dared to stand in his way on his rise to the top. Shin Yu-seong smiled as he kicked Daejun in the chest. Daejun was unexpectedly sent tumbling down the stairs like a ball, causing the group to scatter like headless snakes. Shin Yu-seong seized the opportunity and swiftly dealt with the troublesome minions. His actions were quick and decisive, each second marked by a precise cut he made. Nam Wan Chang was astonished, unable to believe the dog's capabilities were even more terrifying than he had thought. Were you hiding your true power all this time? Everything seemed almost settled. Yet at the last moment, it turned out like this. Kang Wisu and Baekdo Jeom also attempted to attack him. But it was futile. Not only could they not strike, but they were also counterattacked. Daejun, trembling, tried to get back on his feet, watching his brothers struggle to crawl before the imposing figure of Shin Yu-seong. Feeling immense heartbreak, Baekdo Jeom gasped, "Can you still move, Kang Wisu?" Kang Wisu, struggling, replied, "It hurts like hell, but maybe one more time." Shin Yu-seong grinned with delight, thanking Imda Jun for helping him regain this feeling, an overwhelming sense of power and desire to obliterate everything that dared disrupt his plans with Hyo Chang. He would deal with all of them. Imda Jun seemed to lose his composure as he, along with his two teammates, charged at Shin Yu-seong. The latter responded with nothing more than a taunting smile. "Come on in." Inside the area where the explosion had just occurred, the fire hose was working its duty, spraying water that mixed with blood, creating a truly desolate scene. Baekdo Jeom was nearly unconscious, thinking he was done for until he managed to grab onto a barrier. That annoying tone was unmistakable. Shin Yu-seong tossed Baekdo Jeom down like a sack of potatoes. He was furious but could do nothing else. He couldn't even speak now. Shin Yu-seong, that guy, dared to drag him out to shield from the explosion he caused. Shin Yu-seong stood up, adopting a victorious tone as if he were the winner. "You guys tried hard, but it's all in vain. This is the second time I've been seriously injured like this since my fight with that bastard Jo Hangyul. And it's been a long time since I've been ganged up on like this. You want to hold on to that grudge and come here to take my life? Sorry, you don't stand a chance. I need to prioritize saving the chairman now." He was silently sending messages to his enemies, who were in his paradise. "Look, the one who survives this time is still me. Everything will still belong to me." Amidst the ruins, Kang Wisu was stirring, using all his strength to rise from the debris. He shakily approached Daejun. "Are you okay?" Daejun hadn't even processed what was happening when Kang Wisu collapsed from the aftershock of the explosion. Upon realizing who was in front of him, he quickly sat up to support Kang Wisu. "Are you okay?" Why did you shield me from that explosion? If something happens to you, who will take care of your grandmother? You idiot, Kang Weezu smiled. That's what I was supposed to do. I owe you tenfold for everything you've done for me. Despite having previously warned that he would accept everything except for an explosion 10 times worse, words are just words. In such a critical situation, who could think of anything else? Kang Weezu explained that this explosion was only 9 times worse. Go check. Baekdojiam is with that Shine Sam. He just left. You have to take that bastard down. Dae Jun, take care of my grandmother for me. After saying this, Kang Weezu let go. Imda Jun felt emotional. Kang Weezu, Baekdojiam, I'm really sorry. I will never forget all your sacrifices for the rest of my life, and I won't let your efforts be in vain. Imda Jun, angry, ran straight toward the underground tunnel. At the same time, in the tunnel, after hearing Yundong explain everything, Park Sung-hyo was taken aback. All of this you caused here was just to target Shine Yeo-sung? You would sacrifice lives for revenge against your brother. Moreover, according to what you said, that's not even your real brother. Why go to such lengths to sacrifice so much? In the outside world, how many sacrifices have been made among gangsters, and they get nothing in return? Are your actions all in vain? Yundong replied, what I do is meaningful, and it's because of that person that my life has meaning until now. Since I started to run away from home, my past was that of a person abused by my father every day. Feeling suffocated to the point where I just wanted to leave this world, many times almost losing my life. Yet somehow, I managed to survive for a while. During that time, I thought a lot about family, about having a home, a place to return to. How much longer will this fate last? I didn't know how much longer I could hold on. Perhaps by the time I leave, I will have nothing to remember except a life of suffering. I wondered if my life would end so blandly. But from the depths of despair, that person pulled me up to see the light. I had a place to eat, a place to sleep, a place to return to, and a place I could call family. That was enough. Whether they are blood relatives or not doesn't matter anymore. Sometimes blood relatives treat you worse. This is the first and only time in my life that I've had these things. Thanks to them, I found the true meaning of life and continue to exist until now. Therefore, I must fight to protect those I love. If I can't protect my family, living would have no meaning. If any of them had to choose, they would be just like me. I have already received so much. Now it's time to give. So please give me a little time for everyone to complete their goals and leave here safely. After hearing these words, Park Sung-hyo trembled and held his head. What a mistake. You always claim to want to live the life you want. Do you think life operates according to your thoughts? Do you think you're the only one facing difficulties now? Others are living just as hard. Leading a huge corporation, I face a lot of pressure too. I have to manage so many people, it's exhausting. And out there, hundreds want to take my life. Do you think my life is easy? Many people have sacrificed their lives to protect me. I still have to get up and keep going. Every day, my close ones have to leave me. But I can't fight against it because that's fate. I have to accept and continue living with it. Since the moment I was born in this place, my life has been a mistake. Yundong pondered why he thought that way. He could also live the life he wanted. Park Sung-hyo stared blankly, surprised that someone was speaking to him like this for the first time. He bowed his head in self-deprecation, thinking that if he could live as he wished, the thing he wanted most would be to run far away from this place. He was genuinely envious of that kid. Suddenly, he changed his tone, saying, listen carefully, I won't repeat myself. Get me out of here right now and abandon the idea of eliminating Shine Yeo-sung. I'll inform security so you can leave safely. Yundong was puzzled, realizing that despite all he had just said, he still hadn't convinced him. Park Sung-hyo shared his feelings. I truly don't want you to lose your life in a place like this. We don't have much time. If anything happens to Shine Yeo-sung, your entire family's life will end here. Think carefully. Meanwhile, at the ruins where Kang Weezu and Baekdojiam were lying, a stranger appeared. He was Jun's, a henchman of Shine Yeo-sung. He hoped his boss was okay. The guys who attacked Shine Yeo-sung were all here. He wondered where Shine Yeo-sung had gone. That troublesome guy should have dealt with this earlier. That guy was tough. he had to turn him from a leopard into a house cat. Although he was a traitor, he was a capable one, and it had been tough to deal with that leopard. He should be glad to be sent to hell by this holy sword. As time passed, he blamed himself, thinking perhaps his kick wasn't perfect. After this incident, he would have to train harder in the mountains. Right now, he had to prioritize finding his boss. Just then, he suddenly heard groaning from Kang Wee-soo and Baekdo Jiam. He turned back, surprised they weren't dead yet. Lucky for you that you're still alive, despite your serious injuries. Too bad for you that I know you're still alive. He pointed a long sword at Baekdo Jiam's face, declaring, I'm the guy who promised to go into the bar trap with Shin Yu-seong. Anyone who dares to threaten his safety will pay with their life. I'll give you a sweet cut, like slicing through. Before Juns could strike, a figure suddenly flew towards him. Juns was surprised to see his opponent was Nam Won-chang. He'd scoffed, saying, I can't let you lay a hand on my allies. Don't get me wrong, I'm doing this just because I don't want to see the faces of those Japanese brats swaggering around. Juns taunted in Japanese, which no one understood. I'll chop you up like a rag, and you can still get up. Oh, so you like to be a masochist? You want another round? This time, I'll slice you up so your mother won't recognize you, dog. Nam Won-chang, annoyed, reminded him to bark in his own language. That was just luck for you, you damn Japanese. Fighting with that weapon wasn't his forte. He was only familiar with the preferred items. Ah, holding it like this feels great. This time, you'll know what I'm like. Meanwhile, below the tunnel, although Park Sung-kyu was shaking while holding the gun, he still threatened the Yeondong. Don't think I won't lay a hand on you. Do you know how many guys I've knocked out before? What organization are you with, and what's your purpose here? Yeondong was sweating profusely, apologizing that he couldn't reveal anything. Park Sung-kyu suspected, you guys are here with a scheme to sabotage Hyo-chang, right? Confess, or I'll slice you, you'll die. He shouted loudly, ordering him to speak up. If not, don't blame me. Park Sung-kyu suddenly froze, wondering what was wrong with the kid. He wasn't trying to avoid it. I don't want to harm anyone myself. Why has it come to this? Just as he was about to think about his next move, Yeondong grabbed the weapon from him. Park Sung-kyu trembled, stammering for him to stop, regretting that since it was a child he hesitated, and now he was done for. A weakling like me really doesn't deserve to sit in the chair of Hyo-chang. I keep thinking that next year this time will be my memorial, but heaven doesn't forsake good people. Yeondong threw the knife away, saying, don't worry. From the start, I didn't intend to harm you. I just want to ask you to cooperate a bit. Please. Park Sung-kyu, scared, cowered down. Calm down, let me tell you. The sole purpose of all this is to protect my family. Meanwhile, outside, Kim In-yuk had blocked all exits with the tunnel and reported to Jin Yong-cheol, who led the team in to rescue the chairman. One group was assigned to attack at exit 3, 3 other groups were attacking at exit 5, and another 3 were heading to the main entrance of the tunnel. However, before they could see the chairman's face, they encountered Hong Dae-yong's people. One guy was about to report via radio, but couldn't before Hong Dae-yong's speed caught up with him. She quickly grabbed his tie and threw him down. Her team reported, we've taken care of them. She instructed everyone to keep moving quickly. They had to find Yeondong before the security noticed. Returning to Daejun's group, all 3 were attacking Shin Yu-seong. Daejun's underlings were gasping for breath. The guys were struggling. We need to hurry and help them. One replied, can't you see what's in front of you? This battle is far beyond our capabilities. Even if we go in there, we'll only hinder them. Kang Wee-soo took a run-up, jumped onto the wall, and kicked Shin Yu-seong. Just when he was busy dodging the blow, Daejun and Baekdo Jiam took the chance to attack. However, Shin Yu-seong successfully defended himself completely. The clash of metal echoed in the air, deafening. Not only that, but Kang Wee-soo was also flipped and kicked in the face. Now all 3 were breathless, while Shin Yu-seong remained as energetic as at the beginning, making an effort, though it was negligible. Nam Won-chang was anxious. Those 3 monsters rushed in, yet still couldn't take care of Shin Yu-seong. Our chances of winning are getting lower, and Shin Yu-seong is still conscious. while those three are all out of breath. At this moment, Shin Yu-sung sneered, "No matter how great your rage is, it can't overcome this gap. Just believing isn't enough power to finish me off." Right now, the impudent kid Kang Weezu shouted, "What the hell did you just bark?" Shin Yu-sung continued, "All right, since I was once a pump too, I understand. At this age, you tend to overestimate your strength. It's unfortunate that there are cases where you won't have the chance to live on and regret this illusion. A grasshopper kicking a car will just get crushed. In this life, money and power are everything. Everything else doesn't matter, whether it exists or not." Imda Jun gritted his teeth. "If that's what you said, then let me shatter everything you have right now." Saying that, all three rushed to fight him again. However, instead of defeating all three, Shin Yu-sung surprisingly ran away. "I've played enough with you brats. There are more important matters right now." Kang Weezu, annoyed, yelled, "Don't let him escape." For Shin Yu-sung, fighting right now wasn't a priority. His current goal was to sign a contract with Hyo-chang. Shin Yu-sung was trying to find the chairman. If the chairman died, then everyone here wouldn't have a way to leave Hyo-chang. Kang Weezu chased after him, shouting, "You think you can run that easily?" Shin Yu-sung immediately turned back and slashed Kang Weezu's abdomen. The cut was incredibly painful, but Kang Weezu still held on, reminding himself not to fall. "You promised her, remember? For all those you owe, you must repay tenfold." Kang Weezu shouted, then with all his strength, kicked the guy in the face. Shin Yu-sung was slammed hard against the wall. Kang Weezu continued charging, "Down to hell you go." Kang Weezu's life was immediately in danger when Shin Yu-sung's weapon was at his throat. At that moment, he regretted being too hasty. However, heaven never fails good people, and heaven here specifically refers to the author. Baekdo suddenly lunged in from nowhere, grabbing Kang Weezu by the collar and throwing him back. "I'll take care of everything." Baekdo then charged into battle with Shin Yu-sung, only to be struck down with a painful blow. Baekdo also reminded himself, "We have to take down Shin Yu-sung and eliminate Haegwang. All the wrongs caused by Haegwang must be repaid tenfold." Baekdo, unarmed, seized Shin Yu-sung's weapon and quickly slashed another line across his body. "You all have taken away my sky." Just then, Daejin charged in again. He couldn't let himself, already covered in wounds, bear the burden alone. Shin Yu-sung swiftly kicked Baekdo in the face, while also throwing his weapon toward Daejin, unexpectedly embedding the knife into Daejin's shoulder. Daejin gritted his teeth in pain, thinking, "Today I can end this feud for both myself and my family," ignoring the weapon in his shoulder. Daejin yelled loudly and lunged to punch Shin Yu-sung in the face. Just a little more effort. Kang Weezu and Baekdo immediately seized the opportunity, each inflicting another cut on Shin Yu-sung's body. By this time, Shin Yu-sung was covered in painful cuts, looking no different from a rag. He was infuriated with these pests. "Why are you all like Joe Hangul? Betting your lives just for the sake of the word family." Fighting to the point of having nothing left to lose made him very uncomfortable. To face such madmen, I too must bet like you want. It's not easy to take everything from me. If you want it, you must pay a very high price. Unexpectedly, Shin Yu-sung, disregarding the danger, pierced the gas line nearby. The trio of Daejin, Kang Weezu, and Baekdo couldn't foresee this move. That day, the Hyo-chang paddock building experienced a massive explosion, with black smoke billowing into the sky, spreading throughout the area.